isn't my camera working? I fix it. Good morning! Good morning, it's Friday. We made it. I ate most of my eggs. Most of the eggs have been eaten, but I still have some egg left. Not like this. And Paramore Sen, thank you for the 7 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Did I do anything interesting the past 2 days? I don't think so. I was just busy as fuck. Almost forgot to prepay for my winter propane. That would have sucked. That would have been terrible. You had egu? I do have the egu. Delicious omelet time. Nim. Oh! It seems that there are sound alerts enabled. Whoops. We were fixing some of my audio stuff the other night again. I just got home from work and she's talking about good morning. Yeah, good morning! It's morning time for Foxu. Sternlichter, thank you for the 20 months, my guy. Thank you, 20 months. A big nostalgia redeem, right? The ghosts of alerts past! Huh. Devin Adair, thank you. Your Kirsche has finally arrived in Canada. It's big, soft, and the tail makes an excellent pillow. It's a very good pillow plush. Cannot disagree. Very good pillow plush. Thank you. Question from a prior stream. Been looking to move to New Hampshire after your contract is up. Any words on North versus South regions? See, the South is a bit more urban, but is it still chill? I wouldn't even say that South is a bit more urban. I mean, like, I guess in comparison to Super North, but like, you're gonna find places, I mean, all through like mid New Hampshire that are like big cities, I guess. The thing is, like, Southeast is super expensive, and then the farther away from that you get, the more affordable it gets. And I guess I would need like a more pointed question, because we kind of talked about like, hey, which cities would you not move to, Kirsche? Super North, yeah. Yeah, you can go from like super chill suburban area in the South to like a super metro kind of area, but it's like even the big towns like Manchester and Nashua, they're not like Boston big. So you're not gonna find something like that large. Did I receive the artwork that I posted on Twitter? I did not see an artwork. U2 sent you an email that your Kirsche has been delivered, but you didn't get any packages. Uh-oh. Time to go look at the tracking and see the picture, because that's what I do. Whenever I get an email that says something's been delivered and I don't see the package in the normal place the package people put it, I go to the tracking information, because a lot of the times they're required to take a picture now. And that's how I have found out that they've delivered the packages to the wrong houses quite a few times. You received the Kirsche plush today? It's a lot bigger than you expected. Very fluffy. Recommended. I don't understand how so many people weren't expecting it to be large. I was very explicit with its rotundness. But I'm glad you like it. USPS can be lazy and say delivered and hand it over the following day. That's also that. That's how you get to meet your neighbors. That is how I met my neighbors, actually. Kirsche arrived safely, but was not delivered to your house. Just a postal point where you needed to pick it up. That's even weirder. What the fuck? What the heck? I know. Devin Adair, thank you. Your Kirsche has finally arrived in Canada. I read that. Thank you. I'm losing my mind. Fuzzy Taco, thank you for the 9 months. Say, Foxy, stopping by to say hi as you catch up on 4 months of missed streams. That's a lot of missed streams. Thank you for all the content. 9 months! You demand a cheesecake placenta? I suppose you can have a cheesecake placenta on this, the day of your birth. Thank you. Thank you, Fuzzy Taco. Due to women not having a solid grasp on sizes, spread your hands apart until you reach 6 inches and then get a ruler and see how far off you were. I mean, yeah, I don't know how to tell specific dimensions, but I can tell you when something is big. You said 9 inches. I thought length, not height, width. I'm pretty sure, like, when I showed the preview page on the U2's website, I was even like, I don't understand why it says 9 inches along with all these other plushes, because it very clearly is not 9 inches. I just need the life-size Kirsche plush now with the huge floofy tail. True and real. Be careful of false emails. You get weird emails that tell you that if you click the link, you can follow your package, but the company is not connected. No. Yeah, no, never click on an email like that. It's like when I get a package delivered email, I will go to like the website I purchased help stuff from, or the official email from the company that they sent me with tracking information. Help. You're throwing numbers at her. You know it's not gonna work. That's true. Help. Battleizer, thank you. Rejoice, weekend warriors, for the Friday taboo bringeth the happy, the sad, and the desire to munya. May your weekend be long and full of rest. True. Very restful weekend. Sad Cabbage, thank you for the 29 months, my guy. Thank you. Slendy Enderman, thank you. Rise, honorable chatters. The time for munya is now. That is true. Adrian Robledo, thank you for the Mexicans. Finally, early enough for the she is late, she hates us posting. She's late! She hates us! El Munya. Hello, what are we doing today? Yapping. Today is a yapping tab day. Be jammin', thank you. Mike Klum has a second channel, Mike Klum 2, where he has posted some of the deleted scenes from the documentary. They're very funny and worth a look, and perhaps add to the reaction video eventually. Really? We get some, like, fucking pedophile bloopers, bro? Matt Larson, thank you. Your Kirsche is still on a boat. Soon, TM. It's stacked up in that boat, bruh. Excalibur, thank you. Kirsche forgets chat doesn't listen to women. Of course people couldn't believe it's so big-oo. I also said life-size Kirsche. If it were a real animal, this is the size that it would be. Well, Jay Martins, thank you. Hello, Foxu. Do I ever do user-submitted content streams you'd love to share with me and everyone else? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by user-submitted content. Like, if you have, like, articles you want me to read, question mark? We have a stream suggestion channel in the Discord. Is that more doable? What? Golden Fang, thank you. Just got your shipping notification for the cursed merch yesterday. Let's freaking go! True! Let us freaking go. A Moose Nugget, thank you. Ketchup tithe, madame. The ship with your Kirsche shall soon dock. A Kirsches in numbers, uncounting, shall spew forth, ravaging the land like a locust plague, leaving naught but desolation. This man's already got plans for his Kirsches, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's premeditated. Thank you, Moose Nugget. Some of my books have finally left whatever South African port they were trapped in. Your Kirsche broke the parcel box from the inside and can't be freed until the postman comes again. Oh boy. What was the wonderful news I learned yesterday that I was barely containing? I must continue barely containing. I can't talk about it until next week. I can't talk about it until next week, but it is very exciting. Excuse my vague posting ass. Phoenix DS, thank you. Got your pair of Kirsches too before the cursed merch. That's, again, crazy. I'm sorry about the delays for some of the stuff. I'm sorry. Glenn, thank you. She can do it. I can do it. You guys are quite literally never going to guess what it is, but it is very good news. I can see all of the guesses flying in chat. You're not gonna guess it, but it's very exciting. Such a tease, you know? 60 watt, thank you. 3:15 p.m. in the morning. Yes, good morning, Foxu News lady. Oh my god. It is 3:22 p.m. in the morning. You are correct. Devin Adair, thank you. Your Kirsche has finally arrived in Canada. It's big, soft, and the tail... I read that. Thank you again. We're fucking nuts. Kirugamesh, thank you. Kirsche got elected to be press secretary. That's the news. No, it's not. Patchouli, thank you. Good Munya. You've come to learn that you need to reapply for all your gaming licenses as they won't transfer from your prior job. At least it's Friday, and there's a Weeb meetup happening in Manch Vegas. What are gaming licenses? What does that mean? Like hunting licenses? Because, like, when you say gaming instead of game, I think of, like, video. Oh my god. You should get the Tango partnership. I would never. This is your song. Thank you. Do 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 do. Thank you. Do 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 do. Thank you. Do 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 do. This is your song. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for the 100 fucking slaves. Thank you. Thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, Foxu and chatters. I bring white pills. After Hong's surprise loss in Wii, it seems the normies are aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments. They don't like him at all. Seethe Hassan, seethe. Also, Seattleites are trying to recall the socialist mayor now.
I'm actually surprised that Seattle seems to be the one that is like, hey, maybe things went too far. Maybe we don't do that, actually.
Kirsche are in a race to see who get to my corner of Florida first. Spent the last half an hour herding dogs in the rain because they got out of a neighbor's house. At least I've already done cardio for the gym.
Hold on, I'm trying to find something that's relevant to Internet Zen Master Supa. Supa, where are you? Not that, not that. Wait, is it this? No, but I want to watch that. No. I keep having to look back. Okay, it was that surprise loss. Where's that article, bruh? Okay, I found it. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. I'm glad Seattle seems to be waking up, but unfortunately for the people in Wisconsin, it's about to get just as bad. Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Thank you, DRT's King. Cursed Merch and the Kirsche are in a race to see who get to your corner of Florida first. Spent the last half hour herding dogs in the rain because they got out of a neighbor's house. At least you've already done cardio for the gym. Oh, I have tabs related to that too. Because it's like, it provides a very interesting conundrum here. Like, where would the blame lie? We'll have to get to that after. Azure Demon King, thank you for the bits. Hello, Kirsche, you amazing woman, you. 2 things. Have I seen the kids in Australia protesting? No. Secondly, have I heard of Alatra? They're a cult that Trump's currently spiritual advisor has ties with, and their leader is on the run from the Ukrainian government. If not, check out Nexpo's video on. I don't know who Nexpo is, but no, I have not heard of either of those things. What the fuck? How come every president ends up getting some sort of advisor that's part of a cult? Why is that a trend? I don't understand. That doesn't make any fucking sense. I got a new anti-Jewish security system. A giant oven. Oh my god. I haven't bought a new oven yet, but I do want one. I learned of the existence of star-shaped burners, and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, I need one of those when I finally get to the kitchen, which won't be for a while, because holy shit, I need to take the repairs a little fucking slower, is what I need to do. Good evening, everyone. A Mecha Sloth, thank you for the bits. The Kirsche Plush will be arriving via ship right next to where you work at the oil refinery, so now there'll be a flood of woodland critters with every gallon of gas. Make sure they don't drink the gas and become bombs. Wisconsin's gonna be just as bad as New York City, and it's going to get even worse. Yeah, you know, it's funny, because everybody was like, Wisconsin can't be that bad. Wisconsin seems like it'd be a great place. Nope. Check out Nexpo. How about no? I don't know what that is. Schmear Live, thank you for the swastikas. Late and Goy Foxu. True, pretty wallet is on you. You did it yourself. Mustiha said Mustika liquor with a lemon mint variant and a cinnamon variant. Tasty. Oh, Kyle. The lemon mint sounds fucking delicious. I love pineapple mint. I want pineapple mint drinks every day now. I mean, that would be healthy too, right? If I just have like pineapple juice and some mint and some lemonade. Maybe if it's like fresh lemonade so there's less sugar in it. I don't know. Don't forget the quartering lives in Wisconsin. I didn't know that. Thomas Collins, thank you. Just hopped over from Crowder streaming Candace Owens debate. Your god, do you feel dumber from hearing her speak for 3 hours? I didn't know there was a Candace Owens debate going on today. Zim the Deshpo, thank you. No, Kirsche, because you spent most of your money on a principal payment of a mortgage. Here's a ketchup tithe instead. Thank you. Thank you for the ketchup tithe, and congrats on the fucking house. Girugamesh, thank you. I read that. Thank you again. Patchouli, thank you. Clarification. Each state handles gamba differently, and they require a license for you to set foot in their casinos. You get to sit on your ass until those clear. New Hampshire's thankfully the only one so far that doesn't require one. They require a license for you to set foot in their casinos. I thought you needed a license to, like, run the casinos, not a license to play at them. What the heck? What the heck? Generic Weeb, thank you for the 17 months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Konbanwa. Zerker, thank you. Hey Kirsche, I hope you have a wonderful day. Quick question. You bought your wife the Mooncat nail polish, but they tend to not last longer than a week. What top coat or else help prolong the polish? She watched YouTube vids, but to no avail. I mean, even with the amount of typing I do, my Mooncat stays on pretty well. I typically just use Mooncat's own top coat. But if I've been getting magnetic polish, I like having the gel top coat on the magnetic polish because I feel like the separation for the like cat's eye design happens way less with the gel top coat. But yeah, with everything else, I would just use the regular Mooncat top coat. It's worked fine for me. Your waifu might do more hands-on activity than I do. Thank you, Binary Mind. The Speedy Cake, thank you for the— Morning, Foxy. Did I hear about PBS broadcaster losing access to 50 terabytes of data comprising 70 plus years of history, TV history, because the cloud storage company they used went defunct and they're suing them for it? No, that's fucking horrifying, though. What the— like, did they not even get a fucking notification that all their shit would get got? What the hell? Miss Chubby Bunny, thank you for the 13 months, dude. Thank you. And Sope, thank you for the 50,000 dongers. Thank you for the dongs. Azure Demon King, thank you. The video is 10 years old and people only looked into it because an old man didn't move his hands for 3 entire hours. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. They even did a smear campaign on another creator, all because he helped a woman, a part of the cult, get free and report the sexual assault the leader did on her. There was even a judge in Slovakia that was discovered to have ties with them and got arrested. They're pro-Putin and everything and promised to make a new creative society. What the fuck kind of advisors are they hiring? What the fuck? Did you get a TLDR in the Wisconsin situation? How's it going to be worse than New York? I don't think it'll be worse than New York. I think it's going to be on par with New York. I think they're about to usher in their hello, we're New York time now. And let's bring up my browser because I've been sitting on this tab for a hot fucking second. David Crowley announces that he and Francesca Hong will jointly campaign together as part of a unity tour. And then also, David Crowley gives shout out to Francesca Hong and her campaign during his acceptance speech. I especially want to thank Francesca Hong. Her campaign reminded people across Wisconsin that there are no long shots when it comes to believing in a better future and fighting to expand opportunities to every family. The real opponent has always been Tom Tiffany. And I was like, surely this is just some kind of like, you know, bait posting for people to get angry on Twitter. Unfortunately, no such luck. After saying his policies don't differ from Hong's, Crowley announces unity tour with the Democratic Socialist. Wisconsin Democrat gubernatorial nominee David Crowley said on the campaign trail that there's not a lot of policies on which he differed from his Democratic Socialist opponent, Francesca Hong, and announced a unity tour with Hong the day after the primary. To be honest with you, there's not a lot of policies we differ from, Crowley told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel at a July campaign event. I think one of the problems I used to have in all these forums is that we're saying the exact same thing in different ways. And the question isn't related to policy. The question should be, who can get it done? That's the key, right? You no longer have any Democrat options that are not actual socialists at this point. And again, like, I understand this is a primary as they're going to go against the Republican candidate, but it still boggles my mind whenever I hear people on the right who are like, yeah, we need to vote for these communists in order to teach the Republicans a lesson. There's no lesson that's going to be learned there, bro. That's not that, like, I understand if you're in a shitty situation like Ohio, I wouldn't want to vote for Vivek Ramaswamy either. I don't think his policies differ all that much from someone on the Democratic side. You're shocked to find out that you're also a commie, Crowley, for some reason, straight into the mic. The U.S. Rep Tom Tiffany, the Republican nominee for governor, pointed to Crowley's statements, posting on X that Crowley admitted his policies don't differ from Francesca Hong's socialist agenda. His record proves it, said Tiffany. He doubled the sales tax, raised property taxes, and can't even manage Milwaukee County's budget. As the nominee for governor, you have to do more than just point out that he said something that's true. Because, like, most people aren't gonna care. Let's shoot our balls off. That'll teach our brains a lesson, you know? Crowley narrowly won Tuesday's Democratic primary with about 39.8% of the vote, compared with approximately 39.4% for Hong. His margin was about 3,200 votes. Chat, your vote matters. Even if you believe it does nothing personally, still fucking throw it into the void, bro. Alorem, thank you for the 29 months of proof. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Massive Doge, thank you. Anytime you hear the last name Crowley, you think of cult stuff? I don't remember what cult that should be attributed to. B Jammin', thank you. It sounds like Crowley wants Hong's votes, especially since the DNC cheated Hong out. I don't even believe that it's him, like, faking to get her constituents to vote for him, because they're, like, the vote blue no matter who kind of people. Like, they'd obviously prefer a socialist.
No one wants to just vote for the
I think this is him just saying, like, yeah, you know, I'm quite literally the exact same. I was just pretending to be more moderate.
We can and buy ourselves time, or we get actual commies and our whole civilization goes off the cliff at warp speed as we watch.
Yeah, that is unfortunately where we seem to be. I would love to get actual people to vote for in, but that requires more people getting involved locally and either posing themselves as a candidate or pushing up a candidate that they can support in whatever material manner that they currently have. Right? You're not an expert on cults. Thank you, Sovani. Thank you, Sovani. Speedy Cake, thank you. They're coming up to the contract renewal time. They still have 30 days to finalize, but the company defaulted, and so now it's a legal battle with them and Iron Mountain, as that's where the servers were. I don't even know what Iron Mountain is. That sounds like a massive fucking disaster, though. How do you even come back from that? Aleister Crowley was a nutcase sorcerer who took drugs and managed to get deported by Mussolini because he had a cult and did goats and cats. What the fuck? Michael Baumer, thank you. Heading to the United Caliphate of failed Britain and Northern Ireland tomorrow. If you don't hear from me after 2 weeks, you've probably been executed for wrongthink. Mashallah, animated Foxu. Good luck. I hope you can blend in. Aleister Crowley, the British pervert that thought you can ascend to godhood through drugs and gay anal sex in the desert. What the fuck? What the fuck? The vote blue no matter who are more moderate Dems, the socialists and the tankies will sit out the elections if they aren't pandered to. Really? I don't know. I never thought that those would sit out the elections, right? Because they're just like, well, we're either going to get our candidate in or we're going to corrupt the other candidate to our side, so. Anamunya. Ha. Speedy Cake, thank you. Got your Kirsche on Wednesday. It's big enough that 3 stacked head to tail could replace a Donkey Monkera pillow in your safe for work body pillow case. My Donkey is actually just 3 Kirsches in a trench coat. Mr. Crowley, won't you ride my white horse? I don't know what that means. Hong conceded the race and endorsed Crowley, setting up a November general election between Crowley and Tiffany. Crowley, 40, has served as Milwaukee County executive since 2020, having previously served in the Wisconsin Assembly. It's from an Aussie song? Oh. I do not remember song names. I might recognize it if I heard it. Tiffany, 68, has represented Wisconsin's 7th congressional district since winning a special election in 2020. He previously served in the Wisconsin Assembly and State Senate and was a member of the legislature's Budget Writing Joint Finance Committee. Tiffany, who represents much of northern and western Wisconsin, has been endorsed by President Donald Trump. Well, look at that. And then, I think one last thing here. Nope. I thought I had one last thing here, but I do not. I have, I guess, moving on. Sorry, Wisconsin, for the state of your socialist candidacies. When the song starts with Mr. Crowley, you coconut. I don't know, I can't think of it. I'd have to hear it. A TDM Dylan, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. The 5 gift blankets for the warm bodies. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Whoever has the 3 Kirsches in the body pillow, post a pic or a series of pics like they're sneaking out of it. Oh, it could be like a little stop motion animation. Hound of Ill Omen, thank you. You think that they looked at the Michigan vote and realized that the Democrats were getting divided, and even if they won, the harder fight against the more concentrated conservative votes. I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but it's like, it does not seem like a very happy situation to be in. Hopefully, whoever the Republican is, isn't a fucking retard. I don't know anything about Tiffany. Blue Mew, thank you. May this cash help alleviate the Foxu stress. Millennia, thank you. Thank you. I just went to pre-buy propane for the winter. That was damaging. That was heart attack territory. God damn. Majin GT, thank you. Good morning, Foxy. You bring bad Pokemon news. Nintendo will be shutting down Pokemon Bank in February 27. Salute to all the Pokemon stuck in the DS and 3DS games. I do wonder why they would shut that shit down. Like, I saw someone lay out even the data usage of each individual Pokemon in Pokemon Box and how, like, you could store billions of them for about, like, 60 gigabytes or some shit. Or, like, 600 gigabytes. I can't remember. But I was just like, that doesn't seem like a very big amount at all. Why shut down the service that people pay for? And because they're the devil. Yeah, I guess. I guess they just hate people who play Pokemon. Nintendo hates its customers, you know? Baja Cat. Woo! Thank you. Hong was polling poorly in the general, so by saying this nonsense, is Crowley just wanting to make sure that he can also tank his chances? I have absolutely no idea what goes through their heads, but considering how many socialists have won their seats, I too would like to hold on to the hope that as long as the Republican isn't a massive retard, they will just win in, hopefully, a blowout. But we've seen many socialists elected already, and so I don't want to have any kind of, like, false bravado in thinking, like, oh, this is a lock-in, how could they out themselves as socialists? That's not gonna work. Well, it's been working. So, you know? Internet Zen Master, thank you. For the record, the Dems didn't cheat Hong. The Hassan 9/11 comments really hit Hong with guilt by association in addition to her own madness. Crowley unifying with Hong is a bad choice to make. I would imagine it being a questionable choice. Bad choice, I'm not entirely sure. Because like I've said before, any Democratic candidate that is trying to separate themselves from Hassan, I don't believe that they're actually trying to do that, right? I believe that they're trying to have some sort of optics going on where they remove themselves from Hassan Piker's rhetoric during elections so that the normies don't get scared by the radical rhetoric. You know, don't scare the bitches moment. But I believe that they believe exactly what Hassan does, and they support him wholeheartedly. Hassan incidentally sabotaged the candidate. That's funny. It is funny. It is funny to see when that happens. They're using him, but keeping their distance, you know? Breaking news. Jason Airday, ex-Cambridge professor accused of plagiarism, found dead in UK. What? What? Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to close this tab. Hold on. We're gonna have to come back to whatever this DOJ shit is in a second here. There's no way. There's no way. Okay. Alright. I have to go to where all of my Jason Arday tabs are, because I had a fucking bunch of them. Let's go, dude. Oh my goodness. Wait, why is this an archive site, but it's got no archive article? What happened to this tab? Archive? You fucking cunt. Does Archive do the same thing as the Daily Mail now? There's no fucking way. It looks like they do. What the fuck? If you have an archive.is tab open, they will refresh. That's crazy. And some of these I can't even go back to. All right, we'll have to figure out what these are in a moment. Because I had four archive tabs in my Jason Arday tabs. But let's read this fucking... How is he dead? How is he dead? What the fuck? Glenn, thank you for the 14 months. Crowley was the snake from the Garden of Eden. Androtaz, thank you. Mr. Crowley was Randy's best guitar solo. Jason Arday, ex-Cambridge professor accused of plagiarism, found dead in UK a week after investigation launched. Embattled Cambridge University professor Jason Arday was found dead Friday after quitting his job at the school over allegations that he plagiarized and lied on his resume. According to a report Friday, Arday, 41, the youngest ever black professor at the lauded university, was found unresponsive in South London and later pronounced dead at the scene, according to the UK Telegraph. What the fuck happened? Sadly, a 41-year-old man was pronounced dead at the scene. His next of kin have been informed and are being supported by officers. A spokesman for the Metro Police told the paper. Bro, he looks like a demon in this image! This is a terrifying picture! Look at his fucking eyes, dude! Like, that's creepy! This is like, I would see this turning the corner in, like, an Egyptian pyramid while I'm trying to loot it. The eyeliner does him no favors. He got the Giga Senpaku eyes. Good lord, dude. Was not prepared for that jump scare. At this time, his death is being treated as unexpected, but is not believed to be suspicious. I don't know if I believe that. Yeah, maybe, right? Maybe a man kills himself after his entire life of lies is unraveled. Like, that makes sense, sure, but I don't know. This seems a little suspicious. The case is being investigated by officers from the Met's Central South Command Unit. A file will be prepared for the coroner. Sociology professor who became a poster boy for diversity. The poster boy for diversity is somebody who got there through fraud and plagiarism. That's kind of funny. Resigned from the job on August 5th as the school launched an investigation into accusations that he plagiarized parts of his PhD dissertation and lied about positions he held at other schools. He cited an unrelenting level of public scrutiny as his reason for resigning. Not even gonna take accountability for all the fraud, my dude? What the fuck? The subject is compromised. We need complete deniability. Good fucking god. Leon Frayne, thank you for the thinking about the upcoming midterm elections. An old Guided by Voices song lyric comes to your broken brain. I'm grinning, yet I see no sky. Things without wings have begun to fly. The Pigoos. A Dro Fighter, thank you for the swastikas. Offed himself because of shame. Bring back shame! I think it would be rather sad, but also interesting if it did turn out to not be suspicious and it was a suicide. Griffin 2002, thank you for the fucking Giga Chad 20 gift subs. Thank you for the giant schmeat. Slapping people around on Twitch. Thank you, Griffin, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Surely the narcissism that made him lie so much would prevent him from ending his favorite individual. You know, that's what I would think, you know? John in English, thank you. Kirsche, your corpses are skedaddling across China a la Three Stooges. May Winnie the Pooh be prepared for 20th century Looney Tunes antics. They're on their way home. Fuck yeah, buddy. I hope to see a Kirsche in a suicide vest one day. Leon Frayne, thank you again. I read that. Anamunya. Binary Mind, thank you for the 38 freaking months, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Massive Doge, thank you. You think Democrats are doing the big Larities, a keep 'em guessing tactic? I don't know who Big Larity is. That doesn't sound familiar to me. You know what? You guys remember Cool Clock Ahmed, right? He got invited to the White House. Just take a couple of pointers from him. Do not convert the Kirsche. Question about a suggested article. How do you burn a baby to death with a hairdryer? You would have to be like an hour of dedicated use to make that happen? What? Twisted mom who burned her infant to death with hairdryer handed shameful sentence? Is it shameful because it's not the death penalty? Is that why it's shameful? But also, I don't know if you know this, but babies are very soft. I'm pretty sure it would take far less time to burn a baby with a hairdryer than it would, like even a child or an adult. Place the Kirsche upon the unbelievers. Does a life vest count as one of those if you jump from high places? Probably. Probably. It's sad, even sadder if he was removed by his allies because he knew something he shouldn't. So I have a million tabs on Jason Arde because he was fascinating to me. Also fascinating that he is apparently now dead. So since I haven't gotten to actually cover Jason Arde, let's see what his crimes are. Let's see. This is an Islamic guy. This is incorrect. I thought I had these wrapped in special tabs. Yeah, these are like fucking... These are not... Okay, there it is. This is the beginning. Hello, one more step. I'm not a robot. Tattoo it on her head. Baby burner. Cambridge's diversity poster boy in plagiarism row. And this is from July 24th, I guess is when this kicked off. Youngest black professor in university's history is subject of bitter argument between academics. When Jason Arde became a Cambridge professor at the age of 37, he was lionized by the academic world and became a poster boy for the university's diversity drive. He had beaten almost impossible odds to get there. Diagnosed with autism and nonverbal until the age of 11, he had only learned to read and write at 18, but obtained a degree and a doctorate before forging a career in teaching. Now, on the eve of the publication of his autobiography, the University of Cambridge's Professor of Sociology of Education has become the subject of a bitter row over plagiarism that has pitted his peers against each other. Sociology of Education. That is a very niche professor position. That's like when I would make jokes about like the feminist angle of basket weaving. Like that's not real, nor should it be real. Suppose he did forge his career in a way. That's true. Oh my goodness. On one side of the argument are professors at other universities who believe Professor Arday's published works, including his PhD thesis, contain passages that are remarkably similar, and in some cases identical to other academic papers without proper attribution. On the other side of the argument are retards who know nothing. Our friends and close colleagues of Professor Arday, the youngest black professor in the university's history, who believe he is the victim of a racist smear campaign and have tried to make it an issue for the government. Article literally points out, on one side, we have people who live in reality and are noticing things, and on the other, we have delusional ideologues who want to protect one of their brethren based on race. What started as a row between academics is now lapping at the shore of politics. Both Cambridge and Liverpool John Moores University, which awarded Professor Arday his PhD, are on his side, insisting that he has done nothing wrong and the allegations are unfounded smears. If only they had a time crystal to look several weeks into the future and see just how bad things would get. This aged like fine milk. Cambridge said he had been the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility. Once again, considering what we know, he had no credibility in the first place, and all of you people are so fucking blind and dumb because you want to elevate people based on immutable characteristics instead of ability. The stakes could hardly be higher, as accusations of plagiarism can be career-ending for academics, and also apparently life-ending. And accusations that later prove to be false can be equally damaging to those who make them. Well, that would be good, right? If people make an accusation and it's proven to be false, and especially if it's proven that the people making the false allegation were lying, it should be damaging to them. Why did you phrase it this way? What is this phrasing? A demon Zaphan, thank you. Yeah, sometimes I use that word on stream and people go crazy, but you know. It's now fine cottage cheese in the back of the fridge. Having grown up with academic parents, this sounds right. It makes you sad. You know, copy paste, get degree, become professor, profit. As long as you have the right politics, you're allowed to plagiarize and defraud people. Dr. Cheese Pants, thank you. The irony of a guy named Mr. Crowley trying to help usher in the devil is not lost on you. You'll help keep the Red Menace out of the land of McCarthy, halfway to your kick placenta. Munya. Good luck. I hope you can save the cheese land. Devilfruit Zero, thank you. I'm making you scared. Are Kirsches the size of a beanbag? You're slightly panicking because you bought two. I have a Kirsche in my Gardevore's lap, and it takes up the entire Gardevoir lap. So they're not like beanbag size, but they're like the size of a chunky house cat. It was an homage to a real resume and PhD dissertation. One to keep caged, one in the bed, true. Put one in a dog cage to keep it from attacking your neighbors. Until now, the row had been happening away from public view, but the publication of a blog this week, which features a side-by-side comparison of Professor Arday's thesis with that of another student, has brought it out into the open. An analysis of Professor Arday's PhD thesis for The Telegraph identified more than 100 passages that are identical or nearly identical to a 2009 PhD thesis by Paula Zwozdiak-Myers, a Brunel University student. Professor Arday's 401-page thesis, titled An Exploration of Peer Monitoring Among Student Teachers to Inform Reflective Practice Within the Context of Action Research, mentions Ms. Zwozdiak-Myers 17 times. The row between his supporters and his critics centers on whether he should have explicitly credited her on every occasion he paraphrased or quoted from her work, which is titled An Analysis of the Concept Reflective Practice and an Investigation into the Development of Student-Teachers' Reflective Practice within the Context of Action Research. This is such a know-nothing sentence! What is this? What are you even talking about? And also, every time a, research paper is read, and they cite someone, there is explicit citations at the end of the paper. Like, they'll put, an asterisk or, some numbers and shit up there. You know, what is the argument here? I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. 3 examples of the work are Arde saying, student teachers, for example, who concern themselves with diagnosing ways to challenge all pupils. And from Zwazdiak Myers, student teachers, for example, concerned to find ways to challenge all pupils within a mixed ability. That's barely changing it. Arde extract saying, to support such context, Habermas, 1971, devised a model of knowledge which entails the understanding of. And Zwadiak Myers said, the critical theorist Jürgen Habermas, 1971, devised a model of knowledge constitutive interests too. Very, very large words. Cryptor, thank you. A warm body checking in. It's Friday, just a few hours left before your staycation starts. You binge play old Mega Man and Star Fox games and watch old movies, starting with Tombstone. You may be a coconut, but at least you aren't this dingus. True, no dingusing here. You wrote a paper on reflective practice as your final student-teacher task. I concluded that it was not as important as just knowing your shit. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Are we absolutely certain he didn't fake his own death? You know, I'd be very interested if he did. Arde extract saying, perceptive reflection on practice links teaching to feelings, whereas Wozniak Myers said, perceptive reflection on practice links teaching to feelings. It's literally the same thing. He just added a semicolon. Notwithstanding the 2 universities' insistence that Professor Arde's work has been checked and cleared, several respected academics have urged them to look again, arguing that computer programs designed to detect copying might have missed instances in which a few words have been changed or a sentence has been paraphrased. Professor Arde made international headlines in 2023 when he became the youngest black professor in Cambridge's history at the age of 37. There is a correct way to do the first thing in history, and an incorrect way to do it. Propping someone up simply because they're black, even though they have a history of plagiarism and fraud, probably not the best thing to do. Especially once that is outed to you if you did not know about it, doubling down simply because their race makes you look like a fucking retard.
In Los Angeles, at your house.
This shit is why degrees are worthless now. True and fucking real, man.
I'm going to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner!
I'm the winner! Thank you, Internet Zen Master. Arde's dead. Blacks on TikTok are gonna forget all about Nolan Wells now. Ben Crump is probably cursing Arde was in Cambridge, not America. Given the state of Brit Bongistan, if there were suspicious of foul play, they'd be screaming it now. I'm always suspicious of foul play when someone in a high-profile case dies. Because it's like, yeah, especially because it's a man, the chance of it being a suicide are a lot higher. But I wouldn't want to rule out someone went crazy. He went from nonverbal and unable to read to professor in 16 years. Ain't no way. Yeah, once again, like, that child that moved from Puerto Rico with her mother that could not speak English to an affluent, expensive neighborhood in Connecticut somehow lives rent-free in my brain. And that girl could not read or write English or Spanish. And yet somehow she's now in college after being graduated from the school. And she's even suing her school district for not teaching her well enough. That was my first clue. I learned to read and write 4 years prior to his thesis. Guru Gamesh, thank you. The first in history is not always the best. Ask the painter turned world leader. What the fuck? Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche, here's $5 to bribe Mama Cha-Cha to adopt Yukiwaru, and then we can do a sibling stream to celebrate. We're both adorable, must protect. What the heck? Sergeant Buck, thank you. Are we absolutely certain? I read that, thank you again. Jimothy Farm, thank you. Hello, Kirsche. Starting from the beginning of stream, did I see the James O'Keefe video about the new voting policy, and James is dressed as a Muslim? I have that in a tab. Hopefully we get to watch it, because I wanted to. Thank you, Jimothy. Robothy, thank you. Kirsche is almost 2 feet long, 1 foot wide, 1 foot high. Kirsche pretty big. Pretty big and fluffy. His rise to the top of his profession was remarkable in light of his autism, diagnosed as a child, which meant he did not speak his first word until he was 11, and left school with just 2 GCSEs. With how much autism fraud goes on in this country, I'm even questioning this. Like, how do we know that's even real? Right, once someone's outed for fraud, like, everything comes into question. He studied education at undergraduate and postgraduate level, completing his PhD at Liverpool John Moores University, and went on to hold academic posts at the University of Roehampton, Durham University, and University of Glasgow, where he became Professor of Sociology of Education in 2021, before taking up a similar post at Cambridge 3 years ago. He's now written a memoir, Great and Unfortunate Things, which is set to be published next month, in which he details his improbable triumphs and heartbreaking setbacks, according to publicity material for the book. As well as his impressive academic achievements, Professor Arday attracted media coverage for multiple feats of ultra-endurance running to raise money for charity, which led to his selection as a torchbearer for the London 2012 Olympic Games. Damn. You can actually go crazy far if you have the right skin color. Scrutiny has also fallen on some of Professor Arday's listed achievements, some of which have been amended or deleted from biographies in recent months. In 2010, the professor ran 30 marathons in 35 days to raise money for Shelter and the Shooting Star Children's Hospice. He has spoken about running 300 miles in 3 days and 600 miles in 6 days, only 50 miles short of the world record for ultra-distance running over 6 days. Earlier this year, Southampton Solent University, which awarded Professor Arday an honorary degree in 2023, removed the references to running 300 miles and 600 miles from his citations on its website. Angela Ruskin University, which awarded him an honorary doctorate, recently changed the reference to 600 miles in 6 days to 600 miles in 12 days. Imagine that! In total, Professor Arday says he raised £5.5 million for more than 70 charities. Wouldn't you be able to find this out? Like, if this was true, would you not be able to find this out pretty easily? By like, hey, what are the charities that you raised money for? Fellow academics began to raise concerns about the legitimacy of his published work when they carried out due diligence before inviting him to contribute to other academic papers. Good! I feel like this does not happen often enough. Like, nobody does due diligence for any reasons anymore. But asking for proof of these things is racism. Yeah, it's insane. People are just like, hey man, we've noticed some inconsistencies. Maybe you can provide us some like proofs of concept here, you know, maybe you could have some more sources, I don't know. And everyone's like, that's a racism. How dare you question this black man? Hey. The fruit Eddie Izzard probes his running partner. What? It sounds like the guy plagiarized the Chuck Norris wiki edits and claimed it was him. The college was dumb for believing it. Dave Harris, emeritus professor at Plymouth Marjan University, alerted Cambridge and Liverpool John Moores Universities to his concerns about plagiarism in 2023. He said, in my opinion, important sections of the work of Professor Jason Arday, both his PhD thesis and some subsequent published articles, solo and jointly written, seem to display indications of serious plagiarism. I can think of no other plausible explanation for what I have read. I notified both Liverpool John Moores and Cambridge Universities of my initial concerns, and they have done nothing. Of the journal editors I notified, 2 have asked for corrections. One professor of education at a Russell Group University, who was asked to remain anonymous, said they noticed inconsistencies in his published research when they carried out checks before asking him to contribute a chapter on a book about decolonialization. That's actually wicked funny. That's actually wicked funny. And they're accusing these people writing a book on decolonization of racisms because they dare to question the youngest black professor, rife with fraud. Hamilton Burger, thank you. Arday was basically race swapped. Forrest Gump! Good God. Rock Roldis, thank you. Your course is somewhere between 2 ports. You can only assume it is engaging in piracy to acquire internationally shipped snacks and puffy pillows. Fuck yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah, buddy. It's an Ouroboros thing.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Alien zombie, thank you. You had a guy get triggered over a meme and try to lecture you that socialism and communism aren't the same. What's the best rebuttal for next time? You might still be able to vote your way out of socialism, but you ain't getting out of communism without shooting your way out. Socialism is essentially like the bedrock for communism to come in. You start getting people used to the inequalities that they claim make everyone equal. And then communism is you are now forced into these scenarios by the government. You no longer have any way with which to escape it. A black woman invented the telescope. You might disagree. You might even have evidence to the contrary, but you have to ask yourself, is this really worth losing my job over? A black woman invented the telescope. Which, again, is funny here when you consider one of these people writing the book on decolonization are being called racist, and they asked to remain anonymous because they know that calling out someone for fraud simply because they're black could end their entire fucking career. That's actually insane. Just use the commie tactics against them and call them a pedo or some other baseless accusation. I mean, pretty much at this point. It's like a pedo arguing that there's a difference between being attracted to 5-year-olds and being attracted to 12-year-olds. It's like, yeah, I don't really care about the difference. Get in the wood chipper, sir. Wastelander, thank you. Remember this day, gentlemen, as the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Kirsche. Give me the rum. Literally just cite Lenin, who literally proclaimed the goal of socialism is communism, and if the purpose of a system is what it does, that ought to demonstrate sufficiently. I mean, that's very true. You do have communists quite literally proclaiming that socialism is the precursor to communism. So you don't even need to take my word for it. Just look up the citation. Looking at the Rainbow Brigade, would calling one a pedophile be baseless? When they looked at his doctoral thesis, they identified extensive textual overlap with an earlier PhD thesis submitted by another academic at a different university. Their assessment was that the similarities were not confined to isolated passages, but formed an extensive pattern of close paraphrasing, which would not necessarily be detected by computer programs designed to detect verbatim copying of text. Evidence should be rigorously examined. Robert Dingwall, Emeritus Professor of Social Sciences at both the University of Nottingham and Nottingham Trent University, and a government advisor during the COVID pandemic, said in the current climate, it is difficult to comment on allegations of plagiarism against a prominent minority scholar. Add it to the list, prominent minority scholar. Without seeming to take sides on EDI, equality, diversity, and inclusion. Having it EDI instead of DEI makes it sound like some sort of STD. He said the quiet part out loud. Yeah, he's a brave man. Plagiarism is, however, rightly treated as a serious academic offense at any level. We have a collective duty to call it out where there is robust evidence. From what I have seen, there certainly appears to be a prima facie case here. It may be difficult to find a suitably impartial adjudicator. I wonder why that might be. Why might it be difficult to find an impartial adjudicator when a black scholar commits fraud and lies? As a matter of fairness to all parties, the evidence should be rigorously examined and the subject invited to provide a detailed response, rather than being the victim of continuing smears and innuendos. Because if it was EID, it'd be Islamophobic. Oh my god. First ERP gets a bad name and then EDI. What are these acronyms? I don't know what EDI would be in a different acronym. But anyone accused of plagiarism and frauding their credentials should absolutely be treated the same way. Like, I don't think anybody would be pussyfooting around these things if this was like a white dude or even a white woman. Quangos might be here. This is a moment when universities in general, and sociologists in particular, might be willing to show that they are capable of living by their own standards of professional integrity. This guy's funny. He thinks there's standards of professional integrity in academia still. Potential public attack on Jason. Supporters of Professor Arde became aware last year of questions about his academic legitimacy and responded with furious accusations of racism. Yes, the people writing a book on decolonialism certainly have incredible racism toward the black people. Professor Sir Simon Baron Cohen, the director of Cambridge's Autism Research Center, and cousin of the comedian Sacha Baron Cohen, random, and Ricardo Sabates, professor of education, circulated an open letter under the heading, "Urgent, please sign anti-racism letter for Jason Arde." You need to sign an anti-racism letter instead of just investigating if this guy is as fraudulent as is claimed? Like, what are we doing here? Kirsche 99, thank you. Professor Plagiarism killed Dumbledore. 9 say Kirsche balloons. Your name made me think of that song, thank you. That being Borat, All G, etc. Glenn, thank you. Hopefully he can get stripped of his title before he goes into the ground. Yeah, hopefully he gets stripped of all of his prestige, because, like, what the fuck? Therian.ai, thank you. Accent on the wrong syllable. It's emeritus, not emeritus. You know, I pronounce things goofily, sorry. Full Kirsche balloons cover when? Wastelander, thank you. Remember this day, gentlemen? I read that. Thank you. Thank you. Urgent, please sign anti-racism letter for Jason Arde. It referred to an earlier letter that was sent to the Minister of State and to which there's been progress in terms of how to tackle these issues, and warned of a potential public attack on Jason. Parliamentary records show that on September 15th last year, Jacqui Smith, the Women and Equalities Minister, why is there a position for that, met a range of academics to discuss the harassment of black academics. Asking black academics to be truthful and not fraudulent is not harassment. Dear woman, lady, sir. A spokesman for the University of Cambridge said Professor Arde had been the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, which must stop. Allegations of plagiarism regarding his thesis and journal publications have been thoroughly investigated by the relevant institutions and the journals in question. Also, I'm seeing a Kick freak out here. Craig raid. Side-scrollers at 4 p.m. Eastern. What the heck? Thank you, Craigathy, for the raid. Welcome, side-scroller raiders. Welcome. For those of you who see me on side-scrollers but haven't seen my normal streams, I read a lot of articles. We're talking about a fraudulent black professor. This is probably like about a week old at this point. But we just got news today that he actually was found dead in his apartment in London. So, I'm making time to go over it now. We taught Craig how to raid on Kick. It's very hard! Raiding on Kick is hard, man! Thank you, Craigathy. They're just normal men. Just normal, innocent men. Am I kidding? No, I'm not kidding about anything I just said. And Craig was also reacting to Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson. Oh yeah, that was mentioned earlier. I didn't know how long that was going on, or that it was even going on until someone mentioned it earlier. There's literally a button on your dashboard. I've not seen this button. He got Clinton. Dr. Oops, thank you. Considering he was a marathon runner, it's likely he died from beating his heart to death. Marathon runners are known for overworking their hearts. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not, but a bunch of universities removed his citations for his running because there were apparently no evidence that it even happened. So some of them removed the citations for him running entirely, and others changed it from running 300 miles in 6 days to 300 miles in 12 days. So we have no idea how much he ran or if he even did, because he is an unreliable narrator at this point. Is it a gumdrop button? Dandalore, thank you for the 15 months on Kick, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. So he also plagiarized the marathon. You straight up lied about the marathons, man. Didn't he also say one or more of the marathons was on a leg with a hairline fracture? If he did, it wasn't in this article, but I have more articles. Liverpool John Moores University said in a statement, in September 2025, the university received allegations of academic misconduct against its former PhD student, Professor Jason Arde. A confidential procedure was conducted in response to those allegations, and Professor Arde's PhD still stands. We will not comment further on a private matter between the university and a former student. Professor Arde has been contacted for comment. While he can't answer you now, I don't know if he answered before then, but this was July 24th for this article. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. What was he running from? Clearly himself at this point. Cambridge diversity poster boy faces questions over pig's head claims. Professor Jason Arday's account of being sent a severed organ is denied by police as his life story faces more scrutiny. This is like a how many things can you lie about race, you know? Like some of the shit I've talked about in my childhood, that's pretty fucking crazy, right? If I wanted to dox myself, I could bring up news articles of some of those happenings, and I'm sure someone with enough autism could potentially find some things as well. But it's like, that's fucking how do you just lie about things that you know aren't real and that you couldn't even, like, fabricate evidence for?
Foxwoman, I found my lost patches of you and the Killdozer.
Ooh.
Turned out they were buried in a stack of paper on my desk.
Ooh!
I really need to get myself a patch board for these, and get more for it.
Hell yeah.
Anyway, here's my bi-weekly catch-up tithe. Get your himbo.
Thank you, Cold Acid! Thank you, Cold Acid, my guy. And yeah, get a patch board. That'd be really cool. It would be like a really nice, like, wall decoration with all the patches fucking covering it eventually. Did this guy even actually die? Did he fake his own death? You know, maybe. Maybe. He's trying to get the secret achievement of 100% fake identity. Truly the only man unknown to the feds. Star Phoenix, thank you. Went from non-verbal to PhD, back to non-verbal. The Cambridge professor at the center of a plagiarism row is facing questions over his claim that a pig's head was sent to his family home. Professor Jason Arday previously said in a newspaper interview that a severed pig's head was delivered to his parents' address during a campaign of intimidation and abuse that has lasted for years. He told the paper that police investigated the incident and had found a butcher's shop that sold a whole hog on the morning of the alleged attack. However, the Metropolitan Police has confirmed that no investigation took place and that it could find no record of its officers visiting any butchers. The butchers named by Professor Arday are also reported to have denied receiving any visit from police. Professor Arday, who is a professor of sociology of education, has been the subject of plagiarism claims after the Telegraph revealed he was accused of copying parts of his PhD thesis from another student. Chat, what if this is like a 7,000 IQ play? What if his entire purpose was to fraudulently become a professor of sociology of education because he knew that all of this was bullshit and he knew that he would be treated in a privileged manner due to the color of his skin? And so he would be shielded from a lot of criticism that he otherwise would be subject to for this amount of lies if he was any other skin color. And after he fakes his death, he plans to release his actual dissertation paper, which is about how all of this is bullshit and how everyone is operating on immense amounts of lies and obfuscations and also fraud themselves. That would be some like 7,000 IQ shit, would it not? Anything is possible. Sounds like he was incapable of ever telling the truth ever. Yeah, the more reasonable answer is just he was easily taking advantage of a system that prioritizes his skin color over his abilities. James Lindsay! He saw Juicy Smollet's false claims and said, "Hold my beer!" The plagiarism row has made international headlines, including in the US, after analysis of Professor Arday's PhD thesis showed more than 180 separate passages were identical or near identical to the other student's thesis. He is also facing questions over claims he made about his charity fundraising and about his athletic prowess, including a claim that he once ran 30 marathons in 35 days, the final 9 of them with a broken leg. How did that not raise any fucking red flags? You ran 9 marathons with a broken leg and no one questioned that just because he's black? Can't ask him for proof or credibility. That'd be racist in Clown World. Oh, come on. That's fucking insane. That other chatter was so fucking right. Cambridge insists Professor Arday is the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility. Yeah, like the entire life ruination campaign against me is considerably billed by the other side as Kirsche harassed a noble trans woman until she was fired from her job. It's me, I'm the other chatter who's right. It's him, the Dark Kazoo. Mr. One Up over here walking with a broken arm sucked already. It must be fun to run with a broken leg. The university is facing a staff revolt over its refusal to re-examine his academic credentials. I know these people don't care about, like, academic credentials or having credibility because as long as they prop each other up, they have credibility in a circle. But it's like, you would think that any normal person in this scenario would just be like, you do realize that you undermine your own credibility as well as the credibility of the institution you work for, thus devaluing everyone who has any kind of credentials from this institution by refusing to look into fraud. Oh, like, isn't this guy dead? Yeah, that's why I'm finally going over this. I haven't had time to get into the Arde tabs, but Skewky gave an article earlier that this guy died this morning. Professor Arde claimed that he has suffered physical abuse and intimidation since he was appointed Cambridge University's youngest black professor in 2023. I could be just forgetting, like I apparently forgot about EDP and Shadman and other people from the old days, but I don't remember ever covering this guy. And if he wasn't enough in the news for even me to cover him, because I probably would have covered this in some sort of DEI facet, I don't know how many people would have known that he was the youngest black professor until all of these claims started coming out. He sort of forced your hand. Can't take any of his claims seriously now, right? Right? According to The Guardian, Professor Arde claimed in a previous interview that the severed pig's head had been delivered in a large cardboard box to his parents' home address in South London. He said that he intercepted the package and immediately threw it away, only telling the police several months later. How did he know that it was going to be a pig's head in a cardboard box for him to intercept the package? How did he know that? And also, if someone is delivering you a pig's head, it's not going to be in a large cardboard box. It's going to just be on your porch or on your deck or in your bed, depending on if you keep your shit locked up. So very, very confusing here. And also, if he did manage to intercept it, if he did have some clairvoyant ability to know, oh no, this package delivered to my parents that I somehow know that got delivered there, I must intercept it before they get home. Why would he wait and tell the police months later? That's also confounding. Because if that was real, you would want to tell the police immediately. Not only would you want to catch the person leaving you vile threats like that, but that is a great way to get a fuck ton of attention if it's real. Why would you wait? Is the victim under the sheet if you're Italian from the good old days? Axel Jack, thank you. You see, Kirsche, the police need to rule out foul play to confirm whether or not there's a serial killer, as his means of death are suspiciously similar to other suspected suicides in the area. I can't tell if you're being sarcastic or not. I can't, like, because that could be real. You know? Is joke. I'll take stuff that didn't happen for 50. In a subsequent interview, he reportedly said that police had investigated the incident. The Met Police confirmed to the Telegraph it could find no records of any allegation involving a pig's head or of officers visiting butcher shops. The Guardian also reported speaking to the local butcher named by Professor Arde, who said no police officer had come in to ask them about a pig. Asked whether they were sure, the butcher explained, "That's the kind of thing we'd remember." Yeah, it would not be every day that your butcher shop gets, like, named in a someone sent me a severed pig's head as a death threat kind of investigation. That is something the butcher would remember. Anything is possible in clown world. Very true. Source, I made it up. You can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs, Jack. Narkill, thank you for the 4 months. A home improvement project with the wife while listening to the Silly Fox Woman sounds like a good way to spend a Friday evening. Monya! I need to find a quality wallpaper place now that I know the painted paper is disgusting AI bullshit. I should maybe post a tweet with, like, some PSA info for people, because painted paper is heavily pushed by Google ad services, and it's all over the fucking place. And I don't want people to waste money on some AI garbage. It's gonna look horrible on your walls. I think aliens had him assassinated because the rise of Blackademia is a threat to the alien monopoly on advanced technology. I choose to believe it. Baja Cat, thank you. I ran marathons on a broken leg uphill both ways. And did I mention I also discovered the cure for blindness and created peace in the Middle East, all thanks to my autistic blackness? Someone give that guy a PhD. It sounds reasonable to me. Agartha wouldn't stand for it. Professor Arde reportedly took no photographs of the pig's head and could produce no messages in which he had discussed it with friends, family, colleagues, or the police. And you're not supposed to question that? Are we being real here? Are we being real? Like, fucking Ethan Klein got literal human skulls sent to his house, and he took extensive pictures of that, because that's fucking crazy and horrifying. Deadly Flame, thank you for the 37 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. How many Kirsches do you think are sailing across the Pacific Ocean? A couple thousand. The newspaper also reported Professor Arde telling them in an interview that he had been confronted at his faculty building on 2 occasions by a masked man threatening to harm him if he did not resign. On the second occasion, he said, the intruder produced a knife and threatened him with it. Did they also say that Cambridge is MAGA country when they attacked him? What the how are people believing that? It was reported that Professor Arde did not report either intrusion at the time. Oh my god, dude.
So, remember Thomas Lockley?
Yes.
White dude who presented 2 completely different versions of Yasuke
Yes,
to
I
Japan
remember.
and the West and is YAC. Yasuke exists. He has more academic credibility than Arde did. Also, why wasn't this fake marathon runner in the Olympics?
Oh my god, you're just a gross bigot. This incredible marathon runner obviously didn't want to go to the Olympics because he knew that there were other disenfranchised black and brown POC who deserved a spot at the Olympics. He already has his limelight, you bigot. Or something like that, probably. Thank you, Internet Zen Master, for buttering my fucking doggo. Yeah, Thomas Lockley, another fraud. I don't know if I would say has more credibility than this guy. I feel like it's about the same, just this guy had a lot more people defending him. Thomas Lockley had some defenders because, you're only rallying against him because you're racist. But, you know. Totally unknown, but top 20 ultra marathon runner. Almost world record breaking, literally unknown. At least he's not dead. And did not inform colleagues that a masked man with a knife was in the faculty building. And yet people still believed it. What the fuck? The intruder was not captured on CCTV on either occasion, and no one in the faculty reported seeing anyone suspicious. He just makes shit the fuck up. He just makes it the fuck up, buddy. What the hell? The interviews in which Professor Arde made the claims did not appear to have been published online, but the academic stood by his claims of abuse and harassment when asked. To be honest with you, I thought you'd just believe me, he told The Guardian. Why would I lie? Because everyone everywhere at this point, even if they refuse to say it publicly, knows that everyone on your side of politics just lies to get what they want. That's just a leftist thing at this point. It's like, even if it wasn't a leftist thing, if you are making claims, especially in an academic setting, people are gonna be like, hey, do you have proof that that happened, buddy? There's definitely a suspicious man, but it's not the one they're looking for. Everything he said has been a lie. There's not a single truthful thing about this guy. Is he even actually black, or is he like some sort of white or Hispanic dude doing the Nuka Zeus treatment? He also defended his claims that he had raised £5.5 million for charity, although clarified that the money was raised with the help of many fundraising collectives over a 2-decade period. So that means it'll be hard to find out the total number of anything raised, so you can just claim things and people can't check it. Professor Arde said that he could not identify other people who took part in these efforts as he has signed non-disclosure agreements preventing him from revealing that information. Well, ain't that convenient? In a separate interview with The Times, Professor Arde admitted a series of errors in his work, but attributed some to his autism. Professor, you have to believe me, it's the autism. The autism made me lie. Explaining that his method of making sense of information relied heavily on mimicry. He also stood by his record of running 30 marathons in 35 days, 300 miles in 3 days on a treadmill, and 600 miles in 12 days. I thought it was 6 days. I can't make people believe me, he said, and nobody lives their life having a receipt for every single thing they say or they've done. While true, if you start being a proven liar, nobody's going to believe anything you say anymore. He insisted that the positioning of me as this kind of liar and a fantasist is totally unacceptable, claiming that he had been subjected to a dark arts campaign. I have invoked Harry Potter, therefore your claims have no merit. A spokesman for Cambridge University said it would not comment on specific allegations. A source at the university said that Professor Arde had received death threats, abuse, and correspondence claiming that he did not belong in Cambridge. I mean, this last part is just true. This last part isn't even like a threat or harassment. This is just, hey, you're a plagiarizing, lying freak who doesn't belong here. That's just true. They said the university and the faculty are supporting Professor Arde amid concerns for his well-being and safety. Professor Arde was contacted for comment. He's Chicken Little. Avada Kedavra. Things a liar would say. I can't remember everything I say. I legitimately can't, but I also understand the people who just don't trust content creators. As frustrating as it is, like, I get it, bro. I wish I could explain it in a better way, but, like, fuck me. Sorry for having Swiss cheese memory. I declare the spell of falsus claimus. Dark arts, you mean the hood rats, came after him. Oh my goodness. As a fat guy, you don't need a receipt if you claim to have eaten the plates of food at a buffet. But if you claim to have finished second in a marathon, you should be asking questions. Oh my god, this guy could have been the new Professor Snape. True and real. True and fucking real. I don't remember, and if I did, I didn't. Fuck, man. It's like when you guys tell me, Kirsche, you did cover this before. I'm like, well, I'm gonna believe you. I'm gonna trust you. I don't remember it, but I'm gonna trust you. I have years of horrible Swiss cheese memory, unfortunately. Mamunya. Declare Swiss cheese one of the best cheeses ever. Let's not get too far, alright? Kirsche is the most trusted in content. Her Discord has a mod dedicated in timestamping. The coconut's better than a professor. Speaking of, please give assistance to KB for the timestamping. If you enjoy having the timestamps on my video, KB has been doing them all by his lonesome. And you too can help a struggling KB in the tagging mines. That's, not that witches have attempted to foil your future with the darkest of arts. Namunya. Police investigated journalist who tried to expose Cambridge professor. Can we ask a question? If an investigative journalist is actually trying to do journalism, why would the police investigate the journalist instead of the target of the journalist, right? This just seems, once again, if you have the correct skin color or the correct politics, you can use the police to your advantage to get people to stop investigating you for crimes. And that seems rather fucked up. We have such a complete dearth of real journalists in current year. I would like to see more journalists actually living up to the name instead of being disgusting prostitutes like the majority of journalists are today. Scotland Yard spent 4 months investigating a journalist who tried to expose the plagiarism row that's now engulfed Cambridge University. Jack Grove, a reporter for Times Higher Education, was accused of harassment after he emailed a series of questions to Professor Jason Arde about his academic record. Professor Arde also hired the law firm Carter Ruck, which suggested in a letter to THE, Times Higher Education, that its apparent attack on him may be racially motivated. The Metropolitan Police spent 4 months looking into the claim of harassment before deciding in February to close the case. Just dragged this journalist actually trying to do a good job through 4 months of hell and then just dropped it because they knew that they didn't have a case in the first place. The police did not interview Mr. Grove, who only found out about the investigation when the Met contacted him to inform him that they would not be taking action. What the fuck? How do you have a 4-month investigation and not even contact the person you're investigating a single time. Like, even to do the, you know, we're investigating some stuff that's happening in the area. We just wanted to get your opinion. Like, not a single time? There's seemingly a law in Great Britain that prevents something like this if it makes people uncomfortable or causes them mental pain. I fucking hate remembering that the UK is a real country. The Met also reportedly passed on a complaint to another force about an academic who was also looking into the academic record of Professor Arde, but the other force refused to investigate. Oh my god. A smart police force somewhere in the UK? The Met is among forces that have been accused in recent months of wasting time on pointless investigations while insisting that they do not have the manpower to routinely attend burglaries and other crimes. It's simple. They just want those other crimes to actually happen, and that's why they won't investigate them. Mr. Grove told The Telegraph that he had been stunned to receive a phone call from the police to be told he had been investigated simply for doing his job. I'd be fucking stunned too. Also, this guy has like 1930s journalist physiognomy. Like this guy was born to be a real journalist and not one of the shitty ones we have today. A burglary is hard to solve. True. He said, I was told a complaint had been made against me and investigated, but the force was not taking it forward. The officer told me that I shouldn't contact Professor Arde again because his mental health had been affected by my actions. Yes, this man that you're investigating for fraud, the fraud investigation actually really harms his mental state, so you must stop investigating post-haste. Well, the UK is not a real country. I asked him what I had done, and he said that there had been online posts about Professor Arde. I said I'd never posted anything about him and asked if he realized he was speaking to a journalist who was investigating a story. He didn't really respond, but repeated his request for me not to contact Professor Arde again, citing his mental health. I was just doing my job. Journalists should be free to ask questions of anyone, even star professors. It's very rare that academics refuse to speak to the press. That caused me to look into this matter further, and I was astonished by what I found. Mr. Grove had started looking into Professor Arde's background after being tipped off by academics who had found apparent evidence of plagiarism in his work. PhD thesis from Liverpool, John Moores University. Analysis of the thesis found 188 passages that were identical or very similar to those in another student's 2009 thesis. We read some of those excerpts in the other article. He emailed Professor Arde and Cambridge University, as well as Liverpool John Moores University, which had awarded him the PhD, to ask questions about the apparent overlap with another student's PhD. He also asked questions about Professor Arde's claims of raising £5.5 million for charity through seemingly improbable feats of ultra-distance running. That prompted the letter from Carter Ruck in September last year, and in November last year, a formal complaint of harassment was made to the police. Mr. Grove has never been told who made the complaint. The university denied that it was them. Separately, The Guardian reported that the Met passed on a complaint of harassment to Devon and Cornwall police that had been made about a professor at Plymouth Marjan University. Professor David Harris had contacted Cambridge with his own concerns about Professor Arde's work, which triggered the complaint to the Met, and Devon and Cornwall police refused to investigate, Guardian reported. Spokesman for the Met said on November 18, 2025, the Met received an allegation of harassment and the case was closed in February this year. Spokesman for Cambridge University said the university did not make any complaint to the police against Jack Grove in 2025. Neither was it aware of any such complaint being made. Professor Arde was contacted for comment, and Professor Arde has, in recent days, put his apparent plagiarism down to autism, saying he absorbs information through mimicry. He has also admitted that a claim about running 600 miles in 6 days for charity was wrong, saying that it took 12 days, and has said that he did not single-handedly raise $5.5 million for charity, but was part of a syndicate of around 100 people, none of whom he can name because he signed a non-disclosure agreement. It's all just so convenient. It's all so convenient, man. He was propped up and sponsored by someone and they didn't want it getting out. Oh, fucking probably, man. It also emerged on Tuesday that Professor Arde falsely claimed to have been a visiting professor at Ohio State University. How are they just finding out everything about this man is a lie? Is he even real? Is this even a real person? Has anyone seen them in the flesh? Is like Professor Arde just a completely made up AI individual someone was using for their own thesis project? A Leaf Man, thank you. When becoming a professor, Arde filed with the Met and Home Office for a fraud license and was approved. Americans would never understand. In it, bruv. True. Have I seen the videos of him speaking on YouTube? I haven't, and I don't have any YouTube videos in my tabs. I don't have YouTube videos. Those nasty for raising charity money are crazy. What? English question mark? Baja Cat, thank you. The only thing Arde was missing to complete his psych hospital bingo card were the they-them pronouns or it being a non-binary identity. In before that comes up in one of these articles. Patchouli, thank you. You heard Jason Arde was such a fast runner that he could keep up with an SR-71. He's so humble and gracious that he chose to stay out of the Olympics to give Usain Bolt a chance. What a humble and upstanding man. AJ Snoopy, thank you for the kick biddies. Thank you. Yeah, it is a happy Friday. It's happy Friday. You thought he was non-binary with the eyeliner. Ninja Work, thank you. So my last video, you'd argue that all the DEI, diversity, and other nonsense being shoved into the shadows is still a massive win if it exists still. It's not a massive win if the plan the entire time was to shove it into the shadows. If the DEI people are saying, hey, there's too many people noticing and rallying against us, we're gonna make all this stuff go underground, that wasn't you. You didn't cause that to happen. They're just like, we need to continue doing the work, and doing the work is more important than publicly talking about the work. So let's stop publicly talking about it. How is that a win? How is that a win if that was their plan the whole time? Timothy Farm, thank you. Someone should put googly eyes on Jason Arde and scare Kirsche. Stop it! Stop the googly eyes! Just like Hollywood saying, we're going to do things silently. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a good thing. I wouldn't even say it's like necessarily a bad thing. It's just what they planned to do the entire time. The only downside is now that they're being quiet about it again, you have an uphill battle convincing normies that it's still happening, especially when there are right-leaning people trying to claim it as, look, we're winning! They have to hide it. It's like, no, they wanted to hide it. This was what they wanted to do. God hates taxes, thank you. Are you freaking kidding me? Ohio comes up again, even though it's a Britbong story! Ohio is a cognito hazard, buddy man. They didn't go underground, just adjusted the language, need to deconstruct their new poisonous concepts. True and fucking real. True and real. On the Cambridge Faculty of Education page, he claims to be a visiting professor at the U.S. University in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. However, a university spokesman said that they had no record of an employee by that name, and that visiting professors appear in our employment records. Ohio State's Office of Diversity and Inclusion also closed last year. It comes a day after Glasgow University denied Professor Arde's claims that he was a visiting professor in the university's School of Education. He's like, yeah, you know, I was a visiting professor at all of these places. And all of these places are like, literally fucking, who is that? At least current year commies don't know how to be subtle, but that's a small detail. Still gotta call them out. Which is what I found the most funny. Like, hearing Cheryl Dijja get so upset at the articles constantly reporting Robbie Starbuck nonsense. Her just being like, they need to stop demoralizing our own side. Our own side, our foot soldiers, they don't understand. We're not actually stopping the work. We have to figure out new ways to get around roadblocks put in our way. Ninja Work, thank you. You're just saying people will always be able to do shady stuff, but having the legit methods that were actually legal and not shadowy stuff was worse. I don't think you understand. The stuff that was legal and not shadowy stuff, that's still happening. They're just not talking about it. They're still doing the same exact things that you're being told they're not doing. They're doing that. They're just not talking about it. Nothing has changed. They adjust the power projection to the situation. Subtlety is something the weaker side has to concern itself with, and they've claimed a lot of ground. Very true. Very true. Deliverance, what? Police forces around the country have been accused of wasting resources on investigating non-crimes. Avon and Somerset police arrested an evangelical pastor for inciting religious hatred after he gave a sermon criticizing Islam and transgender ideology, before deciding to take no action. Police in Hertfordshire arrested the parents of a 9-year-old girl in 2025 after they made disparaging comments about her primary school in a WhatsApp group. The investigation was dropped 5 weeks later. In 2020, Scotland Yard investigated Darren Grimes, the Conservative commentator, on suspicion of inciting racial hatred. Ooh, I thought a hiccup was coming. After he released an interview with Dr. David Starkley, the historian, about the slave trade. The force later accepted no offense had taken place.
No, in real life.
Waste of fucking time.
They were to stalk him and become obsessed with him, and wear his makeup, and his dresses, and use his skin as a coat, like the ancient Irish did.
Well, that's your winner.
Internet Zone Master, thank you! Threatened by a guy with a knife, but no CCTV footage of the incident or the alleged attacker. Is Jeff the Killer a student at Cambridge after illegally immigrating to the UK? Given how far Arde got, you can see a creepypasta character getting that far. I hope someone like Arde becomes a creepypasta character. Imagine. Imagine the Candyman cometh. True. There were no charges because there was no crime, but that's not the point. The process is the punishment. It's just state terrorism, yeah? The more they waste time and arrest people for literally non-crimes, the more it's going to basically turn those into crimes anyways. Like you said, the process is the punishment, so people are going to be too afraid to say those things because other people got arrested for it. Oh no, Jeff the Killer was black. Oh no. Hound of Ill Omen, thank you. You just heard about this guy from Count Dankula yesterday, and now this. Cue that escalated quickly meme. Yeah, some of these are older tabs, because it's about a week old at this point. But he was found dead this morning. Have, more tabs on this man. Actually, before I read another article, let me bring up that YouTube video that Tiger Knocked was talking about. The process is designed to exhaust people into silence. Yeah, look at what's happening with, fucking... Shiloh Hendrix. Like, look at that shit, man. Are we getting a new basic logic react today? I don't think so.
Wouldn't it be the most ridiculous story ever told if the boy who couldn't read and write at 18 gets a PhD before he's 30?
That's Cambridge Professor of Sociology of Education,
It would be
Jason
crazy,
Arde.
'cause
And
it's
his
not
story
true.
is the most ridiculous ever told. Jason's story got off to a tough start. He was diagnosed with autism and global development delay and was nonverbal.
4 or 5 hours of speech therapy a day from the age of 3. There is nothing to suggest that
This kind of reminds me of, like, I can't remember if it was in the US or the UK, but they were like, oh my god, the first Down syndrome woman appointed to a political position, and I was like, why are we celebrating that? Shouldn't we not want developmentally disabled people in important positions of power? Like, I mean, maybe I'm too woke, but that just seems like it would be a disaster. FYI, Jason Arde is dead. Yep, that is why we're going through this.
any of this is working. At 11, go into this room, we go through the same kind of warm-up exercises as we normally did. The speech
That was in
therapist
Spain. Thank you, Chad.
said
It was
to me,
Spain.
hello Jason, as she always did, and I just responded hello. It's quite a strange thing to hear your own voice for the first time when you're 11.
And once Jason started, he couldn't stop. He made it all the way to becoming one of the youngest professors ever at Cambridge. And it might not stop there.
You know, you're in a situation where you're on the cusp of doing something that you've always wanted to do. Enjoy it. Wouldn't it be the most...
I like how this whole video is basically just him flaunting about getting away with lying so much. Wouldn't it just be the most ridiculous thing? Why is he dead? You haven't really been listening? Nobody knows why he's dead, just that he turned up dead this morning. To be fair, having an actual retarded person as a politician who's basically retarded feels like an accurate representation. Well, I don't want to call like a person with actual Down syndrome retarded. That feels a bit mean to me. You love how he's as eloquent as an old boot. Off-putting AI voice. Oh my gosh. A10 Gobert, thank you for the 21 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Gets called for his shit once and dies, quite literally. All black clothes with red socks and blue shoes. Is he also colorblind? I have this article here. DEI fraud and cover-up at Cambridge. What the fuck is wrong with you? So on my vertical monitor is where I have like my Twitch stuff. And I can see my mod chat. So I looked over at my monitor to like look at my stuff. You can see my Twitch activity feed, my mod chat, my OBS. And so I looked over there and I got fucking jump scared. Thank you very much, Binary Mind. Fucking got her ass. These mods are trolling. They're actually out here to sabotage me. Fucking hell, dude. I get googly-eyed. Fuck. Give this man a raise. How does he do it so it perfectly fucking sneaks through this little tiny gap I have? How? Why are you like this? It stares right into your soul. Actually horrifying, man. Jesus Christ. I already forgot what I was going to, like, look for. My mod chat, fuck me. I get bullied, streamer, god damn it. DEI fraud and cover-up at Cambridge. Wouldn't it be the most ridiculous story ever told if the boy who couldn't read and write at 18 gets a PhD before he's 30? Wait, hold on. He was non-verbal until he was 11, and he couldn't read and write at 18. How the fuck did he even graduate high school? What are we doing here? What the fuck are we doing here? Those are the words of Jason Arday, the 2002 professorial chair in the sociology of education at Cambridge University. Indeed, the story of his metamorphosis from arguably the most disadvantaged person in the UK to elite scholar, athlete, philanthropist. Elite scholar, athlete, philanthropists could be here. They could be anywhere. Would make even Walt Disney raise an eyebrow. Born to Ghanaian parents, Arday grew up on a council estate, the British equivalent to Section 8 housing in South London. At age 3, he was diagnosed with global development delay and autism. I somehow don't believe that. Therapists said he would be confined to an assisted living facility. Miraculously, at 11 years old, he spoke his first word, hello. And when he was 18, he learned to read and write. Under the influence of a white high school teacher who gave him agency, Arday pursued higher education. Someone find this teacher. They are doing a disservice to everyone everywhere. After receiving a PhD from Liverpool John Moores University, he rocketed up the academic ladder as a scholar of racism. I hate Clown World so fucking much, bros. He rocketed up the academic ladder as a scholar of racism, education, and inequality. In 3 years, he went from senior lecturer at Roehampton to associate professor at Durham to professor at Glasgow, 2018 through 2021. Ivy League universities, plural, tried to recruit him, but he had his heart set on Oxford or Cambridge. In 2023, at age 37, he became the youngest black full professor in the history of Cambridge. He is one of the youngest people of any race to ever hold a chair professorship at Oxbridge. And all of it was a lie. All of it was fake. All of it was completely made the fuck up, and everyone along the way just continued encouraging him and lifting him up because they're all incredibly fucking racist. God hates taxes, thank you. I'm something of a racism scholar myself. Jesus, like, what do you even say to this? This is just like the most ridiculous thing, and people believed him the entire way. Can you imagine having the freest ride of your life because you were born the right skin color? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Mods, make a note. The crazy Sar and Arday get here to freak out rather hilariously. Stop it! He had to study it. You were born in it, lived it, embody it. Wastelander, thank you. Kirsche, looks like there's an idiot on the internet. Time to go to work. Holds up sword. By the power of numbskulls, I have Dumbunya! jumps on Patchouli's back. Let's go, Battle Pat! Why is Patchouli my Battle Pat? Did he consent to be ridden like a horse into battle? Well, because they hate a certain demographic of people so much, the 1930s Germany would be jealous. It's kind of crazy. In his spare time, Arde ran 30 marathons in 35 days and 300 miles in 3 days. As of 2023, he had worked with more than 70 charities and raised more than £5 million. Up until his appointment at Cambridge, Arde continued to face unspecified hardships. As reported by The Guardian in 2023, despite previously being a professor at Durham and Glasgow, he had barely slept over the past 15 years, working through most nights, often on his academic and charity work, but sometimes just to make ends meet. You're telling me that this boy prodigy, like, non-verbal autistic become genius was unable to figure out how to make money? I was like, every new lie that comes out is just like, how the fuck did no one question this? What is wrong with people? He has received hundreds of thousands of letters and emails from fans all over the world. This indicates a level of fame comparable to an upper middle tier household name celebrity. And he got there through lying. But how much of their most ridiculous story ever told is true? I was recently contacted by a faculty member at Cambridge, whose name I will not reveal, who alleges that Arde is a plagiarist and fabulist. My source claims that many, if not most professors at Cambridge have known about this for more than a year. However, Arde and/or Cambridge's administration are using intimidation and legal threats to squelch the story. As far as I'm aware, the only mention of Arde's alleged plagiarism that exists in the public domain is on the personal website of retired Plymouth Marjon University professor Dave Harris. More on that later. This is pretty much how DEI gets anyone into anything, remember? I mean, you had Kim Belair saying you have to just hire your friends and your friends can learn how to do the work while they're in the industry. They don't need prior experience. You have bridge people actively saying if you can just hire people to get them into these positions, you know, we can end up doing more of the work and they can learn how to do things while they're already in the position. Nothing in DEI cares about how qualified someone is. And in fact, the less qualified they are, the more you can make up and pretend that they're even overqualified. It's an entire racket of fraudulent people protecting other fraudulent people. Small Nyanta, thank you for the 13 months. Sure, everyone questioned this plenty, but as they said, are you willing to risk your life to question a black person? I hate Clown World. Androtaj, thank you. So after being given everything by a white state, the first thing he did when he could talk is complain about the very people who gave him everything. Many such cases. Occasionally, Kirsche gets to see your retarded son Grok's googly eye artwork, and it makes all the severe mod dungeon beatings worth it. No. Wastelander, thank you. Anamonia? I read that, thank you again. Glenn, thank you. And Kim Jong-il only needed one bowl of rice, never had to go to the bathroom. That's true. That's true and not made up at all. Besides the plagiarism, there are some serious questions about Arde's biographical claims. Developing normal speaking abilities after being nonverbal until age 11 is medically improbable. Arde has reportedly made unequivocal assertions that he could not read, write, or even spell his own name until he was 18. But he left secondary school with General Certificate of Secondary Education, the GCSE qualifications, in physical ed and textiles. Despite being in vocational subjects, these tests require literacy, and they are normally taken at age 15 or 16. Based on publicly available information, it is possible to recreate a timeline that places Arde's test date before age 18. It is conceivable that he received special arrangements to allow him to take the test with help from a reader and scribe. However, a write-up of his forthcoming memoir says that he left secondary school with 2 GCSEs to his name, still barely able to read or write. So he may be backing away from his original story. I take issue with this line. It is conceivable that he received special arrangements to allow him to take the test with help from a reader and scribe. I don't think you should get that. I don't think you should be able to have help from someone to read and write on taking a test that will help graduate you. I think that is incredibly bad to do for people. If you cannot read or write, you should not be allowed to graduate. That is not even a hot take. That's like ice cold take, bro. Ice cold lemonade take. Nobody should get help with reading and writing during test taking. Team effort. It's like, I hated this. When I was in high school, I had people that I knew who would pretend to be mentally disabled, because if you were part of like the special education program, when you had to take standardized testing, right? So anything from a regular classroom test to something like the MCAS, which was a required test in Massachusetts to pass certain grades. Like, I think it started in 3rd grade, and then there's also one in like 5th grade, and then the final one is in 10th grade. I don't exactly remember how many times you had to take it, but the MCAS was essentially a judgment test on how well you knew up to that grade level. And you're supposed to get held back if you fail the MCAS, right? Like, you have to get above whatever their passing grade was in order to advance to the next grade. And then also the ACT and SATs, I don't need to explain those. But if you claimed that you were mentally inept, even if you were not, and you even like faked it for a little bit, you were allowed to get a teacher to sit with you on those tests and help you figure out the answers. And so my ass was like, what is the incentive to try? If I can just pretend to be mentally deficient and get someone to help me, and I can basically make a team effort out of this, thus the test is rendered useless because it's not an estimate of my abilities, it's an estimate of how much I can get the teacher to leak to me during the test so I can maybe get the right answer. What the fuck is the point of putting any effort into these? They don't measure anything. They're essentially worthless at this point. You don't remember if they ever announced who failed the MCAS? I don't think they announce it. I think you just know when people get held back. Because, like, prior to, like, my grade coming in, there were people in the grades above me who had been held back from failing the MCAS.
I'm sorry that I got fisted so hard it fucked up my stream.
Crozon, thank you for the 10 gift subby bubbies, my guy. And Cataclystia, thank you for the 15 fistings.
You said we'd never be able to guess what the news you have for us next week is, but I thought of something that might be crazy enough to fit the bill. Fillion is going to make a guest appearance on your conspiracy stream with Cha-Cha and Smuggelana.
That is crazy, but also, no. Also incorrect. Night of Nights, good guess, but no. Please don't continuously send in guesses, because I don't want someone to actually guess it. I doubt you will, but still. Thank you, Night of Nights, my guy, thank you. You hated school, but you know they would be showing off the scores, so you worked your ass off to blow the fuck out of your friends. I have never seen grades be posted publicly like they are in Japanese animes. Like how they post like the test scores and the final scores on like a bulletin board in the hallway. I've never seen that in real life in America. So, Nephanor, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Oh, is it a golden scam train? I was like, what the heck? So many gifties. 90 Cyber Grizzly, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my dude. Thank you. The decay of the social contract of trust in academia is truly horrid. When even as a teenager, I can be like, well, if they're just gonna get help on this and it's no longer a measurement of their abilities, why should I try? Even as a teenager, without knowing it, I understood the follies of communism. For a few more months and it'll be a full year. What is the woman doing with time? I don't like time. 30 marathons in 35 days and 300 miles in 3 days are feats of dubious believability. Wikipedia lists running 50 marathons in 50 days as one of the highlights of professional ultra-marathon runner Dean Karnaza's career. 30 and 35 days is possible for an amateur, but only with intensive training and planning. 300 miles in 3 days is an even bigger stretch. For comparison, Yannis Koros, who had been described as the greatest ultra runner of all time, set a world record in 1984 when he ran 359 miles in 3 days. Arde asserts that he was able to do all of this because, quote, "If you have the will, it will always supersede skill," end quote. A proposition that anyone with experience in athletics knows to be false. This guy even has like fucking mysticism gobbledygook quotes to pull out whenever someone tries to call him on his bullshit. Holy shit. However, It is impossible to prove or disprove Arday's biographical claims without more direct evidence. Therefore, I will only address questions about his scholarship. Here, I present evidence that starting with his PhD dissertation, Arday routinely passes off the words and ideas of others as his own. If one removes the apparently plagiarized material from his record, there is little or no real scholarship. I discuss the cover-up by senior administrators at Cambridge and the broader implications for free speech and DEI ideology. I ran Arday's 2015 PhD dissertation through the plagiarism detection program CopyLeaks. It found substantial overlap with previously published work, particularly a dissertation submitted by Paula Zwazdiak-Myers in 2009. Massive Doge, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You don't even need experience in athletics to know that's bullshit, right? Be jammin', thank you. Congratulations on finally beating Razer into submission and getting them to release the next Naga mouse. They fucking cranked up the price on that bitch, though. Holy shit. Like, I'm obviously gonna order the Duo bundle so that I can have an extra mouse for when that one inevitably dies. But goddamn, it's been so long! Razer finally did it! My campaign of adding them every day was not for naught. Hustle Hoppa, thank you. Some high school teachers posted your class test scores publicly at the front of the classroom in Iowa. That was back in the early 2000s. I'm not saying it didn't happen in the US. I'm just saying I never personally saw it or heard it from friends who were in other school districts that were local to me in Mass. Red Cloud, thank you for the 5 gift subby bubbies. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Zayred, thank you, my guy, for the gift sub. Big, huge, massive Doge, thank you for the bits. Thank you, thank you. No, Zwazdiak-Myers received her degree from Brunel University, London, where she's currently a reader in education. The chart below compares passages from Arday, 2015, and Zwazdiak-Myers, 2009. From literally the first page of the introduction to his dissertation, which starts on page 17 of the manuscript, Arday relies heavily on Zwazdiak-Myers for key ideas and arguments.
Spicy cat raid.
Many passages are lifted with minimal editing, sometimes retaining copy editing mistakes from the original source. That's so fucked, dude. Oh, that frog is so fucking cute. I like that frog. The Gionis, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And to be fair, dissertation is like 95% at going over previous work and methodologies other people's use, and then showing the little tiny contribution you added in your results. Yellow highlights are verbatim copying, and green highlights are paraphrasing or other minor alterations. That's a lot of yellow. That's a lot of yellow, buddy. Holy. It looks like he basically just copy-pasted her whole thing and changed just a couple of words, you know? You know? There's a couple of people I've seen in chat being like, well, to be fair, I mean, it's like, that's just something we're told to paraphrase, you know? This is just normal. Why are you defending the fraudulent DEI scholar, man? Why would you defend that? That's a lot of yellow. Could be taken out of context. This must be the Cambridge guy. Yeah, this is the that's a lot of fucking yellow, man. There's barely any non-highlighted text. That's fucking crazy. Paraphrasing Arday reproduces Zwazdiak-Myers' copy editing mistake, a comma instead of a period after et al. At the end of the passage he cites Pollard, 2011. Imagine not even fixing the fucking copying mistakes and grammar mistakes, dude. Verbatim copying and paraphrasing, Arday cites a Lowran, 2010. Just singing a Coldplay song while seeing all this yellow. Paraphrasing, some verbatim copying, nearly verbatim copying, followed by a reference to Bode. Verbatim copying and paraphrasing, paraphrasing and verbatim copying, followed by the same Zeichner and Liston, 1996 quote. Paraphrasing followed by the same Calderhead, 1989 quote. Arday reproduces Zwazdiak-Myers' non-standard phraseology, review of literature rather than review of the literature. Mostly verbatim copying. Eyeline Aramish, thank you for the gift sub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Verbatim copying and paraphrasing. Mostly verbatim copying, verbatim copying, verbatim copying and paraphrasing, verbatim copying minor changes. Paraphrasing and verbatim copying. Arday reproduces Zwazdiak-Myers' copy editing mistake and apostrophe after teachers. Oh, Butterdog, please save us from the amount of piss here. Like, it's so bad. Oh, here's some text.
For the sake of argument, one of Arde's explanations for the marathon stuff, that he did it on a treadmill, is, at least, plausible. However, when combined with everything else, that late explanation rings hollow and is likely him trying to cover his ass.
Yep, he changes the things after called out on it, and there's a pattern, oh my back, of him changing things after being called out on it. Really gets your noggin jogging, buddy man. Really makes you think. Like, if it was just one inconsistency, you could probably be like, well, I can give some benefit of the doubt, but this is like, literally everything this man has ever said is a lie. What's the point of being autistic if you aren't obsessively correcting the text you're stealing, right? He said his leg was broken for 9 of the 35 marathons. 9 of them he had a broken leg. It's not even plausible. Arde appears to borrow from other sources without attribution. I won't go through all of the examples detected by copy leaks, but here are 2 more. First, he copies and paraphrases from an obscure article by Muhammad Afar Hussein et al., published in the Turkish online journal of Distance Education in 2011. And here's verbatim copying. Second, he lifts material from a 2008 article by Peter Kahn that was published in the International Journal for Academic Development. More verbatim copying and paraphrasing. Neither Athar Hassan nor Khan are cited anywhere in Arde's dissertation. 10 most important publications. Dave Harris is a retired professor of leisure and education at Plymouth Marjan University. He hosts a website that provides free teaching materials. Harris writes that he first read Arde's work with the intention of summarizing the arguments to make them accessible. However, what he euphemistically refers to as oddities were so frequent that they dominated his reading. Harris emailed Arde pointing out examples and asking if he could provide clarification. Arde replied to Harris as follows: "Please do not email me again. Should you have the time to spare, I invite you to direct your resources elsewhere. Anything further from you will be considered bullying and harassment." You dare question a black scholar? You racist? Definitely not the response of a guilty person whatsoever. After Harris and his colleague prodded several journal editors and administrators at Cambridge, 2 journals issued corrections to Arde's publications. Social Sciences published the following note regarding Arde's 2018 paper, "Understanding Mental Health, What are the Issues for Black and Ethnic Minority Students at University?" The publication, Arde 2018, has been amended to increase the clarity of citation sources within the text. Previously, the statement that the research had been adapted from Memon 2016 appeared in Section 4, but inadvertently omitted overlap between the 2 publications in prior sections. The author has revised the text to address this so that it is clear where the ideas were adapted from in past research. Consequentially, the number of times a Memon 2016 has been referenced has increased. Text corrections to clarify citation sources and revised text have been made in the following sections: Abstract, Introduction, Materials and Methods, Exploring Mental Health for Black and Ethnic Minorities Within Higher Education, Personal and Community Factors, Cultural Identity and Fear of Stigmatization, Isolation, Social and Community Networks, Gender Differences, Communication and Relationships Between Service User and Healthcare Provider, Communication, Cultural Naivety, Insensitivity, and Discrimination, Power and Agency, Language and Silencing, Discussion, Conclusions and Recommendations. Acknowledgements have been added in the original publication. There were missing citations that have now been inserted. Citations to Gray 2013 and Memon 2016 have been inserted in the abstract. And there's a bunch of other ones here that have been added. That's a lot of rereading the same names. Isn't it just easier to make your own PhD? This is just silly. This was him making his own PhD. He got a PhD for free. He just stole other people's shit, passed it off as his own, and if anyone questioned him, he called him a bully. The note appears to acknowledge that Arde's entire paper is a work of plagiarism. However, the editor-in-chief was satisfied by Arde adding citations to the plagiarized sources and stating that the scientific conclusions are unaffected. Educational Philosophy and Theory published the following correction to Arde's 2021 paper, attempting to break the chain, reimagining inclusive pedagogy and decolonizing the curriculum within the academy. Bitches can just put buzzwords together and get free fame and recognition. That's crazy. A correlation has been made to clarify the relationship between the study presented in this article and a prior study, Arday 2018, that utilized similar methodologies, which in turn were based on Mimon's 2016 study. The corrections have been made to the methodology section of the article, paragraphs 1, 3 through 5, citing Mimon 2016 and Arday 2018, pages 303 to 304. So this other article had to edit its shit because it was citing both Mimon and Arday, but Arday's was just a plagiarization of Mimon's. And they're saying even though his was a plagiarization of Mimon's, where was it? The editor-in-chief was satisfied by Arday adding the citations, stating the scientific conclusions are unaffected. The scientific conclusions would be affected, would they not? Because instead of having two studies that reproduce each other's conclusions, you have one study that did it and then another study that plagiarized the first. So it's not a real study. What do you mean by this? This is explicitly why current academia is utterly fake and bullshit. 100%. 100%. This is exactly what they do with the statistics from the McKinsey study as well. When they try to pass off to businesses that DEI is not just a moral imperative, it is a necessary business facet. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Exploring mental health and higher education. Quick, someone play the JonTron quote. You know the one. Then they just started saying it on television. What even is academia anymore except a nepotistic bunch of liars using the taxpayers' own wealth against them? Academia is basically communist foot soldier training camps where they don't teach you anything about how to get real jobs and how to actually use critical thinking. They basically teach you how to screech and use identity shields in order to deflect all criticism ever. The Ouroboros of bullshit. 2 references have been added to the reference list. Arday J 2018, Understanding Mental Health, What are the Issues for Black and Ethnic Minority Students at Universities? Social Sciences 1212-672. Mimon A, Taylor K, Mohabadi LM, Sunjin, blah 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 blah. And this is also just adding more things. These corrections have now been made to the online version. Once again, the editorial note appears to treat plagiarism as an issue of missing references. How much of Arday's work is like this? On his Cambridge University faculty webpage, Arday lists 10 publications under the heading Principal and Recent Publications. Entries range from the year 2018, the year he published his first paper, to 2023, the year he moved to Cambridge. These are apparently the publications that he believes represent his best work, in recognition of which he was awarded a chair professorship at Cambridge. I'll go through the papers one by one. 1. Understanding Race and Educational Leadership in Higher Education, Exploring the Black and Ethnic Minority Experience, Management in Education, 2018. Arday interviewed 3 BME, Black and Ethnic Minority, academics in senior leadership positions within higher education in the UK. The 3 individuals were selected because of their convenient accessibility and proximity to the researcher. Arday asked them to reflect on and write about their experiences of negating racism within the academy. This short paper quotes and summarizes the responses and asserts that racism is a serious problem in academia. Copy leaks did not flag any instances of plagiarism. He interviewed only 3 people, and people that he admits he only spoke to because of convenient accessibility and proximity to the researcher. So he interviewed his friends who would already agree with his premise. And his friends also possibly have incredible embellishments in their stories, much like he does, because he is no longer a reliable narrator. Number 2, dismantling power and privilege through reflexivity, negotiating normative whiteness. What the fuck does that mean? The Eurocentric curriculum and racial microaggressions within the academy. Whiteness and Education, 2018. In Arday's own words from the abstract, this paper employs a critical race theory storytelling method, which operates as a counter-narrative in attempting to conceptualize my own professional experiences of negotiating normative whiteness. Is negotiating normative whiteness just having to prove your bullshit claims aren't the lies that they actually are? Is it normative whiteness and microaggressions within the academy to ask you for proof of your shit? Because that seems to be what it is in your words. You bet they try to make a statue of him? Jesus Christ. The narratives proffered demonstrate the subtle but powerful ways in racism unfolds within the academy and the nuanced everyday forms of racism that persist against a backdrop of whiteness. I like all of the 6 here that show the, like, weird fucking grammar and the way that he writes. Arde states that when a white colleague of his, quote, Debbie, committed microaggressions against him, he came up with a plan to collate evidence of her wrongdoing. He expounds, within me, a confidence emerged knowing that I would one day have my day of reckoning where I would be able to recite every racial microaggression I had encountered from Debbie and her colleagues, thereby becoming empowered rather than disempowered. So he's admitting to having, like, wet dream fantasies of getting this woman fired for the perceived microaggressions he thinks she's doing. CopyLeaks finds 5 cases of apparent plagiarism on 2 different sources. Arde lifts material from a 2012 paper by Nicola Rollick published in the International Journal of Qualitative Studies and Education. He says here, some verbatim copying, remember yellow is direct copy-paste, some verbatim copying following the structure of Rollick, verbatim copying and minor word changes, verbatim copying and paraphrasing. Arde also borrows from a 2010 article by Payne Geraldo, The Role of Critical Race Theory in Higher Education, published in The Vermont Connection. Although there is a reference to Geraldo 2010, there is no indication of verbatim copying of the extent of paraphrasing in the passage. Number 3, attempting to break the chain, reimagining inclusive pedagogy and decolonizing the curriculum within the Academy, Educational Philosophy and Theory, 2021. This paper was already flagged by Dave Harris, as discussed above. The editor-in-chief of the journal seemed to acknowledge that it was shot through with plagiarism, but allowed Arde to add references to the copied sources. I don't really understand. I mean, like, I do, because these people are just prioritizing this guy based on his race, because he clearly has no merits with which to be here. But the fact that he can just add sources to direct plagiarism, and that is not the way things work, is just like, why? Stop it. Stop doubling down, bro. These enablers are also the cause of the impending population collapse, where there won't be enough young people to get scammed by these schools anyways. True. Number 4, No One Can See Me Cry, Understanding Mental Health Issues for Black and Minority Ethnic Staff in Higher Education, Higher Education 2022. Arde describes this as a study that utilizes the narratives of 40 BME, Black and Minority Ethnic, academic and professional university staff, to examine the impact of negotiating racial inequality and discrimination at university and the impact upon mental health. Subjects were a, quote, convenience sample, recruited on social media and through personal networking. They were interviewed and asked to fill out a questionnaire. See, if it was recruited on social media, I'd be like, you're probably gonna get a lopsided amount of people who already believe in this gobbledygook, right? Rather than just a spread of regular people mixed in there. But then they say personal networking, and I'm like, okay, so these are just people who already agree with his entire premise and conclusion, and it's obviously going to point towards the thing that he wants it to. That's not how you do sampling! Getting a huge unforced error in there. Yeah, bro's just asked his buddies on Facebook. The paper contains no data analysis of any kind. Based on his personal impression, Arde identifies 2 broad interrelated themes as barriers to accessing mental health services. 1 being personal and environmental factors, and 2, relationship between service user and healthcare provider situated around power and hierarchy. He supports his conclusions by quoting individual subjects at length. CopyLeaks finds only a minor instance of plagiarism. 2 sentences describing Russell Group universities, page 86, are lifted verbatim from Wikipedia. How in the fuck are you writing papers as a fake PhD professor and you are copy-pasting from fucking Wikipedia? Anyone that, like, greenlit, and especially anyone that doubled down in defending this guy, should also lose their credentials. Because clearly their credentials also mean fucking nothing if this is what they're willing to defend. However, Dave Harris notices something that is difficult to explain. Arde quotes a 38-year-old Latin American academic talking about her struggles learning English. She uses many of the same words as an Asian undergraduate subject quoted in Arde's 2018 paper, Understanding Mental Health. He's not even actually interviewing people. He's just making shit up. These people aren't even real. That's crazy. These subjects cannot be the same person. In 2022, one was a 38-year-old Latin American, while the other was an Asian in her 20s. And again, the yellow is direct copy-paste, the green is paraphrase. So this was Arde in 2018. As a student who is a recent immigrant, my understanding of English is improving daily. As a result, sometimes I struggle to articulate clearly and accurately what I would like to say to the healthcare professionals provided at university. For this reason, I prefer not to discuss my psychological issues as they will misjudge what I am saying and then heavily medicate me. Female, Asian, UG 4, page 14. If you're going to a university in an English-speaking country where you're expected to know English in order to do things, and you're complaining because there's not a psychologist that can speak your language, you need to get the fuck out! Learn English or fucking leave! So Arde plagiarizing himself in 2022. As someone relatively new to the United Kingdom, my understanding of English is improving daily. Despite my improvements, I still struggle to converse and make sense sometimes of what others are saying. Sometimes I struggle to articulate clearly and accurately what I would like to say to the healthcare professionals provided at university. I am aware of the potential manipulation of my words and meanings, and so sadly, to avoid a wrong diagnosis, I prefer not to discuss my psychological issues, as my biggest fear is being heavily medicated, which would mean potentially not being able to work and having my visa revoked. Female, Latin American, female academic, 38, page 95. Yeah, these people aren't fucking real. Just call me Josh. Thank you for the 9 months, brother, man. Please enjoy a placenta slushy. Fuck yeah, thank you. How much do you want to bet he's using his autism to shield himself from plagiarism? Whenever people start questioning him and his black card isn't working anymore, you know, they're like, sir, your card is maxed out. He's like, wait, try the autism one. Can we just purge the social sciences at this point? We should. Internet Zen Master, thank you for the 20 gift members, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hello, Mokana lady. I hope you're doing well on this Friday. The Kirsche is more real than his credentials, true. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. As a professor of Howling at the Moon, this guy should be ashamed. I bet your Howling at the Moon credentials pass more than this guy's. Internet Zen Master, thank you. A list of microaggressions and a desire to destroy Debbie and her friends. That explains the eyeliner. Man had unironic senpaku eyes. Debbie! The first time anyone will defend a woman in the office named Debbie! You understand why certain men throughout history purged the academics. Lord Zincross, thank you. Academia was a Christian effort. The structure requires that the institution stays incorruptible. Since it was captured by ideologues, it's been lost. The long march through the institutions was wildly successful. I'm on you. Brave New World are not how-to guides. That's very obviously what I learned through mimicry as opposed to before. Shielding is plagiarism from scrutiny. Yep. Patchouli, thank you. You have to be the epitome of a plagiaristic dynamo to be willing to plagiarize your own work. Ain't no way this guy was real. He's like, they won't notice. It's a female Asian and a female Latin American, and I'm a black autistic man. They can't question any of my sources. Anthony, thank you. How about Cambridge lose its accreditation as an institution until every professor is gone? Maybe that'll fucking wake him up. Who knows? Who knows? In the corrected version, Freudian slip, corrupted version, by the way. In the corrected version of Understanding Mental Health, Arde removed the words and then heavily medicate me. The quote in his 2022 paper remains unchanged. Let me just reword some of these older quotes. Maybe no one will notice that these aren't real people that I claim to have interviewed. Steve, man, thank you for the 222. As an actual autard who relies on mimicry learning, everything this guy is saying comes off as he once read about it on Wikipedia and thought it would be a good shield. It's genuinely what it sounds like. You're wondering how many more academics are plagiarizing just like him but haven't been caught yet? I would imagine a lot. I think about that one paper. I don't remember who it was submitted by, but there were some like academic students who submitted a paper that was basically Mein Kampf, but they replaced the Jews with men so they could write it as like a feminist literature. and it actually got, like, published. And they were like, well, we didn't think we would get this far because we thought that people would call us on it being basically Mein Kampf, but I don't know what's going on anymore. That was James Lindsay? Oh, fuck, dude. That's probably where I first found him then. God damn. It was one of the good things that James Lindsay did. Thank you, James Lindsay, before you went crazy. Oh, man. There are two kinds of Debbie in the world. Sweet older lady that insists you take a candy or a cookie, and overbearing Karen-class flagship. True and fucking real. True and real. Mama. Number 5, what do we know about Black and minority ethnic participation in UK higher education, social policy, and society 2022? Arday is one of 3 corresponding authors. The paper is essentially an opinion piece which argues that progress towards race equality in UK universities has been hampered by white-centric discourses which continue to identify BAME, Black and minority ethnic students, as staff as other. The paper does not present or analyze any data. CopyLeaks did not find any plagiarism. No plagiarism, just I made it the fuck up! Also, I think it's really funny to read that progress towards race equality in UK universities has been hampered by white-centric discourses while we're talking about a man who claimed to be illiterate until 18, non-verbal until 11 years old, being given PhD certificates and professorship at prestigious institutions. It's not a white-centric it's a black-centric discourse for 100,000%. Internet Zen Master, thank you. You're just gonna say it. Remember that one black guy who got into an Ivy League school by writing Black Lives Matter over and over a couple years back? He had more originality than this Arday bloke. Remember when the people who started Black Lives Matter talked about how they were avowed Marxist and then they got honorary degrees from Harvard for starting Black Lives Matter? Remember that? Tylanish, thank you for the Kick raid, my guy. Welcome more warm bodies on Kick. We love warm bodies who generate American penny dollars. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Most mentally disabled person in history is the smartest race studies major. You know, this checks out. Number 6, Protocol for Black Student Wellbeing Study, a multi-site qualitative study on the mental health and well-being experiences of Black UK university students. The corresponding, i.e. principal author of this 5-page paper is Nikasi Stoll. Arday is one of 6 non-corresponding authors. According to the paper's contributors note, NS Nikasi Stoll conceived, designed, and wrote the protocol. SH, HL, and NCB were involved in the design, supervision, and contributed to the final manuscript. YY, DS, and JA, Jason Arday, contributed to the final manuscript. This suggests that Arday's contribution was minimal at most. CopyLeaks found no plagiarism. I like how these people were so non-contributive that they were just named by their initials instead of their full names. Kind of crazy. I don't know why I'm echoing more today than usual. I haven't done anything different. Stupid echo! Boo! 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 You can hear that. Oh! Hold on. Ooh! It's the glass on my table. That's kind of weird. I wonder why my empty coffee cup is making it echo more in here. The voices! Your delayed order due to the shirt was just shipped? Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. I'm sorry again for the delay. I'm glad that you guys are getting your packages out. I don't know if the guy who sent an email to my business email was here when I mentioned it, because he sent like all of his ticket information from the website to my business email. I cannot do anything with that besides just telling my website guys, hey, there's like an open ticket. I don't know if it's been addressed or not. I have nothing to do with the support line on the website. That is the most I can do. I apologize. Hopefully that guy has gotten a response from support. Usually they are very, very fast to respond. So I think Kirsche is inventing acoustics from first principles. Oh my god. Julio Acius, thank you. So the academia clown is a dude. He looks like a woman with facial hair. Yeah, it's a dude. It's a dude. Number 7, more to prove and more to lose. Race, racism, and precarious employment in higher education. A British Journal of Sociology of Education 2022. Arday interviewed and administered questionnaires to 18 staff of color at 10 universities. asking about their experiences with precarious employment. As with his previous studies, subjects were a, quote, convenience sample recruited through, quote, recommendations among staff of color. Although the paper includes a section titled Data Analysis, the analysis appears to have involved Arde reading the subjects' responses and then drawing conclusions. Arde presents a flowchart to illustrate his, quote, findings. As noted, the findings are based entirely on his own subjective interpretation of the interviews, with no statistical analysis of any kind. And he's got a flowchart here that says systemic racism leads to exploitation, dehumanization, and gendered racism. Job insecurity leads to financial insecurity, lack of work-life balance, poor mental health, and transience. And then just lack of career progression in general, I suppose. There's no other possible conclusions. It's gotta be systemic racism. Another literal source, I made it the fuck up. It came to me in a dream. CopyLeaks failed to spot any plagiarism, but Dave Harris points out that the paragraph describing the study's procedure is almost identical to that in Arde's 2018 paper, Understanding Mental Health, which in turn was lifted from Mimon et al. 2016, and Mimon is not cited anywhere in Arde's 2022 paper. Number 8, COVID-19 and higher education, the times they are a-changin', Educational Review 2022. This is not a research paper, but the introduction to a special issue on COVID and higher education. Arde briefly summarizes the contributions to the special issue. CopyLeaks found no plagiarism. Number 9, same storm, different boats, the impact of COVID-19 on black students and academic staff in the UK and US higher education. Higher Education 2022. You know what's really funny? How all of this COVID nonsense, the conspiracy theorists were proven true, right? It was a lab leak thing. Fucking Ouchie Fauci was directly responsible for having the research going on and also knew about the outbreak, right? Ouchie Fauci knew about the chances of miscarriage. Ouchie Fauci knew about all of the heart issues that it could give you, right? He knew all of this. And do you guys remember that during this COVID madness, there were some places, I can't remember if the one in particular I'm thinking of was like Seattle or fucking Portland, somewhere in like Oregon or Washington State. They were just like, well, in order to combat health equity, we're going to prioritize blacks and minorities for getting the COVID vaccines. White people, they can wait. And everyone was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Like, if this was an actual emergency, would you not just give it to everyone equally? Now, knowing everything we do about the horrendous side effects, could those places, in their left-leaning communistic ideologies, been committing another Tuskegee experiment? They're just like, well, let's give it to these guys first, because, you know, who cares? Oregon, you remember? And the black community said, you gotta try that shit on Whitey first. Unironically smart thing to say. They were, like, after knowing all that we know about what Fauci knew was real, about lab leak being true, about all the dangers of taking the COVID vaccine, the fact that some leftist places were trying to be like, for health equity, the black and brown people need to take the vaccine, white people can wait, literally just makes you think of Tuskegee all over again. Like, holy shit, the Democrats have not changed. You're glad that you experienced no ill effects from the vaccine, you know? You're glad that you're still a pureblood? I am still a pureblood, and I must have pure-blooded children before the clock runs out. Considering the origins of abortion rights, it'd be weirder if they didn't. Also a good point. It's actually kind of funny because they essentially poisoned their own voting base. You know? Maybe that was the plan all along, right? They didn't expect Trump to get a second term. And so they were like, yeah, we could just kill off all of the useful idiot foot soldiers because they won't want to live in the aftermath of what we're ushering in. We don't need those people anymore. Maybe that was the plan all along. I'm tinfoiling out of my fucking mind. Regretfully, you were coerced into getting the vaccine. Definitely during the COVID times, like, if you could afford to stand on principle, huge applause to you. I very much gave a lot of leeway because I felt bad for people who were like, well, I have a family to provide for. Like, I can't lose my job. It's incredibly hard to get another one. But it's also like, in retrospect, how much more oppression are you willing to take and just have your job get ended anyway. Right? Like, eventually it's going to come to a point where you're not gonna have that job if you don't cater to more and more oppressive statuses. So where does the buck stop, you know? And it's hard because, like, nobody wants to be in that position. Nobody wants to have to make well, I'm either going to be incredibly poor and maybe not be able to afford things for a while, but at least I stood on principle. Like, that is a very difficult choice to make. And I always thought that, like, despite being incredibly impoverished and still in credit card debt, I was in a very privileged position as a streamer where nobody was forcing me to get any kind of vaccine. Leo Sugi, thank you for the 25 months. Pure Blood worked through it all. Fuck yeah, buddy. Congratulations to you. You were forced to as well. Fortunately, you haven't had horrible side effects yet. It's scary. It's scary knowing that now. You lost your job over it, but it put you in a better position in the long run. That's really fucking good. Huge, huge silver lining. You were told to get the vax or be fired. Yeah, that's incredibly fucked up that so many places did that. Was able to push back and remain pure-blooded. Told them to get fucked. It'd be nice if more people would have been able to do that. You know? Arday is one of 2 corresponding authors on this paper. The authors recruited 18 black staff members and 25 black students at universities in the US and the UK. Participants engaged in semi-structured interviews and focus groups to explore their lived experiences related to the COVID pandemic. The authors conclude that analysis revealed that black students and staff experienced COVID-19 against the backdrop of racism. There's no systematic data analysis of any kind. CopyLeaks found no plagiarism. Taking personal anecdotes as overarching average fact, crazy. Walmart took advantage of their younger, dumber workers by offering $75 to get the first vaccine. I remember that. You wanna be a good guy and get your lollipop when you go get your COVID vaccine, don't ya? Got a little lollipop for you, buddy boy. In New Zealand, if you didn't get the jab, you were a second-class citizen who wasn't allowed into any public place without their vax card. I remember the, like, black market vax card distributors, dude. You remember the free Krispy Kreme for the Jabbo? There's apparently Krispy Kreme Pokemon donuts coming out, and they are, like, the most uninspired basic bitch thing I've ever seen. And yet, I'm sure scalpers are gonna go fucking crazy for that shit. You couldn't afford a lot of fighting game tournaments because leftists were requiring the fucking passports. Fun fact, Okage is still requiring people to have COVID vaccinations in order to go. That's like a ground zero of the mudbloods, as it were. Matt Larson, thank you. People were bribed to get the jab with burgers. Fuck off, Kai. The fuck in 2026? I'm pretty sure it was specifically required for their maid cafe. If you wanted to go to their maid cafe, which might not even be women maids. South Carolina stayed free. Choose you, apple-filled, and then throw some at dumbasses. Don't waste the apple-filled donuts. Luckily, where you were working, when you made the safety guy go through OSHA regs on respirators and proper virus protections, he recognized it was all a scam. Did I see the Japanese Harry Potter donuts? I did not. But I would believe that that's a lot more effort. Internet Zen Master, thank you. As a Seattleite, it was Portland. Seattle was very much everyone needs to get it and actively discouraged the Johnson & Johnson one, most unstable of the 3. Seattle looked out for people while trusting the science. Oops. I was gonna say, I knew it was one of those, like, northeast states. I just couldn't remember which one. If Buff Guy's requiring the COVID jabs, that means eventually they will kill themselves off and we can get a new con. Imagine going to the orgy filled with vaxxed up people. Okage requires vax. Shouldn't cons be more concerned with the hygiene of its attendees? I'm pretty sure it was Okage that had the take a shower sign too. You can be a little tongue-in-cheek. Wasn't Pfizer the worst vaccine? I don't know which one was the worst. I do not know their ranked competitive scores. Matt Larson, thank you. People were bribed to get the jab with burgers. That's all it takes for some people, which is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Anthony, thank you. Pureblood and volunteer to 14 times a day. The pure-blooded children, they will have escaped. Glenn, thank you. Pull an AOC live stream as you freeze your eggs. Hello, chat. Today we're at the gynecologist's office to freeze my eggs. I love how someone quote retweeted that and they were like, I got bad news for her partner. If she's freezing her eggs, you ain't the one, boy. And then, like, 2 days later, she announced breaking up with her fiance. Moderna was the worst, but Pfizer wasn't far behind, and J&J had different issues because it used a different method, so it's harder to compare. I see. I see. You think J&J was the worst? I have no idea. I have no idea which one was the worst. Number 10, we'll see things they'll never see. Sociological reflections on race, neurodiversity, and higher education. Remember I said that this was coming? We read about this from Bridge. And they cited a, like, being black is like having a disability, which is why we need to usher in neurodiversity into our intersectionality. And we were reading this paper like, what the fuck are they talking about? This like, even the most racist Nazi eugenicist could not have thought up this fucking paper. That is crazy to me. So, here we go. The corresponding author of this paper is Chantel Jessica Lewis. Arde is the non-corresponding author. According to the abstract, the authors use autoethnography, i.e. self-reports about their lives. Autoethnography, by the way. To discuss their lived experiences of navigating the politics of neurodiversity and neurotypical hegemony in UKHE, UK higher education. As black sociologists. In this way, they grapple with racism and ableism in the context of value, meritocracy, and elitism. Oh boy. There is no systemic analysis of any kind. I'm so shocked. CopyLeaks found no plagiarism. He made it the fuck up. Is Arde a real scholar? Well, how do you determine who a real scholar is, you know? It's like... Bridge writing more literature displaying the white savior complex was kind of expected, but still shocking. Yeah, even if you expect something, sometimes the degree with which they are honest about their beliefs is very shocking. As noted, Arde highlights 10 papers as representing his most important work. The chart below indicates for each paper whether it A, contains plagiarism, and B, fails to employ scholarly methods, and or C, was not actually written by Arde. Number 1, no data or scientific analysis. He interviews a convenient sample of 3 subjects, quotes responses, and describes subjective impression. Paper 2, extensive plagiarism and describes own experiences with alleged racism. Number 3 paper, the entire paper is based on plagiarism. Number 4, procedures taken from another source without attribution, minor plagiarism. At least one subject's response appears to be fabricated. And also, no data, interviews a convenient sample of 40 subjects, quotes responses, and describes subjective impression. Paper number 5 is an opinion piece, so there's no data or scientific analysis. And he is 1 out of 3 corresponding authors, so minimal contributions. Paper number 6, also minimal contributions. He is 1 out of 6 non-corresponding authors. Contributors' notes suggest little or no real contribution. Paper number 7, procedures are taken from another source without attribution, as well as there's no data or scientific analysis, saying interviews a convenient sample of 18 subjects, quotes responses, and describes subjective interpretation. Number 8 paper, not a research paper, it's an introduction to a special issue. Paper number 9, interviews a convenient sample of 43 subjects, quotes responses, and describes subjective impression. Once again, no data or scientific analysis. Paper 10, additionally, no scientific analysis, describes personal experiences with autoethnography, and he is also a non-corresponding author on the paper, didn't even write this one. When you take away the work that is plagiarized or not otherwise written by Arde, there is essentially nothing resembling real scholarship. There is no indication that Arde is familiar with even elementary statistics. His research involves reporting his own experiences of alleged racism, or having conversations with people and providing subjective commentary. So instead of pretending to be a scholar, he could have just been a streamer, man. The cover-up, Jason Arde was hired by Cambridge explicitly to advance the cause of racial diversity. So they admit that he was a DEI hire? They admit they didn't care about his qualifications or contributions, or if anything was true, they just wanted him because he's black? God Emperor of Squirrels, thank you for the bits. You worked at Amazon during the pandemic, and they treated that place like fucking plague zone. You're only allowed to take off your mask in the break room, and breaks were staggered because the break rooms looked like a maze with all of the partitioning plastic to make sure that people were spread at least 6 feet apart. They tried to bribe people to take the shot as well with small trinkets and a day off. The smoking area was the only place that was left alone-ish. That sounds really scary. What the fuck, dude? Alchemic, thank you. Pure Blood had to lie to your family and friends for a while and laugh about it now. One aunt wouldn't talk to you for 2 years. That's crazy. I know my grandparents had to get it because they were older and worried about their health. Thankfully, there doesn't seem to have been any negative repercussions for them as of yet. They did not get the boosters, though. They were just like, well, we already got the vaccine. Why would we need any boosters? That doesn't make any sense. No other vaccines required boosters. So I was like, all right, okay. You wonder what's more harmful, the jab or smoking? That's a great question. You had to get it to take care of your grandparents. Heart feels kind of funky. No. Internet Zen Master, thank you. J&J was the most traditional one and had the highest chance of actually getting COVID. Moderna was known for severe side effects, while Pfizer had been the one where side effects are popping up long term. Good lord. You don't. The jab was worse by a lot. You refused the jab and your mother spazzed and called you a murderer. Haven't wanted anything to do with her since. Understandable. What the fuck? The David Lever Action, 1776, thank you. You were told you'd be fired if you didn't get the jab. You said your religion was freedom, and that means bodily autonomy. Plus, good luck finding another aerospace engineer right now. Yeah, that would have been a huge thing. If you're in a literally unfireable position because you're like the only guy who can do that job, or it would be very tedious and difficult to replace you, I would literally just be like, yeah, you need me more than I need you. I'm not getting that jab. Take it or leave it. You had to get the jab because of health issues and elderly parents. You got long COVID. Tim got it because his mother had like a really bad heart condition at the time. I think it was after COVID when she finally got the heart transplant, but she had like a pacemaker and everything up to that point. And I have asthma. So Tim was like, oh, I'm just gonna get it and then stay at work for a while, you know? He hasn't had any negative effects, but he also got COVID twice after getting it. So even he was like, yeah, this was kind of bullshit. What was even the point? Never comment your code chat. Become irreplaceable. Pneumonia. Fluxbox, thank you. Pure blood by pure laziness. Your job required masks because you were all in close proximity, but you were too lazy to schedule an appointment. This guy just managed to sneak by. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. That's your favorite part? They'd still catch it. Your cousin called you anti-vax for not getting it while you were actively getting your hepatitis vaccines. It was really weird how many people would try and call you anti-vax for being specifically anti-COVID vax. I got called that a whole bunch. And it's like, I got tons of vaccines all through childhood up through being a teenager, right? Like I've gotten vaccines as an adult. I probably got flu vaccine at some point. You know, I probably did. I haven't gotten any vaccines in the last, like, probably like 6-7 years. But I don't think that matters too much. That's more out of laziness than anything. The COVID vax was the only one I really had a problem with. Your mom was dealing with chemo at the time, so you got the first jab. Shut up, chat! And people called you anti-vax too while you're actively working in the damn industry. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, dude. It's crazy. Choco, thank you for the huge fucking 50, thank you. Final resolution for your quest for the Digimon game. Last weekend you went to 4 game stores with no luck. Ended up trying Amazon again this time. It worked. You're pure blood, FYI. Sorry this is all over the place. You're fixing an airplane at the moment. I think fixing an airplane is more important than talking to the cartoon fox. Thank you. Thank you, Choco. I hope you repair that plane so fucking good, dude. And grats on finding one on Amazon that wasn't a lie. Very rare. Very lucky. Bren Hydra, thank you. Your parents threatened to cut you off while you were in college. In college during COVID. The biggest pressure always came from family more than the businesses. Which is really weird, right? Like, you would expect your family to sort of respect your desire to not get it. Like, even if you're like, yeah, you guys can get it if you want. Like, if that makes you feel better, you know, talk to your doctor. But I'm not gonna get it. Motherfucking, Jason Arde was hired by Cambridge explicitly to advance the cause of racial diversity. When he joined the university in 2023, the official announcement included the following quote by Pro-Vice Chancellor for Education, Bhaskar Veera. Jason Arde is an exceptional scholar of race, inequality, and education. He will contribute significantly to Cambridge's research in this area and to addressing the underrepresentation of people from socioeconomically disadvantaged backgrounds, especially those from Black, Asian, and other minority ethnic communities. Remember, this is Britain, so this guy saying Asian isn't talking about Japanese and Chinese, who are also regularly disenfranchised because of their race. They're talking about Indians and Pakistanis and the like. We are making extensive efforts in this regard, including the expansion of the Get in Cambridge program, which provides financial support to address systemic disadvantages and the lack of social and educational capital, which often constrains the ability of minority ethnic students to continue with their education. A great deal remains to be done, and Jason's expertise will inform and enhance these ongoing endeavors. Translated, this is just a bunch of commie gobbledygook. We're hiring this guy we know isn't qualified, and we don't care that he's not qualified, because the more unqualified people we hire, the more damage we can do to these institutions, and the better our cattle class will be to rule over in the future. Makes you sick. These people who pushed it will never apologize. The people who, like, pushed this shit should absolutely lose all of their credentialing. Crazy. Readers of this newsletter may remember Vera as one of the administrators who tried to get the writer of this article fired from Cambridge in 2024 for writing about race and affirmative action. That's fucking crazy. It's a full circle. That's insane. No wonder this guy was so fucking thorough in his article here. He's like, I got this vendetta against this dumb bitch and I'm gonna show it. Observing Libertarian, thank you. You were pushed out of your career because you refused to get any of the COVID-19 vaccines, and you had to downgrade to a job which didn't require proof of vaccination. Your current job pays less in overtime than your previous job base pay rate. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry, dude. Jove the Mask, thank you for the 7 months. Your brother is one of the confirmed vax deaths. You got fired for not getting the vax. Well, I am glad that you escaped having the same fate. That would be very sad. You'll risk glowing too hard and say that the people who push this should be legally executed by the state publicly. A Vape Games, thank you. You refused to get the RMA vax. You got the J&J, which is the traditional type of vaccine. Emperor Creatine, thank you. Your cousin required the jab at her wedding. You think she had to, though? Because more than 700 people attended. You also trusted her since she had a doctorate in biomedical engineering. That's really unfortunate. Like, when all of the experts are co-opted by ideology, like, who the fuck are you supposed to listen to? You know? Like, previously, you could at least, for the most part, trust an expert opinion when it was given, because they clearly knew more than you did on the subject. But when all of the experts are more beholden to ideology than any kind of realistic information that exists in reality, the fuck are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Sergeant Buck, thank you. You realized COVID was a scam when the nurse who gave your dad the shot didn't want a copy of his vax card to go in his medical records. That's really weird. What the fuck? What the fuck? Exile Sky, thank you for the 15 months on Kick, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. Chet Chisholm, thank you. You're on the short list to testify before the CDN Parliament in September regarding vax injuries and mandates. You should find out soon. Not sure if I saw the massive thread you've been creating yet. It's no bueno. I haven't. I have not seen it. Patchouli, thank you. Extended family wanted you to get it. Work wanted you to get it. You're still pure blood and had already caught the coof twice by the time the clock ran out on the mandate. Feels free, man. Congratulations on escaping. John in English, thank you. Apparently the pharmacy that was administering the coof shots in your area were not actually administering coof shots and instead just doing common cold shots. I mean, good on them for not, like, actually doing it, but, like, damn, that's fucking crazy. Glenn, thank you. You work at an SSA in California in 2019, and a lot of CCP get SS numbers as Wuhan was doing its thing. Why would they hand out social security numbers to fucking non-American Chinese people? What the fuck? Spartan, thank you for the 15 months of Proom, dude. Thank you. Hello, chat, and lovely Foxwoman. Hello. Hello. The head of the Faculty of Education, Hilary Kremen, told the Times of London that hiring Arde was proof of the university's commitment to tackling existing inequalities, and she provided the following statement. Not only is Jason Arde a world-class scholar, he also brings a wealth of experience that can help us to take forward our efforts to widen participation at all levels. Hopefully, it is becoming increasingly clear that with concerted effort and a genuine commitment to change, those barriers that still exist either to working or studying at top universities can be overcome. There's no barriers if you actually want to do it. But if you're going to continuously hire people that don't deserve to be there and whose entire life and credentials are lies, you are not going to have any kind of credibility. No one is going to believe you. And you devalue everyone else who is credentialed from Cambridge, man. Like, what are we doing? Arde stated that he was coming to Cambridge to open doors to members of underrepresented groups. My work focuses primarily on how we can open doors to more people from disadvantaged backgrounds and truly democratize higher education. What a horrific phrase. Hopefully being in a place like Cambridge will provide me with the leverage to lead that agenda nationally and globally. In other words, hiring Arde was an overtly political act. Everyone involved, including Arde himself, understood that he was being recruited to promote the ideology of DEI and to increase the representation of certain groups. You can imagine how Vera, Kremen, and others felt when in June 2023, they received an email from Dave Harris's colleague alerting them to Arde's alleged plagiarism. If hiring Arde was proof of the university's commitment to tackling existing inequalities, what would it prove if the university placed him under investigation, let alone held him accountable if it turns out he engaged in wrongdoing? I have the correspondence between the tipster and the administration. Dr. Rhys Morgan, head of policy, governance, and integrity, replied as follows. As set out by the UK Research Integrity Office, universities are responsible for the research conducted using their facilities and resources or in their name. The University of Cambridge takes issues of research integrity very seriously, and we will always consider allegations relating to research conducted under its auspices in line with our policies. In this instance, the research that your concerns relate to was carried out before Professor Arde joined the university, and it would normally be for the institution at which the work was done to consider any research integrity concerns with a particular paper published in their name, as we do not consider it within our remit to investigate the paper to which you refer. That's crazy! They're just like, well, he didn't make these plagiarized and fake papers at our university, therefore we just accept them as fact. Don't worry about it, not our problem. Professor Kremen sent this reply. We remain immensely proud of Professor Arde's achievements and scholarship, and he has our full support. I can confirm that, having looked into your concerns about Professor Arde's work, I arranged a meeting between myself, Professor Arde, and my director of research. We discussed the paper in question and the circumstances under which the paper was written, which was clearly before Professor Arde was employed at Cambridge. During this meeting, Professor Arde said that he wanted to take the article down from the journal online platform in order to address concerns and to re-upload it. The journal has now enabled this, and Professor Arde is working on the changes. Instead of holding him accountable for plagiarizing and lying, they give him an opportunity to cover his fucking tracks. This is insane. This is insane, the level of privilege that you can attain if you are on the DEI side of things. Holy shit. We are very grateful for your detailed feedback on the article in question that has formed the basis of these revisions. During our meeting, Professor Arde spoke movingly about his ongoing experiences of direct and indirect racism, and the conditions that he was living in whilst the 2018 article was being prepared in 2016. At this time, he was in his early career and living away from home whilst dealing with significant health issues. Wasn't he also running like 30 marathons? The fuck are you talking about? In line with our policies, which means if they're brown, they can do whatever they want. It's just like the fucking transgender Family Guy skit, dude. It's like, it's baffling. Like, I know this goes on regularly, but it's baffling and it's infuriating just how much you can get away with and how much you're not held to realistic standards. It's actually common. It's usually they plagiarize themselves. Glenn, thank you. University students that work on campus or visiting professors. Chet Chisholm, thank you. Ticket 2803, long one. Canadian government covering up COVID origins and Chinese spies, vax injuries. Some of the work yourself and others have been doing to help people. It's merely a jumping off point. Oh, that could be very interesting. If they're brown, we keep our heads down. Thank you, Axel Jack. Battleizer, thank you. The entire clusterfuck has the feel of an is-that plot, and the professor thought seppuku was his only way out. I have no idea, but apparently we have more updates on his death from this morning, but I have more tabs still. Mildly OCD, thank you. Strangely, Walmart never enforced getting the shot, and when everyone was struggling monetarily during the pandemic, he just tanked it because we were guaranteed time off to recover. Did have to wear a mask. Internet Zen Master, thank you. World-class scholar. Well, insert the JonTron quote. The other JonTron quote. The ideologues were so obsessed at Cambridge, they picked the worst possible token candidate. Truly, God has a sense of humor. Is it that they just happened to find the worst possible candidate, or is it that so many of these candidates are fraudulent that it'd be like hitting ducks in a barrel, you know? Christian Di Ramiro, thank you for the 16 months. Well, at college, you got a religious exemption after writing an essay and getting a signed signature from your pastor. Also, you just got a job acceptance. Oh, fuck yeah, buddy. Fuck yeah, congratulations, dude. Patchouli, thank you. This is the academic equivalent of the Family Guy skit where Peter kicked in the bathroom stalls and replied, "Sorry, I'm retarded." I was thinking of the one where, is it Quagmire's dad who decides to get sex reassignment surgery? Where he comes into the bar and the bartender's like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were transgender. Do whatever you want all of the time." Charminator, thank you for the 19 months, dude. Your Kirsche is in Canada now. Also, you're sanding the rust off your car by hand. It's so tiring. Is that the only way to do it, like, delicately? That sounds very frustrating. Holy shit. What the fuck? If you mention Butterfly and they don't start vibing, then they're not a real fan. Like the DDR song? A Polygon, thank you for the 63 total gift subs. Thank you for the 1 gift sub right now. Sorry, I'm retarded and read that backwards for some reason. Thank you, Polygon, man. Thank you, thank you. The vaccine needed more time in the oven. Shit popped right out after the virus started, which would only happen in a scam vaccine, or the one before the disease was released. Butterfly, the Digimon song? I don't know which Digimon song that is. I apologize. This guy became a professor off of lies that a university wouldn't consider looking into. But with nearly a decade of time operating and repairing nuclear submarine engine rooms, you've been told that your credits cannot be evaluated without a detailed syllabus from the classified Navy school. Make it make sense, please. I can't make it make sense because it doesn't. It doesn't. I'm sick of Clown World, man. Absolutely sick of Clown World. My Oshi's not a real fan. I don't remember song names, buddy. Bluntly, thank you for the 20 months of prune, my dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We are very grateful for your detailed feedback on the article in question that has formed the basis of these revisions. During our meeting, Professor Arde spoke movingly about his ongoing experiences of direct and indirect racism, and the conditions he was living in whilst the 2018 article was being prepared. Oh, I read the rest of that part. I had something up there highlighted. Whoopsie daisy. Whoopsie daisy. Did I read this? No, okay. From the perspective of the university, represented by Riz Morgan, any pre-2023 plagiarism was irrelevant. Well, he got here through plagiarism, but he's already here, so we can't get rid of him. That plagiarism that got him here is irrelevant. Don't look at it. Don't worry about it. It is difficult to understand this position. Arde was hired on the basis of his work. Surely the university would wish to know whether or how much of this work was fraudulent. And this kind of, once again, gives away the game. Whenever they talk about meritocracy or like equal credentials in like possible employee candidates or whatever, it's not real. They don't care about merit. They don't care about equal credentials. They are not ever going to do DEI based on merit. That's not what it is. It is the exact opposite of merit. Salty Walrus Gumbo, thank you for the 20 months. What a name, dude. What a name. For the Faculty of Education represented by Hillary Creeman, it was enough for Arde to state that he experienced direct and indirect racism and health issues to absolve him of responsibility. I sympathize with Arde for his health problems. I mean, were they even real? I know why the guy is saying this, right? Because whenever you're writing something about how someone is a nefarious fucking piece of shit, you kind of have to nudge in there like a, well, if it's true, I would feel bad. But it's like, I don't believe it, dude. I don't believe it. Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders, dude. However, it is unclear how illness or alleged racism can explain why he stole other people's work, and if he committed plagiarism in 2018, wouldn't the faculty want to know whether or not it was a one-off? Yet with no real investigation into the facts, Creeman declared that he has our full support. Well, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't he have their full support?
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Evening, peoples. How's the evening? We're reading about fucking Arde, dude. Arde, the crazy plagiarizing scholar of racism. However, it is unclear how illness or alleged racism can explain why he stole other people's work. I'm thinking of that meme. I'm thinking of that meme where, like, the guy is holding, you know, like, Civilization or whatever, and he's like, I made this. Here. And the other stick figure takes it, and he's like, you made this. No, I made this. Sets it on fire. That the dreadlocks dude who's just found dead? Yep, that's the exact one. And if he committed plagiarism in 2018, wouldn't the faculty want to know whether or not it was a one-off? Yes. Yes, they should. I have heard from multiple sources that Arde and or the university have sicked the law firm Carter Ruck on journalists or academics who raised questions about Arde. We did read that in the other articles, that is true. In any case, there are obvious questions about Arde's work and life story. The fact that literally no one at Cambridge has spoken about this publicly suggests that, at the very least, the administration has created an atmosphere of intimidation where people are afraid to express controversial ideas. It's not a controversial idea to call someone out for plagiarism and lying, especially if you have proof of a repeated pattern of this. This is consistent with the experience I wrote about a couple of months ago in Cambridge University's war on free speech. There are more than 1,000 black people in the UK with IQs over 140 who would be capable of doing serious work in the sociology of education. If Cambridge administrators wanted a black professor to serve as a role model for underrepresented minorities, they could have found someone qualified. Instead, they grabbed a random black person with an unvetted fairy tale backstory and almost nothing that resembles genuine scholarship. Because once again, like all of us anti-DEI people have been saying for ages, it has nothing to do with actually uplifting any kind of black people, any kind of minorities, any kind of woman, any kind of whatever ideology, identity they claim to be for. They don't actually care. What they care is getting unqualified and inept people into these positions so that they have better DEI foot soldiers. They don't want the actually intelligent black men who deserve to be at Cambridge to get into Cambridge, because those black men are capable of independent thought and might disagree with some of the tenets of DEI. They don't want that. They want the good little foot soldiers they can count on continuously lying and hiding things for them. And what better way to get someone to continuously lie and hide things for you so you can keep doing the work than someone who is already neck deep in lies and plagiarism? When evidence of the black person's long history of plagiarism is brought to their attention, they excuse it on the basis that he was the victim of direct and indirect racism. In their view, he cannot be asked to follow the same rules that we expect school children to understand. And this is the exact same kind of racism that the left exhibits when they talk about how black people don't know how to use computers and black people are too inept to get IDs in order to vote. It is the exact same kind of like, we're going to be racist, but we're the good people, so our racism actually good. The average IQ of a sociology PhD is 115. You literally don't need to be a genius. I know it sounds silly to say that leftists are the real racist, but by hiring Jason Arde and refusing to investigate credible accusations against him, isn't Cambridge making a statement that the only way to have black professors is to abandon all standards? This is exactly what they are saying, and in addition to that, this is exactly the point of both affirmative action and DEI. They are saying that they need to hire people who are only inept. And I think, since these are just communist gobbledygook people, there are probably a contingent of them that genuinely believe that no black professors could exist unless they lowered the standards. But more reasonably, I would say that a lot of them have that true belief of, we need to give them an extra hand up, and that's not favoritism or racism because white supremacy. They have like fallen hook, line, and sinker for a lot of these communist gobbledygook phrases, and they think that they will be a part of the same class of people that, say, Hassan Piker will be a part of. You remember that one dude's skit after they said black teens have never seen a laptop acting like a simian was so damn funny. I remember that too. Generic Chen, thank you for the 37 months of tier 3, buddy man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. There's a conflict between what universities such as Cambridge call DEI and something else they claim to value, namely free speech. DEI demands that we accept the fiction that people like Jason Arde, who are hired because they tick certain identity and ideology boxes, are just as qualified as scholars selected on the basis of academic merit. But if people are allowed to speak freely, they might point out that this is false. The Cambridge administration resolves the dilemma by siding with DEI against free speech. Faculty know what is likely to happen to them if they speak out about the Arde situation. This is why the administration has been able to bury the story for 3 years. The upshot is that we lose both free speech and equality. Equality means treating people the same without regard to immutable characteristics like race, and that is not what is happening at Cambridge. And that is not what will happen at Cambridge until you can remove all of the communist ideologues whose entire goal is to sow chaos until they can have their cultural revolution. Help. They want the good house minorities, not the uppity smart minorities, and that's why Asians are Schrodinger's minority. Some actually think racism has made black people idiots and the magic power of a title makes them smart. This is the godless religion where the bishops and cardinals know it's all a sham, pretty fucking much. Pretty much. Ritter Starnchen, thank you for the 15 months, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was actually very fascinating. This was a super long article, but I thought it had like the most fleshed out showing all of the like plagiarism and disingenuous shit that this guy did in his articles
Jason
that
Arde
Cambridge
isn't
is just
like
ignoring.
He's black.
True! True, thank you, Jewish storyteller lady who writes children books. Thank you, Arismador, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, now I need to see, because I know Binary posted a couple of the archived articles, because my archives weren't loading. Let's see here. I can't even see, because like I can't go back, and so it doesn't show me like what I had in the archive here. There's one, there's the second one. That is the Telegraph. I can't tell which one is which. There's 3 archives here. Hold on a second. This is why you like the Foxu. Other content creators will just say, look at this guy, he did some horrible things, but the crazy fox lady says, hold my beer, we're gonna spend more than 3 hours deep diving the stupid motherfucker. Well, I want people to have the information, right? Like, I could just do like a 15-minute slap segment and be like, well, alright, you know, here's some shit this guy did. Okay, it's not this archive, I already read that one. But it's like, I'd rather people have even more information, because the more information you guys have, the better you're able to combat people when they lie to you about things in the future, right? Like, if somebody calls you a racist for saying that this black guy is a plagiarizing, lying piece of shit, you have tons of information that you can now use to counter them. Okay, we read the police investigated journalist one. Read that one. DEI fraud cover-up at Cambridge. That's not an archive. Is it this one? Let's see. I'm a human. That one's the same as the other one? Yeah, this one and that last one are the same exact article, but they're 2 different archives of it. That's weird. Police investigated journalist who tried to expose Cambridge professor Gordon Rayner. Cambridge investigating Jason Arde after Telegraph revealed his false book claims. Albert. Okay, so this is after that one. Okay. This is August 5th. Sorry, they had such a similar name. So this was one day after those other articles we read. Cambridge is investigating Jason Arde after Telegraph revealed his false book claims. Professor also accused of copying parts of his PhD thesis from another student. The University of Cambridge has launched an investigation into Professor Jason Arde after the Telegraph revealed he falsely claimed to have published a book. You know, that makes this even funnier. I think it was this first article. where like all the professors were like, we stand behind him. These are the people who raised concerns. Potential public attack on Jason. Professor Arde has been cleared by those investigations of any wrongdoing. Yeah, this is where like the universities are like, yeah, we stand behind this guy. He's done nothing wrong. Oh, he's a good professor. Don't worry about it. A Cambridge spokesman said the university has begun an investigation following new information about Professor Arde's academic qualifications and honorary appointments. Professor Arde, who is a professor of sociology of education, has also been the subject of plagiarism claims after the Telegraph reported that he had been accused of copying parts of his PhD thesis from another student. University said there remained a number of ongoing complaints regarding academic misconduct, which were being handled in line with its misconduct in research policy. While we were fully aware of the public commentary and concerns around this matter, it remains vital that any process is thorough and adheres to both university policies and employment law, the spokesman said. They ignored this for years. Always complain. What does Asmongold say? Always chimp out? That's what works? He's just a good girl who didn't do nothing. We also fully recognize that there is a person at the center of the situation, and we continue to support him. Why would you say that? Why would you fucking say that? All this makes you feel good about being a teacher that actually worked hard and earned what you did, not copy-pasting your work from others' hard work. I can only imagine the white dudes and the Asian dudes who are still teachers at this point in time. How they got there must have been back-breaking. Massive Doge, thank you. What are the chances he faked his death? I'm leaning towards more possible by the article we read. Like, every new article, it's just like, holy shit, he was lying about what now? Professor Arde repeatedly claimed that he was the author of a book called Being Young, Black and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse, which was said to explore stereotypes about black masculinity. The book was listed in his biography description in published essays, as well as promotional material for speaking events, and was attributed to the Palgrave Macmillan Publishing House. In reality, it never made it to the shelves and was abandoned by the publisher several years ago. He just can't stop making shit up! The revelation raises questions over his employment at the University of Cambridge. To apply for a professorship at Cambridge, applicants need to submit an extensive portfolio of work, which includes a complete bibliography of essays, journals, and book chapters. This is, again, how you know the people doing DEI hires do not care about merit. They most likely did not even check any of these sources. They just said, wow, he has a very quality resume. Let's just take this guy. It's perfect. Are we talking smack on woke stuff? We are. And then once they were alerted to the fact that, like, hey, this guy's credentials may be fake, it turns into, well, that doesn't matter. He's black. Why would we hold him to real standards? This guy is the literal walking definition of black privilege. 100%, bro. Jesus College, where Professor Arde is a fellow, has also launched its own process alongside the university's investigation. Jesus College? A college spokesman said, parallel to the University of Cambridge's investigation into Professor Arde, Jesus College is launching its own process. Professor Arde's college fellowship is linked to his university role, and we will fully support the university. Professor Arde remains a fellow during this process, so we recognize that this is a very difficult time for him and his family, and ask that they are treated with compassion and respect. About the author, Dr. Jason Arde is an assistant professor in sociology at Durham University in the Department of Sociology. Jason is a visiting research fellow at The Ohio State University, we know that's fake, in the Office of Diversity and Inclusion, a research associate at Nelson Mandela. What? Why is there... What? Is that also in Ohio? The accusations that Professor Arde had allegedly plagiarized the work of another academic made international headlines, including in the US. After analysis of his PhD thesis showed more than 180 separate passages were identical or near identical to the other student's thesis. In recent days, Professor Arde has put his apparent plagiarism down to autism, saying he absorbs information through mimicry. This is so fucking stupid. Anyone who believes this is a retard. Like, this is definitely a way that some autistics will learn, but they are also smart enough to not pass it off as their own work to just one-for-one plagiarize in an academic paper. This is fucking insanity. Just once again, using someone's condition as a shield for criticism, which makes me question his autism in general. Does he even have it? That sounds fake as fuck. Why do all of his photos have crazy eyes? Maybe because he's just fucking crazy? He has admitted that a claim about running 600 miles in 6 days for charity was wrong, saying that it had taken 12 days. He has accepted that he did not raise £5.5 million for charity alone, as he has said in the past, but had instead been a part of a syndicate of about 100 people, none of whom he can name because he had signed a non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, I just don't believe any of that. The universities of Glasgow and Ohio State have denied claims by Professor Arde that he had been a visiting professor at their institutions. It was revealed by The Telegraph that Professor Arde has incorrectly named to be a visiting professor at the Nelson Mandela University in South Africa. Man, he was really getting around. He was like some prestigious professor in all of these countries' universities. He's just getting around, man. On the Cambridge Faculty of Education page, he claims to be a visiting professor at the university in the city of Queberha, formerly Port Elizabeth. Maybe they should rechange the name. That's way easier to say. However, a university spokesman said Professor Arde had no formal affiliation with the institution and had served as an adjunct professor on a fixed-term association that ended in November 2025. Jesus Christ. This is like everything about this man is made up. We're gonna find out in like a week that he's not even real. He was just like some other college student's AI project. Adjunct professors are usually part-time and hold more junior positions than visiting professors. Cambridge previously said Professor Arde was the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, but faced a staff revolt over its refusal to re-examine his academic credentials. Good on the fucking staff for not being so ideologically captured that they were like, we know this guy's a fraud, fucking investigate him for fraud. What are you doing? In 2019, Professor Arde published his book, Cool Britannia and Multi-Ethnic Britain, Uncorking the Champagne Supernova. What? Which examined 1990s British culture through the lens of ethnic minority experiences. In the first few pages of the book, a section called About the Author states that Professor Arde is the author of the following titles, before listing being young, black, and male, challenging the dominant discourse. Palgrave. The same claim was made in promotional material for his appearance at a speaking event at Queen's University Belfast at the end of 2019, as well as an essay he wrote about racism in higher education, which was published in June 2020. Palgrave Macmillan, an academic and trade publishing company, accepted Professor Arde's proposal for the book, but did not publish it. Despite the book not being publicly available, he continued to promote himself as its author. While he was working at Durham University in 2020, he uploaded the title of the book to the university's online repository, an online archive to which academics can upload their research and other work. He uploaded the title of the book, but he didn't upload any of its contents, especially if the publishing house accepted it. Why would he not get it published after that? Like, that's fishy as fuck. Did the book actually exist, or did he only have a title? What did he send to Palgrave Macmillan to get it accepted for publishing? There's so many questions. Because, like, it couldn't have been just fucking blank, otherwise it wouldn't have been accepted, right? It was just plagiarized. Maybe. It's just plagiarized from other books. I don't know. Man, however, he did not upload any files or content from the book. The entry said manuscript in preparation, suggesting that the work had not yet been completed. His profile page on the university's website listed the book under his publication section, with the caveat that it was forthcoming. This was updated in 2023 to manuscript submitted for publication before the page was deleted. Of course it was. Palgrave Macmillan confirmed to The Telegraph that the project had been abandoned several years ago, although a spokesman would not comment on why. A Durham University spokesman said it is standard practice for academics to list forthcoming books or manuscripts on their web pages. It can take some time for works to appear in print. We are dependent on authors updating us on the status of their work. As it is over 4 years since Jason left Durham, any further questions need to be directed to the author. Professor Arde did not respond for a request to comment at the time of this article being released. Which I'm not surprised! All he's doing is covering his tracks at every chance he gets. He could have just published 200 blank pages. No one reads that shit, right? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Falsely claimed to have published a book. Holy shit! At least the hack Thomas Lockley actually published a book, unlike Arde. How? How do you make Lockley look good? Well, the standards for fraud, if you're a white male, seem to be significantly, I guess, lower for being caught. So, Lockley had to put in a lot more effort in order to obscure the fact that he was being fraudulent. You're gonna say he didn't even write the book now? In a week, we'll hear all kinds of shit that now turns out to have been bullshit. Oh, I'm so fucking ready, dude. The guy has severe gay face? No, I think he has severe horror creature face. You know, like, this is something I would expect to see in a horror movie. Like, it's just the way that his eyes are blank and soulless and they stare into you. It's very creepy. Sergeant Buck, thank you. Professor Arde isn't like you. He's black. Wastelander, thank you. There's anybody in this room that deserves to write a book, it's Kirsche. Just make sure that when you write your 200-chapter book, Miss Foxy, it's got the most racist title ever. Call it Mine Munya. Why would I do that? He's got the meme JD Vance eyes. That's true. Final Twin, thank you. You're making brownies while listening, and you got your email for your shirt and card sleeves. Fuck yeah, buddy. Also, yay, pure blood despite your mother's tears. Congratulations. I'm glad you were capable of saying no to a woman. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Off topic, this tab makes you feel like Pavlov's dog, because every time Kirsche says Professor, your ears perk up. Yeah, I don't know why they keep calling him that. Right? Like, if I was a journalist tasked with writing about this guy, I would be like, for all of the fraudulent reasons, I'm just not going to address him as professor in this article. Parofan, thank you. Running behind at the COVID convo, your mom was given the jab while passed out at the hospital when she was getting a blood transfusion. She passed away a few months later due to SADs. You will never forgive these people. I don't know what SAD is, but also, what the how can they give her that without her consent? That seems wildly unprofessional. What the fuck? Mystics Vegeta, thank you. Did he guest tech in Wakanda too? You know, he was probably an adjunct professor in Wakanda. PT Proxy, thank you. Getting your war crime partner tomorrow. Ordering questionable items from Amazon to bring in our quest. Like soap and deodorant. Don't eat the soap. Even if it has a delicious flavor, it doesn't taste good like candles. A kick... As Kika Enos. Thank you for the... I cannot parse your name. I apologize. Hearing other countries use the highly descriptive and suitable words of shit cunt gives you hope for humanity. Cheers for Tasmania. Whenever I hear Tasmania, I think back to these two Spirit Master bros who were both Australian that I played with occasionally in Ion. And one of them lived in Tasmania, and whenever he mentioned living in Tasmania, other Australians would be like, what the fuck? You guys have internet out there? You guys aren't just like monkeys living in trees? Please give Kirsche simpler names to read. Haster the Fool, thank you. I live! You've been fighting your iPhone and have finally won. Foxy Lady, can you get a victory screech? Congratulations! You beat your iPhone! I'm sorry you have an iPhone. I prefer Android. Giving people the jab secretly or against their conduct is an ethics breach. This is illegal and suable. Yeah, that's what I would think, right? Tasmania has a very small gene pool. T Australian. Yeah, I never got it. I was just like, oh, is Tasmania some sort of like ghetto place? And so in my American brain, since it was more like they were shocked they had internet, right? I was like, oh, is it just like a rainforest with like an oasis? And, you know, everyone around there just kind of gathers around the pond at noon. You know? You get shit for having a Samsung even though you're Korean. Can't a man have his nationalistic pride? I like Samsungs, man. iPhone is mental illness. You have one as a business phone, it sucks. Same. I hate having to use an iPhone for business purposes. That's like telling someone with lag, I hope you have clean water where you live. You've heard it described as the Alabama of Australia. As an American, I know nothing about Tasmania. Stop talking, Chad, so that we can scroll down. You're not enjoying looking at this picture. We already read this article. I went back to the top. That's what I do at the end of articles. Schmearlies, thank you for the swastikas. You gotta go shower and pray in synagogue. Shabbat shalom. Enjoy your evening, my guy. Your friend said Tasmania's like Alabama, but Australia. That's really funny. It's a universal experience. Let's see here. What do I have? There's this next tab. Luxendark, thank you for the 2 months. The dude looks like he got all 5 vaccinations and found the perfect moment to unleash the forbidden one. Oh my god. Okay, so that article we just read was published on August 5th at 2 p.m. and then it was updated at 6 p.m. BST. I'm assuming that's British Standard Time. This next article was published the next day. This next article was published the next day. Jason Arde resigns after Telegraph reveals his false book claims. Professor announces he is quitting Cambridge with immediate effect after university launched an investigation. Aw, fuck you, you dumb whore. I have to go to the archives to read this. Eine Moment chat. Beep, beep, beep. You can't investigate me. I quit. Yeah, right? Yeah, right, dude? Good God. What? What? Okay, there we go. It had the wrong article archived for a bunch of reasons. I don't know. Professor Jason Arde has resigned from the University of Cambridge after the Telegraph revealed he falsely claimed to have published a book. In a statement on Wednesday evening, Arde said he was stepping down with immediate effect from his position at the university and at Jesus College, citing the unrelenting level of public scrutiny. I didn't do nothing wrong, but I'm resigning because the scrutiny, it's just too much. This guy wouldn't even be able to last as a streamer. It came hours after the university announced it was investigating him following new information regarding his academic qualifications and honorary appointments. Arde, who is a professor of sociology of education, has been at the center of a plagiarism row after the Telegraph reported accusations he had copied parts of his PhD thesis from another student. Earlier on Wednesday, the Telegraph also revealed that Arde had repeatedly claimed that he was the author of a book called Being Young, Black, and Male, Challenging the Dominant Discourse. The book was listed in his biography description in published essays, as well as in promotional material for speaking events, and was attributed to the Palgrave Macmillan Publishing House. There's no evidence that any book was written or published. The revelation raised questions over Professor Arde's employment at the Cambridge University of Cambridge, whatever. To apply for a professorship at Cambridge, applicants need to submit an extensive portfolio of work, which includes a complete bibliography of essays, journals, and book chapters. Jesus College, where Arde was also a fellow, had said it was investigating him, adding that it was a very difficult time for him and his family. Who cares? In what world are the people investigating him supposed to also sympathize him while investigating? That's not impartial. What the fuck? Hello, is this the cool stream? Yeah, we have AC here. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Maybe it's because he worked a lot today, but that picture of Arde just looks like a thin version of EDP wearing a very bad wig and you can't unsee it. I don't like that. Kirsche's book will be Being Young, White, and Foxy. Oh my god. It's just Az. Thank you, Az, for more When you travel to the States, you tell folks we only just got the net, so you have no idea about politics or current events. That would be a really funny way to see what kind of, like, schizophrenic shit comes out of people's mouths. Oh my god. Sean Hooglin, thank you for the mate, a Tasmanian who can stop doing his sister long enough to chat. Kier gets all the rare chatters. So you're saying Tasmanians are the reason Moot hated Australians. They can only mock, it cannot make, and not real new things of its own. J.R.R. Tolkien. It's very true. He's correct. He is correct. AC is really the line between civilization and the animal kingdom. True. AC, in this economy? Thank you, chat. Announcing his resignation on the Good Law Project's website, Arde said, "While criticism is an inevitable part of academic life, what I have experienced has gone far beyond scholarly disagreement. The relentless accusations, speculation, and public commentary have taken a profound toll on me and on those I love." He added, "This decision should not be interpreted as a loss of faith in scholarship or in the values that first brought me to Cambridge, nor should it be mistaken for an acceptance of the narratives that have surrounded me. It is simply the decision of someone who has reached the limits of what any person should reasonably be expected to endure." It's reached the limits of what any person should reasonably be expected to endure. Hey bro, we noticed there's a lot of plagiarism in your articles, and also why is this book that you claim to have written not in existence? And also, how are you running 9 marathons on a broken leg? And you know, there's just a lot of questions we have. There's a lot of inconsistencies here. Yeah, that's more than any person should be reasonably expected to endure. How dare you be expected to address the lies and fabrications you have created? I hate the race card, man. Professor Jason Arday's statement in full. I can't read it in full. It's all fucked up. It's all fucked up, man. The Telegraph revealed last month that Professor Arday had been accused of plagiarism after analysis of his PhD thesis showed more than 180 separate passages were identical or near identical to another student's thesis. In recent days, Professor Arday has put his apparent plagiarism down to autism. We know that much. He has faced questions over other claims. We already read about those as well. These don't seem anything new. University of Glasgow, Ohio State University in the US, and Nelson Mandela University in South Africa also denied claims by Professor Arday that he had been a visiting professor at their institutions. The Telegraph can also reveal that he falsely claimed to hold a master's degree in psychodynamic counseling from Birkbeck University. How are they still uncovering more lies? How are we still getting, by the way, here's something else he lied. How? How does it keep fucking going? Yeah, fucking Brokeback University. No wonder he's writing about young black men. What in the hell is psychodynamic counseling? That's a great question. Let's look it up. Hold on a second. What are you, psychodynamic counseling? Psychodynamic counseling is a form of talk therapy rooted in psychoanalysis. It focuses on how your unconscious thoughts, past memories, and early childhood experiences shape your current behavior, emotions, and relationships. The goal is to bring hidden feelings into awareness to create deep, lasting personal growth. There's an image here. There's a Globo Homo image here. Psychodynamic therapy. The goals of this therapy are learn more about your thoughts and feelings, find out what's causing stress, change how you think, understand yourself better, stop harmful habits or behaviors, make long-lasting emotional changes, improve self-esteem, and strengthen relationships with others. So it's just regular talk therapy? Why did they need like a special word for it? He added a word to get himself paid more. Yeah, it's just therapy. What the heck? No. Glenn, thank you. EDP doesn't seem to be that bad of a guy now. What? Kappa Romeo, thank you. The UK's left's line is that Arday was killed by tabloid bullying and harassment. His body isn't cold and they already have a censorship agenda ready. This guy was a psyop. There's no fucking way. Internet Zen Master, thank you. At this point, you're wondering what Mr. Arday actually told the truth about because it feels like his entire life is just a lie. I'd be amazed if he's even actually a black man. Like, again, he's got these super fucking scary eyes, dude. Like, look at this. This man isn't fucking real. And he's got, like, this weird fucking halo effect on his hairline. We're gonna find out that this was someone's AI project and they managed to pull the wool over so many professors' eyes. He looks more normal-like there than in any of his other pictures. Holy shit. Durham University also contradicted his claim to be an honorary professor in its sociology department. Everything about this guy is a lie. Cambridge previously said Arday was the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility, but faced a staff revolt over its refusal to re-examine his academic credentials. Investigation came hours after the Telegraph revealed Arday's false claim to have published a book. In 2019, Arday published Cool Britannia and Multi-Ethnic Britain Uncorking the Champagne Supernova, which examined 1990s British culture through the lens of ethnic minority experiences. In the first few pages of the book, we know that he put that book there that doesn't exist. Same claim was made in promotional material for his speaking. Palgrave Macmillan, an academic and trade publishing company, accepted Professor Arday's proposal but didn't publish it. And then this goes over the manuscript publication stuff we read in that other article. Let's see here. Some of this isn't what I remember. Palgrave Macmillan confirmed to the Telegraph that the project had been abandoned several years ago, although a spokesman would not comment on why. I want to know why. A Durham University spokesman said it was standard practice for academics to list forthcoming books or manuscripts on their web pages. Simon & Schuster, which is set to publish Professor Arday's memoirs later this month, had claimed on its website that he had previously published 3 books of academic work. After the Telegraph contacted the publishing company with the revelations about being young, black, and male, it was changed to 2 books. What a sentence, bro. David Harris, professor emeritus at Plymouth Marjon University, who first raised concerns about Arday's work in 2023, that said any reasonable person would have concluded from Arday's claims that he had published the book. He said that academics often listed forthcoming work but usually made it clear it was not yet published, and that Professor Arday's claim had fallen on the naughty side of bluffing. What a cute way to call fraud. The naughty side of bluffing. If he included this work in his portfolio, then he was applying to be a professor, or when he was applying to be a professor at Cambridge, then he has serious questions to answer. It means he could have been given the job under false pretenses, he told the Telegraph. Arday also claimed between 2019 and 2023 that he had published a book titled Considering...
Just got off work. Where the fox woman at?
It's me!
Moon your business.
Munya! We're munyaing over the hills, man. Thank you, Master of Mundus. I hope you can relax after work today. Internet Zen Master, thank you. At this point, you're wondering what Mr. Arday actually... I read that. Thank you again. Thank you again. I was fucking hella scrolled up in chat for some reason. Pathetic attempt to downplay plagiarism. True and fucking real. I'm not a criminal. I'm just a wrong one. Observing Libertarian, thank you. That's how credentialism functions. You don't actually have to be competent or capable. Just stack as many meaningless certifications as possible, none of which actually require any kind of work. True. If you have enough fake credentials, the right DEI person will get you hired anyway. Battleizer, thank you. EDP isn't that bad. Check that chatter's computer. Yeah, that was a fucking weird-ass statement. What the fuck was even that? No. Roadkill VT, thank you. You would love Black Panther. Ironically, Wakanda hundreds of years ago developed super technology and yet have thatched roofs on their skyscrapers. Why would they do that? Published a book titled Considering Racialized Context in Education, Using Reflective Practice and Peer Mentoring to Support Black and Ethnic Minority Educators. The title was included in his list of published work in Cool Britannia and Multi-Ethnic Britain alongside Being Young, Black, and Male book. It was also listed on his staff profile on Durham University's website as being published in 2019 by the Routledge Publishing Company. He was still claiming that the book was published when he took up the post as Cambridge's youngest black professor in March 2023. It was not until December 2023 that the Durham website was finally altered to say the book was in press, meaning it had passed peer review and been accepted for publication, but it had not been published yet. Miss Foxwoman, a second fake book has hit the stream. I mean, I guess if you lie about having one book published and you don't get caught, why not just make up more books? Who's gonna check it? There's all the fake books now. It remains unclear whether the book was ever published. Arday listed the book himself on Amazon in 2024, but it included no cover image and was only available to be pre-ordered for delivery in 2030. He listed a book with no available image in 2024, saying that you can pre-order it for 2030. This guy is even beating the Chinese at the scam games. That's fucking crazy. If anyone pre-ordered that, they should have their voting rights taken away. Holy shit, dude. That is insanity. Several book-selling websites also list the title, but it is never available to buy, and the listings include no cover images. They also give different dates for when it was published, either saying 2023 or 2024, or that it will be published in 2030. Schrodinger's book about racism, it may or may not exist, but you're not allowed to question it, you bigot. Routledge and Professor Arday have been contacted for comment. How are there still more fake things coming out? That's actually fucking insane, dude. I'm losing my mind. I had a tweet here. Write that down. Kirsche's book, The Bunka Memoirs. Colin Wright had a tweet here. Jason Arday, the Cambridge professor exposed for plagiarism and fabricating major aspects of his life story, has resigned. According to leading AI writing detection software Pangram, Arday's resignation letter is fully AI generated with high confidence. Man couldn't even resign without using AI to write it fucking for him. Dear colleagues, it is with profound sadness that I write to resign with immediate effect from my position at the University of Cambridge and Jesus College. When I accepted the extraordinary honor of becoming professor of sociology at Cambridge, it was, without question, the greatest professional privilege of my life. Yes, because you didn't belong there. You were a fraud from the ground fucking up, dude. Holy shit. You aspire to his level of laziness. If only you were black. Imagine if he put as much effort into actually doing things as he did at being a fraud. Maybe he'd actually accomplish something. To become the youngest black professor in the university's history was something I could scarcely have imagined as a child growing up with a diagnosis of autism, unable to speak until I was 11 years old. The response from so many people across the world was overwhelming. Thousands celebrated not simply my appointment, but what it represented. That talent, perseverance, and hope can triumph over even the greatest adversity. What adversity? People not checking if you plagiarized other people's papers? I mean, I guess that's an adversity if you're a duplicitous cunt. Like, come on, dude. Stolen autistic valor. It has been the privilege of my life to teach my students, to learn alongside them, and to witness their curiosity, kindness, and ambition. Until that curiosity is asking, hey bro, where are your sources? Where are these books you supposedly published? I can't find any of this shit. How did you almost beat a world record in running with a broken leg? Not that kind of curiosity. They have given me far more than I could have ever given them. Sadly, the years since my appointment have also been marked by an unrelenting level of public scrutiny and personal attack. While criticism is an inevitable part of academic life, what I have experienced has gone far beyond scholarly disagreement. The relentless accusation, speculation, and public commentary have taken a profound toll on me and those that I love. This guy was fucking taken out by Clinton-esque assassins. He was supposed to be a martyr so that now you can no longer question any academic that may have even the slightest tan on their skin. You can't question them. They might kill themselves, you bigot. You just have to accept all of their fraud. I have tried to continue because I believe deeply in the values of higher education and rigorous scholarship and in the transformative power of universities. I have tried because of my students, my colleagues, and the countless people who have written to tell me that my journey gave them hope. But there comes a point where the personal cost becomes too great. I have a family. You're not real. This man isn't real. 100% AI generated, by the way. AI detection tools practically never flag human written text as AI generated. I don't know if that's true or not. I've seen people post on Twitter that there are like false positives sometime. But I have no idea. I've never used AI to detect these things, but I would probably err on the side of it's probably not perfect. Pangram is very good, though not perfect, at flagging text that is fully AI generated. Arday's resignation letter was therefore almost certainly written by AI. I would believe it 100% in this case, simply because this guy has lied about absolutely everything. He's lied about everything and has written literally nothing, so why would he write his own resignation letter? I'd be willing to believe it here because of the pattern this man has exhibited. Who wrote this? Evaluating the reliability of AI detection tools in higher education. Pangram is this yellow bar one up here, I guess, for fully AI generated. It's a bit less for hybrid and humanized. AI checkers may be spotty, but his track record is against him. Yeah, exactly. That's a very good way to put it. Very good way to put it. We're at another archive that killed itself. Let me see if I have this in the links my mod has posted to me. Ein Moment. I don't know why my archives, like, fucking reset themselves. I've never seen that happen. Never seen that happen. Someone on Count Dankula's thread said this guy was even plagiarizing Milli Vanilli's book? What the fuck? Milli Vanilli has a book? The real issue is now with his death. Anyone who continues the investigation will be attacked as evil for harassing the dead. Yeah, unfortunately. Look, not book. Oh, my bad. I've been reading about books this whole time. I don't remember what Milli Vanilli looks like. Okay. This looks correct. The Jason Arde debacle is becoming a national scandal. Jason Arde's story is becoming a national scandal. What began as a vaguely amusing parable of our times. It's not vaguely amusing that this guy is basically given all of this recognition and accolades for everything being fake. A schadenfreude-filled expose of the left's remarkable gullibility has now morphed into something far more sinister. If you believed that this was gullibility on the part of the left, you do not understand where we are. You do not understand that all of these people, in hiring him, in maintaining him as a professor, in circling the wagons and supporting him after the fraud was outed, that's not the left's remarkable gullibility. That's them exactly knowing what they're doing. They're admitting to you that there is no meritocracy. They purposefully hire people like this based on their immutable characteristics. And if they got there fraudulently, that doesn't matter. Most of them got into these positions fraudulently. So why would they care about one of their own doing the same thing all of them have done? This is how they usurp the institutions. And thinking that they are all gullible idiots is not the way to go about it. Which is why I still say sometimes, while the difference between the actions of the useful idiot and the malicious liar are basically the same, there's not going to be a huge difference there. It's still important to point out the difference between those two classes of people. Otherwise, you'll be thinking everyone is simply a gullible lefty who thinks too good of the world. And that will put you in a losing position. Xenogears, my guy. Great fucking game, thank you. There's already many people calling for further media control. By the way, Digimon later. I don't typically play games on Friday unless they are heavy-handed political kind of things. Narcissism and cowardice, you know? Nobathan, thank you. Someone tell Vedal there's a problem with your AI. Help. A can of baked beans! I love baked bean. I found my channel Monday, joined the Discord Wednesday, now opening your wallet on Friday. Thanks for giving me something to listen to at work. Help! Thank you for hanging out, my guy. I'm glad you enjoy hanging out. Massive Doge, thank you. This is a Netflix version of Catch Me If You Can. Glenn, thank you. A champagne supernova by a 1991 Manchester band, Oasis. You know, that sounds like it would work. As, thank you. Milli Vanilli strikes again. I don't remember who that is. I'm so sorry. Cladex, thank you. So many lies. Is Kirsche even a fox? The truth will surprise you. Craig David in the chat. Wastelander, thank you. Girl, you know it's true. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I plagiarized you. Oh, I thought you were doing like a stereotypical, like, black lady wagging her finger thing. But now I think you're doing song lyrics, and I have no idea what song that is. I don't know what that is. Oh my god. Has now morphed into something far more sinister. For now, we learn that Scotland Yard attempted to silence a journalist who tried to expose Arde's claims. In fact, they spent 4 months investigating him. Even by the appallingly low standards of the Met, it is a startling revelation. When Jack Grove, a reporter for Times Higher Education, emailed Arde a series of questions about his academic record, officers told him to stop contacting the professor because his mental health had been affected. Arde also hired the law firm Carter Ruck, who doesn't come cheap, who claimed Grove's apparent attack on their client may be racially motivated. Can you imagine just having like a get-out-of-jail-free card in your pocket for absolutely everything? Someone saw you committing a crime? No, they didn't. They're a racist. Someone caught you plagiarizing your PhD papers? No, they didn't. They're a racist. Someone caught you pretending to publish books that never existed? No, they didn't. They're a racist. Let's be really clear about what this means. The UK's biggest police force attempted to shut down a journalistic investigation, apparently because the man at the center of it played the race card. I'm glad this article is on my brain cell wavelength. As Grove himself states, I was just doing my job. Journalists should be free to ask questions of anyone, even star professors. And yet, if we've learned anything from the Arde debacle, it is that asking questions is beyond the pale for the powers that be. At best, you'll be accused of attempting to undermine black people who hold positions of influence. As a solidarity letter organized by the left-wing pressure group the Good Law Project recently alleged. At worst, it'll lead to phone calls from the old Bill and legal threats from one of the country's most expensive law firms. This is insane. Once again, like I said when we read this journalist account, so many journalists today are just disgusting prostitute propagandists. This guy was actually trying to investigate something that was fishy, to expose someone who is a fraud. And the police targeted the journalist for it. There is a reason that journalists were called prostitutes. Most of them are not willing to risk their skin like this guy was to investigate Arde. I don't think you have, mate. Kappa Romeo, thank you. Kirsche, you've not heard of Oasis. They're famous. Are those the Wonderwall guys? The more you learn about the Arde affair, the angrier you get. The sicker I get. Angry about Grove being investigated by the Met for just doing his job. Angry about the academics who should have been promoted instead. But most of all, angry about the craven capitulation of institution after institution when faced with the delusions of an apparent fanaticist who had only one true talent, an ability to exploit their virtue-signaling vanity. Once again, this guy is so close to getting it, but he does not realize it. These academics were not duped. They probably knew before any kind of reports that his credentials were kind of fishy. That doesn't matter to them. He's easier to control, especially if he's already lying. Yes. Oh, okay. They are the Wonderwall people. All right. Okay. Yeah, I do know that band. The British police are a joke at the moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jason Arde was not exploiting the academics. The academics essentially were exploiting him. They were elevating him in order to elevate their own status within their communist enclaves. That is how this works. They are the architects of this disaster. And it's not going to get any better until all of the academics in positions of power at these universities are removed. You cannot have communists teaching your kids. Give them too much credit. I think you absolutely should. Once again, there's a difference between the useful idiots and the people who are actually pushing this shit forward. You would argue they were exploiting each other? Yeah, you could make that argument. I would say, that's probably correct. It's like a mutual exploitation venture. A Golden Fang, thank you. Does he even know how to write? It's like he thinks he's pulling one over on them while they're just like, yeah, we know he's a fraud and that's why we want him. Gotta take them all down. True and real. When doubts about Arde's academic record first emerged, his defenders cried racism. And yet, aren't the real racists those who seemingly hold diverse academics to lower standards? We've been saying this for ages, and it doesn't work. I do the same thing. Pointing out their hypocrisy is very cathartic, but it doesn't actually seem to really help, unfortunately. Because, they don't care when they're being hypocritical. They don't care when you point out the things that they believe are actually doing damage. That's the whole point. In 2023, the BBC ran a piece in which Hilary Creeman, head of Cambridge's education faculty, simpers in front of Arde on camera that we are so lucky to have you. She appears to view him as some sort of collectible, a trinket to be displayed so that no one can ever question the university's commitment to inclusion ever again. It is the soft bigotry of low expectations on full display. That's actually gross. That's actually really fucking gross. I don't understand why anyone would want to be seen that way, even. Yay, trinket! The same attitude seeps through almost every sycophantic media opportunity that Arde has been afforded over the recent years. Liberal interviewer after liberal interviewer lined up to coo over his confected life story, from raising millions for charity to running 600 miles in 6 days. But instead of asking basic questions to verify such objectively remarkable claims, they simply didn't consider it necessary to apply traditional journalistic standards to a neurodivergent person of color. We're not just talking about one or two soft soap interviews here. Arde was invited to be a guest editor on the Today program, appeared on Question Time, and on multiple occasions was a panelist on Sunday with Laura Kuenssberg. The clips from these appearances have been doing the rounds on social media in the past week, and what shines through in each of them is just how transparently imbecilic Arde is. And yet no one had the balls to say the Emperor had no clothes. Again, this is the exact Marxist schedule. This is what they have been trying to do for decades now. And they encroach on more territory, and censorship gets worse and worse every year that goes by. Like, all of the transgender stuff, that is, again, people not having the balls to say the Emperor has no clothes. It should not have gotten as clown-worldy as it has, and yet here we are. People being able to use the race card to get out of doing actual crimes never should occur. But no one has the balls to talk about it in positions of power. Like, we as, like, YouTubers and podcasters or whatever, yeah, sure, we can bang on about it. But we don't have any real power but spreading awareness and hoping enough people making enough noise will get someone in a position of power to start pointing it out. But it takes so much fucking time to get there. This is precisely the sky is green type shit. It is. It is. How did I pronounce Königsberg correctly? I don't know. Maybe German learning kicked in my brain somewhere. The Emperor has no balls, much less clothes. Transparently imbecilic is a fantastic phrase. I agree. When being humored by Krishnan Guru Murthy on Channel 4's Ways to Change the World, Arde volunteers that he would take a thread and needle and I'd interweave love into our society. Even AI would struggle to generate such meaningless slop, and yet Guru Murthy nods along earnestly as if exposed to profundity for the first time. This is something that would have made that teleportation frog vomit all over the place in Digimon. That would have gotten me to a nice cliff with some treasure chests on it, man. During a BBC Radio 4 debate about the future of monarchy, Arde makes the completely baseless claim that 70% of Brits live below the breadline. Again, this goes entirely unchallenged. In a debate about the future of the monarchy, he makes a baseless claim that 70% of Brits live below the breadline. He knows that the monarchy is just ornamental at this point, right? He knows that the monarch, if his claim was correct, which it's not, he would know that that's not the fault of the monarchy in current year, right? Like, what? Below the what line? When he's saying below the breadline, I'm assuming he's trying to say that they're impoverished. But it's a weird way to put it because the breadline typically refers to the desolate grocery stores that happen under communistic control. He's just saying words. He knows he'll get a head pet for saying the right one. Just like a dog, man. Mostly all the monarchy does in current year is increase tourism, which enriches the country. Battleizer, thank you. Cliff, nah. You'd be on Mars with this drivel. Probably does not know that appears to be his standard state of being. Yeah, it's very weird. It's like all these people are like, yes, let's bring this fraudulently credentialed black man on our show and give him head pets and cookies for saying things. Golden Fang, thank you. I think I read that, but yeah, I don't think he knows how to write either. How much of this is a humiliation ritual? Yeah, he's an idiot, but he's more accredited than you unwashed plebs. Know your place. I mean, anything DEI related, since it's the opposite of meritocracy, is also meant to be a humiliation ritual. This is just how communists operate, and it's fucking tiresome, man. Below the breadline means you can't afford bread and other basic necessities. I've never heard it used that way. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation of, I guess, some sort of British slang. I'm glad you weren't the only one who was questioning the term breadline. I guess it's British slang if somebody knows what it means. Because I have not heard it used in that position before. A monarchy costs the individual taxpayer the equivalent of about $1.50 per year, by the way. That's actually not a lot. The Good Law Project letter, which was signed by figures including Zach Polanski. What a interesting last name. Wasn't there like a fraud guy who had the last name Polanski in the US? I wonder if there's a relation there. John McDonnell and Clive Lewis argues that universities must ensure that excellence is protected and that every scholar is judged on the merit of their work, not the color of their skin. What an odd thing to say when you're defending a fraudulent person because of the color of their skin. Roman Polanski, yeah, that guy! Was a pedo director? Oh, I thought he did fraud. I guess he was a pedo, you know? Either way. Roman Polanski's a child molester film director. For some reason, I thought he was like a Wall Street fraud guy. Maybe that just sounds like a Wall Street name. A breadline is the lowest level of income needed to live, or a line of people waiting to get free food from a charity or government. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. He drugged and raped a 14-year-old. Jesus Christ. I couldn't agree more, said the author of this article to the statement from the Good Law Project letter. Except that isn't what Arday's defenders have been doing. They've been demanding less of him simply because of his race. By promoting Arday as an example of black excellence, they're also doing a colossal disservice to the many minority academics who truly deserve such a label. Yes, but again, that's part of the point. They don't actually want academics. They don't actually want intelligent people who can do work and do research and do studies. They want easily controllable people. And who else is more easily controllable than someone with the fakest list of fake credentials that have ever been faked? I'm still in two minds as to how to view Arday himself. Is he a fool or is he a knave? Probably both, in all honesty. But the bigger question is how so many of our most powerful institutions, whether Cambridge University, the BBC, or now the Metro Police, were taken in by such an obvious charlatan. They weren't taken in. They weren't taken in, especially considering how they closed the ranks when they were alerted to the fraud. They don't care. Hey. Zach Polanski is the head of the Green Party in Britain, bored David Paulden. His highest claim to fame is having worked as a hypnotist promising to give people bigger booba. How the fuck is he the head of a political party? Unless, of course, they weren't. Perhaps they believed all along that Arday was a fantasist, but were either too scared to say as much or considered him a useful idiot for the identity politics agenda that they are now beholden to. Yes, this last part. Exactly this. From everything we have read and everything we know, that is exactly the case. Hypnotism is a similar skill set, Jesus. Painheart, thank you. I'm thinking of Ponzi, as in the Ponzi scheme. That doesn't sound similar to that other word I read, Polanski. Yeah, I don't think I was getting Polanski and Ponzi confused. But definitely... Is Ponzi scheme named after someone named Ponzi? I don't think I know anything about a Ponzi man. I know what Ponzi scheme means. That's an excellent question. Also consider he is, if you recall correctly, openly gay, but his deputy head of the party is a Quran-thumping Islamist. What the fuck? John Ponzi? I can't tell if you're joking or not. It's from the 1920s. Okay, it's named after a guy. He did a stamp scheme, interesting case study. I don't know what that means. Charles Ponzi. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. And, we have this article. Like I said, there was so much information on this guy. And I don't know if there's been anybody who's done, like, a full fucking breakdown on him. Who hired the ridiculous Jason Arday at Cambridge? Eric Rasmussen has the names. And they all look exactly how you would expect them to. Holy shit. This guy down here is, like, the only outlier, but he's squinting. Jason Arday was appointed Professor of Sociology of Education in its Faculty of Education at Cambridge University in 2023. Since then, he's been found to be an incredible liar and a miserable scholar. Some line items. Number 1. He says he starred in ITV's 7 Up documentary series, but the BBC says he didn't. How is there still new things? We're like 8 articles deep. How are there still new things this guy has lied about? He says he raised £5 million for charity, but can't give details because he signed a non-disclosure agreement. 3, he said a pig's head was sent to his family home and police visited butchers to investigate, but the police and butchers say this never happened. 4, he ran 30 marathons in 35 days, and the last 9 after sustaining a hairline fracture in his leg, and covered 600 miles in 6 days. Though I hear that one Eddie Izzard ran 43 marathons in 51 days, so 30 and 35 is humanly possible. He plagiarized dozens of passages in his dissertation. He also plagiarized in his publications. 6, his writing is closer to that of undergrads than to faculty. Errors include diagonesis, enviably, for oh, okay. Errors include diagnosis, I'm assuming that's supposed to be diagnosis, and viably for inevitably, mental facilities for faculties, and persistence nature for persistence. What? This guy was really so unbelievably shameless. Yeah, that even tripped me up having to, like, read some of the words that he mangled. Bro had, like, a 9th grade education trying to pass himself off as a professor. We're running out of, but wait, there's more. Arde claimed to have worked on projects abroad for the charity Water Aid, which said they never sent volunteers abroad. What the fuck is Water Aid? There's still new things! Cambridge, or Arde, hired Carter Ruck, one of the United Kingdom's leading defamation law firms, to threaten journalists thinking of reporting on all of this. The police also threatened one journalist because he was asking questions that upset Arde, which is apparently a crime in England. 9. His thesis title, An Exploration of Peer Monitoring Among Student Teachers to Inform Reflective Practice Within the Context of Action Research, has a punctuation error. Even the title has an error. And number 10, he invented the data in some of his articles, claiming he had interviewed subjects when he clearly had not. I know of other amazing items. Someone on X has a 37-item list, though in the day since it was written, more came out. But I didn't intend to write on Arde, but those who appointed him. Arde himself resigned on August 5th, and pictures of the people involved in his appointment are at the start of this Substack. The Cambridge University Reporter number 6664, June 29th, 2022, and David Wooten tell us that the board that appointed Arde are Baroness Sally Morgan, Fitzwilliam, Professors Anup Nayak, Newcastle, Louise Archer, UCL, Joe Dillabur, Cam, I don't know what that is, Tim Harper, Magdalen, Michaelinos Zembilis, OU Cyprus, Karen Coates, Homerton, Martin Mills, UCL, Paul Ramchandani, Wolfson. I'm assuming these are all college names. He would make outrageous claims like he invented the question mark. Cam is probably Cambridge. Oh, that makes sense. This is not a lightweight panel. Zembilis has the most citations, all have a proper scholarly record in education, sociology, and history. So did they read the work? And if they did, how could they persuade themselves it was of the level appropriate for a Cambridge chair? Because once again, this is a DEI hire. They did not care. They did not care if there were suspicions in his, writings. They didn't care if things were suspicious at all in his, previous works. They were just like, yeah, this is the guy we need. This is our useful idiot. Let's fucking go. 2/3 of the board had to vote for Arde for the appointment to go through. Professor Hilary Creeman is head of the Faculty of Education and told the BBC that the board had been unanimous in recommending Arde. Pro-Vice Chancellor for the Education Bhaskar Vera was probably involved. Professor Phil Vickerman was Arde's thesis advisor. Arde was both a professor of Cambridge University and a fellow at Jesus College. He was elected by the members of the council, the master, the president, the senior tutor, the bursar, I don't know what the fuck a bursar is, and 12 fellows or emeritus fellows elected by the society. But without the participation of the 4 student members, Sonita Alienye, also referred to as Miss Sonita Alienye OBE, has been master since 2019. Below I include bio information on all of these people. I also include email addresses I intend to email each. Here is my letter. Dear Professor X, I'm assuming he's just substituting the X for their name depending on who he's sending it to. I am writing in an effort to learn how Jason Arde was appointed as a professor at Cambridge University. I am a retired Indiana University economics professor with a pretty good vitae, best known for my book Games and Information, published by Blackwell. I'm not first rate, but I went to Yale and MIT, and I've been a visiting scholar at Oxford Nuffield, Harvard Law twice, Harvard Econ, Yale Law, and Chicago Business. So I hope you will take me seriously. Did you vote in support of the hire? If so, how would you justify your decision? Did you read any of Arde's work? Did you know of his fanciful claims such as the 30 marathons? Do you regret your decision? Without knowing the answers, I and everybody else will believe that you have no justification for Arde's hire except his race, that you did not read his work, and that you care nothing about scholarly quality, and that you don't care about lying. He's not going to get a response to this. I still commend him for writing it. But it's like what a lot of people seem to not understand is that yes, all of this DEI nonsense is just justifying hiring people based on immutable characteristics. It doesn't matter if they even read the work. They were going to take him anyways because he is a perfect DEI hire. And yes, of course they don't care about lying. This is what communists do. If a communist is talking, they are lying to you. I don't think Arde is a communist. I think he's just a fraudulent guy who wanted recognition and wanted accolade. I think all of these people that hired him are part of Marxist belief systems wanting to usher in cultural change. Master of Mundus, thank you. A bursar is a treasure. Thank you. I've never seen that word before. Thank you, thank you. A bursar office is the financial office at college. You're currently fighting the one at your school because of a professor failing to put in a final class grade, which screwed up all your financial aid stuff. Damn, what the fuck? He was an X-Man too. This is insane. If you did oppose the hire, this is your chance to make that public. I myself would have resigned from the hiring committee if it were to recommend someone like this. I have included this letter on a Substack I have written at, and he links this. I'll be happy to append anything you may write on the affair. This may be your chief legacy. We like to think our articles and books are what will be remembered, but when someone Googles you in 50 years, it is this affair which will most likely come up. Baroness Sally Morgan became Fitzwilliam College's 9th Master on October 1st, 2019. Sally Morgan was born and went to school in Liverpool, and she is a Labour peer, worked for 8 years on 10 Downing Street, and was Minister for Women and Equalities. Minister for Women and Equality, so she is also some kind of, like, fake daycare job. I am a social and cultural geographer who has specialisms in race, ethnicity, and migration, masculinities and social change, youth transitions and inequalities. I studied at the Center for Contemporary Cultural Studies, University of Birmingham, before undertaking research posts exploring the perpetrators of racist violence with Les Beck and Roger Hewitt, and research on sexuality in schooling. I held a lectureship in media and cultural studies at Liverpool John Moores University. The connections emerging between cultural studies and geography led me to undertake a funded PhD in human geography at Newcastle University, exploring young people, race, and whiteness. If this is talking about fucking Sally Morgan, bro, she probably immediately went home and masturbated after accepting this fraudulent guy for a professorship. She's a commie change agent. I called it from the very fucking beginning. Because, wow, it's almost like I read this shit day in, day out. I'm currently the Carl Manheim Professor of Sociology of Education at UCL, IOE, 2017 to now, and co-chair of the Center for Sociology and Education and Equity with Jessica Ringrose and Caroline Oliver. The research seeks to understand educational identities and inequalities, particularly in relation to social class, gender, and race, / ethnicity across primary, secondary, higher, and informal learning contexts. I wonder what all of these people are going to bitch about once, like, white people are the de facto minorities in their own countries. Like, I know it's all, like, white people are already a global minority, right? But once white people are minorities in their own countries, what are these people gonna have to complain about? Because white people won't be in charge of that kind of power structure at that point. So who's going to be the ones committing the institutional racisms at that point? Once again, I know this is all blithering communist bullshit in order to try and trick people into going down this route. But it's still just baffling sometimes when you think about it, because it's like, how are you going to continue to convince people? Are you just expecting to have created the cultural transformation required that it won't matter? You won't need to lie anymore by that point? Like, sometimes I don't get it. Techno Gunny, thank you. Next, we have a theoretical degree in physics? Probably. That'd be really funny. Instead of a degree in theoretical physics, a theoretical degree in physics. History Coffee, thank you for the 21 months. South Africa still blames whites for all of their problems. They're never going to stop. Insanity, bro. Carthage, thank you for the 10 gift members, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I began my academic career as an ethnographer. Didn't we see that word in some, like gobbledygook passage earlier? Where they were talking about, like, ethnography? as a way to describe something. I like vaguely remember auto-ethnographer. More like ethnogrifter, true. During my doctorate, which I undertook in Canada at McGill University, at the start of my doctoral student trajectory, I sought to better understand how young people came to know about Indigenous human rights issues and how non-Indigenous youth and teachers understood them as expressions of culture, society, knowledge, and power. How young people came to know about Indigenous human rights issues and how non-Indigenous people understand those human rights issues as expressions of culture, society, knowledge, and power. I would very much like more explanation to what you're talking about, considering how many times we've been told, oh, it's okay that he raped a little girl, that's just his culture, you can't be a bigot, man. 10 hours of community service. Oh no, a Mr. Fantastic with their theoretical degree in theoretical physics. Help. I was also interested in the part played by social and cultural media popular knowledge forms, histories of colonialism and political culture in mediating these expressions. Professor Harper's research interests center on the history of modern Southeast Asia and the region's global connections. His first book, The End of Empire and the Making of Malaya, 1999, was a study of war, communist rebellion, and the achievement of independence in Malaya and Singapore. Sorry, I have no idea what Malaya is. Is that like what Malaysia used to be called? Since then, he has published with Christopher Bailey a 2-volume account of the Second World War and its aftermath in South and Southeast Asia. Forgotten Armies, 2004, and Forgotten Wars, 2007. Reminds me of the parody of the Avengers Unsubscribed podcast did, called The Offenders. Basically, you have a superpower, but you have a debuff like Offensive. Jason would be able to read into everyone's mind, but to do that, he has to reveal the truth to a lie from years ago. That sounds potentially interesting, but convoluted. Correct? It's what they used to call Malaysia. Thank you! I'm not totally brain damaged. South Africa sold them slaves and blame America. They're going to keep blaming whites for past mistakes and harassing people and making more trouble. It is amazing that by ending slavery, you're still the bad guy. Like, yeah, it should never have happened in the first place. You can't erase history. You can only go forward. You believe the fat electrician can fly, but he has to scream out slurs the entire time? That makes sense. That makes sense. Michaelinos Zambailis is a professor of educational theory and curriculum studies at the Open University of Cyprus and an honorary professor at the Nelson Mandela University in the Chair for Critical Studies and Higher Education Transformation. Literally every single one of these people has like a commie gobbledygook job description. None of these people know anything, nor do they do anything. They are just all agents of Marxist chaos. He has written extensively on emotion and affect in relation to social justice pedagogies, intercultural and peace education, human rights education, and citizenship education. His recent books include Psychologized Language in Education, Denaturalizing a Regime of Truth with Z. Beckerman, and Socially Just Pedagogies in Higher Education. Jesus Christ. They could be AI. I'm probably pronouncing pedagogy wrong. I feel like I am. I feel like I'm tripping over it every time I say it, but like, you know. Paul Ramchandani is Lego Professor of Play and Education Development and Learning at the University of Cambridge. You're telling me we have a Lego Professor of Play at the University of Cambridge and you expect me to take you seriously as an institution? What the fuck are we doing here? What the actual fuck, Mr. Ramadama Chingdong, Lego Professor of Play? Is there supposed to be a TM there? Is this a trademarked professor position? Maybe he's a Lego figurine. Paul also works as a consultant child and adolescent psychiatrist in the UK National Health Service and was previously Professor of Child and Adolescent Mental Health at Imperial College London. He trained as a doctor in Southampton and then in public health at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine in London, and in child and adolescent mental health in Oxford. I have a question. I have a question. The London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. All right, like I'm not a professor, right? I'm not smart enough to like go to Cambridge or anything. Why are they specifically singling out tropical medicine? Shouldn't it just be medicine in general? Most countries have one of those. Shouldn't it be topical? I don't know. Like maybe there's like classes on, okay, look, the people who live in the tropics are very different, and they might try to attack you thinking that you're putting spirits in their body when you give them a cure for like Ebola. All right, you guys remember when the Ebola people were attacked by the people who lived around there? I remember that. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't fucking know. It starts to slur. There are a bunch of exotic diseases you encounter in the tropics. Okay, so maybe it's specifically addressing tropical diseases. It's just really weird to call it tropical medicine. And especially when I pick up tropical medicine in a giant diatribe of how everyone here is basically not a real person. I'm like, do I even take tropical medicine seriously? Or is this also just like some weird mysticism that they're shoving in there? And tropical medicine brought to you by Chiquita Banana. True. It's a mix of we used to rule the world and they have some unknown and fucked up diseases in those parts of the world. Moose, thank you. When early bronze whites came to Africa, they came to trade for gold. What they found was a 1,000-year-old slave trade of Bronze Age blacks selling other Stone Age black people to anyone and everyone. Which makes you wonder, why did they do that? Why did they do that? Tropical medicine is coconut and banana rum. What's that song where it's like, come, Mr. Sandman, something banana. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what song that is? Lego sponsored the chair by creating the endowment that funds it, so it got named after them. Many such cases through the centuries, although usually just super rich nobles and merchants did it, not businesses. Yeah, just excuse me, I'm not going to take anyone who is a Lego professor of play seriously. Oh, it's Mr. Tallyman! Tally me, banana, thank you. Yeah, daylight, come on, me one go home. I vaguely remember that song. You coconut. Look, I can't remember things. Love the clouded memories. How did it go? Song name is Deo. The banana boat song? Like the fucking sunscreen? I was thinking about trying to sell your bananas to the Dole Company, man. What the hell? Featured prominently at the end of Beetlejuice. That's probably where I know it from. Thank you, chat. Pneumonia. Paul's research has focused on mental health, and he has a particular interest in the development of play and the prevention of emotional and behavioral problems in the early years of life. Martin is the former head of the School of Education at the University of Queensland, Australia. He is a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences Australia and has held visiting professorships at King's College London, Roehampton, and Queen's Belfast. He is the immediate past president of the Australian Association for Research and Education. He holds an honorary professorship at the University of Queensland. And his most recent books are Reimagining Schooling for Education, Re-engaging Young People in Education, Learning from Alternative Schools, and The Politics of Differentiation in Schooling. He is an editor of Discourse, Studies in the Cultural Politics of Education. Martin is a former high school English history teacher. Well, he clearly did not learn anything from teaching history. Professor Hilary Creeman is a senior professor in the Faculty of Education. She co-chairs the Thrive Research Group, whose professors and researchers investigate human thriving in and through education. I hate fucking subversive language, chat. This includes topics such as well-being, peace education, conflict, equity, inclusion, and social justice. Sonita attended a comprehensive school before going to Fitzwilliam College in Cambridge. A career in radio followed, and she founded production company Something Else, which she led as chief executive from 1991 until 2009. Sonita also worked as a journalist and broadcaster, hosting and contributing to weekly shows for Greater London Radio, BBC 4 and BBC 5. Yeah, this is literally just a list of why they accepted him and why he was the perfect candidate for their DEI nonsense. Hillary Creeman sounds like a terrible Clinton porn parody. It really does. Carthage,
the only
thank
tropical
you.
medicine I want is my cinnamon roll wife carrying a pina colada between her tits.
Oh, fuck yeah, buddy! Maybe get like a banana tree to sit under, you know, with their big fucking leaves. That'd be perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Carthage, for the correct definition of tropical medicine. Observing Libertarian, thank you. Professor of Lego Play, you can major in Game Boy if you know how to bullshit. PCU, 1994. A film which started as a movie and became a documentary, just like Idiocracy. Huh, I've never even heard of that movie. That could be fun. Tarantulas love banana trees? Well, just spray the banana tree with tarantula killer. Fuck you. The 9 jigs, thank you. You thought tropical medicine was just pina coladas? I like that song, though. If you like pina coladas and getting caught in the rain. I'm so white when that song comes on, bro. Eat the tarantula too. No. Carthage, thank you for those 10 gift subby bubbies on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you, my guy. Thank you, thank you. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. You're still working on your master's in anti-commie bullshit from Kirsche University with Professor Kirsche. One day I will have a PhD. I'll make it in MS Paint. Oh, Carthage, thank you for another 10 gift subby bubbies. Huge 20, bro. Thank you for slapping your schmeat around. A song about a couple trying to cheat on each other and finding that they're more compatible than they thought. I don't remember what the song is about. I just like vibing to it, alright? And be careful of Brazilian wandering spiders. The side effects are not worth the bite. I saw a guy with some like diggy spider that like buries itself and I guess is also venomous. And he tried getting it into like its new spider container from like one of those dippy cups that you can get with like your food to like dip in ketchup or ranch or whatever. And the spider just crawled onto his hands and he was like, well, that's not good. It's not good at all. You know, a lot of people ask how I can be so calm in these situations, and it's like, well, there's not really anything you can do. You just got to accept your fate. So hopefully he doesn't sting me. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people? Spider aren't pet. You're crazy. A Valkyrie's Kiss, thank you for the 2 fucking years. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Is there a spider without venom? It sure might not harm humans, but aren't they still venomous? I don't know. I don't know. But I mean, if the human is telling you, you know, I hope it doesn't bite me. It's probably like, it could cause some damage maybe. I don't know. If you like this, you might also like, is he just shilling his Substack here? The Substack has gotten 20,000 views in the first day and a half. A record for me. Well, I mean, good. Good, this was very well researched. I'm glad you put this out. Thank you. If you want to stop things like the Arday affair, you might like to join the MIT Free Speech Alliance. One of the many groups that cooperate in the Alumni Free Speech Alliance or the British Free Speech Union that Toby Young started. Any of these groups can also help you start a watchdog organization for your own help university. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, this guy did incredibly good research, so I'm glad his fucking Substack blew the fuck up. This had a lot of good information, and a lot of people should pay attention not to just Jason Arday and all of his false credentials, but all of these people listed here who thought to hire him as a professor. These people are the problem, right? Obviously, well, he's dead now, but if he wasn't dead, I would say hold him accountable for all of his fucking fraud. But these people also need to be held accountable because these are the people who will keep hiring more frauds. That is their goal. They do not care about merit. They want to put people who don't belong in places and do not qualify in those places. They want to ruin the people who do deserve to be in those positions. Allegedly dead. How did he die? We're not sure yet. I know I have some more stuff to bring up after. Here's another little tweet. My fucking coffee split. Ah! The only lesson from Jason Arde can be recognition that this is going on everywhere. This is the dissertation of a University of Maryland campus president. She stole someone else's dissertation and changed the name of the field. Maryland has known this for a year. And he's got pictures here. This is Advantages of CAI in Pharmacy Education, Heidi Anderson in 1986. And then Larson, 1984. Computer-assisted instruction, CAI, has been defined as one kind of learning environment. Ah, I see. I see. What's the article? On the left is the UMES President Anderson's dissertation. On the right is an older paper by Larson. Note that Anderson makes one change. She covers her tracks by removing Larson's citation to Larson's own prior work. She made sure not to mention the person she copy-pasted from. Oh, that's kind of fucked. That's kind of fucked. I'm not surprised. And the fraudulent paper's been in print then since 1986? How has Maryland only known about it for a year? What the hell? Another college president plagiarized her dissertation. That's just the tip of the iceberg. Heidi M. Anderson went on to discriminate against white employees who had to do all the work while others got credit, a lawsuit says. This was in October of last year. College president and former chair of the American Association of State Colleges and Universities plagiarized extensively in her doctoral dissertation, a Daily Wire review found. Heidi M. Anderson is president of the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. For nearly 4 decades, she has climbed the academic ladder while producing an unremarkable amount of low-quality research. Now, a lawsuit from a former Eastern Shore professor threatens to cast Anderson's career into a startling new light. Donna Satterley alleges that under Anderson, low-skilled black faculty were hired based on their race and paid more than white faculty. The suit said whites were forced to do the work that black officials took credit for. A Daily Wire review suggested that it could be a pattern that began with her 1986 doctoral dissertation for Purdue University, which kicked off her academic career. I'm having flashbacks to like that Harvard University professor plagiarizing shit. I can't remember if it was even like the dean. I'm pretty sure it was the dean of Harvard. Blacktually. Portions of the dissertation which deal with the use of computers in pharmaceutical education appear to be repurposed an uncredited copy of a 1984 paper by Donna E. Larson, a professor of nursing, about the use of computers in nursing education, with simply the name of the field changed. The photos below show just the beginning of a lengthy section where Anderson appears to crib Larson's 8 points. Now, at the bottom of that, Larson cited a number of papers, including her own prior work. Anderson appeared to lift these citations in order, but remove Larson's citation to herself, perhaps to avoid leaving a clue that could unravel an academic crime. Larson's name is not mentioned anywhere in Anderson's dissertation. Larson's list had 8 items on it, but Anderson had 12. The 10th item on the list also copied someone else's words verbatim and without quotation marks to make a simple point. I think in current year, sometimes we can view people who are like, hey, I would like credit for thing as like, well, why do you even care? But I think it's very important to give credit where credit is due. If someone did something or achieved something or was the first one to do something, you should obviously give them the credit for that. Because if you completely obfuscate credit for that, that leaves room for people to lie and claim that they're the ones who deserve credit in the future. University of Korshovo has more accreditation than most Western universities. It really sucks. When Anderson summarizes a book by Christopher Evans, she is actually copying someone else's summary of Evans' work, even though there is no parenthetical attribution in that section of the text indicating it. The summary on the right by Richard Pogue was from the introduction to the same journal issue where Larson's paper appeared. Likewise, Anderson appears to have simply taken the language of University of Texas medical professor Robert M. Caldwell, writing about computers in medical schools, and changed the name of the field. Caldwell does not appear in the reference section of that chapter. A significant stretch of Anderson's paper is identical to Introduction to Instructional Media, 1978, by David H. Jonasson, even though Jonason's name never appears in her paper. That includes mirroring Jonason's language that something was recent in the world of computers, without the reader knowing it was actually new almost a decade prior. How do you do this so shamelessly? Like, if a normal person does something wrong, even if they're, like, too afraid to own up to it, they still feel varying degrees of shame. How do you go this long and continuously get promoted to places you shouldn't be in and feel entitled to that based on all of your lies? Like, it baffles me. Joe Ray 6, thank you. Marylander here. You celebrate mediocrity in the state. Governor tried to weasel his way onto unsubscribe during the America 250th celebration. That's fucking wild. I wonder why weasel. Is he somebody who's been, like, critical of the podcast?
Spicy
or he's
cat
someone
raid.
that,
what
like...
the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Maryland doesn't like. Ethan 3-inch horn, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Joe of the Masks, thank you. Replication crisis is an ongoing, heavily documented problem with academia. Yeah, we've talked about that a few times, especially in relation to the faulty studies that Bridge pushes to businesses for why DEI is a pertinent business strategy to employ. Multiple books written about it that the majority of medical information we take as truth cannot be repeated in test, which, when it comes to the medical field, should be horrifying. Like, it should be denounced everywhere, but especially when it comes to medical field, it's like, why the fuck is this allowed, bro? What are you doing? Internet Zen Master, thank you. Dial. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Yeah, it is a catchy song. Get stuck in your head, man. I just couldn't remember the words. I couldn't remember the words. Ethan 3-inch horn, thank you for the 5-month shubby bubbies, my dude. Thank you. Thank you. Anderson's personal touches consisted of adding woke language and grammatical errors. For example, a 1,000-word stretch appears copied directly from a paper by Robert Caldwell, 1984, and an introduction to another paper by Christopher R. Brigham and Martin Camp in 1973. The primary difference is that Anderson changed his to his/her, and the correctly spelled judgment to the incorrect judgment with an E. Why would you purposefully make spelling errors for one, and why would you change his to his/her? It's not like these people, like, it's not like you don't know what their gender is years in the future. What are we talking about? What the fuck is the point of that? Anderson's paper proposed using computers to administer quizzes to pharmacy students, but she cribbed information about computers from papers that were woefully out of date even in 1986. One sentence said, "Review of the literature demonstrates there are relatively few methodologically sound evaluations of the effectiveness of computer-assisted instruction." Atkinson, 1968. By the time of her writing, Apple II computers were widely available, and the sort of interactive tests her paper focused on were technically trivial. Yet, with her experience with computers seemingly consisting only of reading old papers about them, her paper went on at length about topics like the comparative advantages of mainframes versus terminals. She copied older scholars' exact language even when explaining such obvious concepts as to why it's better for a computer to be small than big. Microcomputer units may be transported into the environment of the subject. This portion of Anderson's dissertation, designed to drive the field forward, consisted of showing a computer program to students and then asking them questions about their opinions about computers. The interactive activity was programmed by someone else. The questions were also written by another researcher. Startlingly, the conclusion of her original research also appeared to be copied from someone else. These findings suggest that CAI can be as effective and efficient as a more traditional instruction modality in teaching both factual content and application of learned material when both methods use the same instructional content. She wrote, that was virtually identical to a sentence that Elaine G. Botcher wrote 5 years prior. There's Botcher's statement from 1981. Anderson's dissertation says that financial assistance was provided to the author by Purdue University Black Doctoral Fellowship. Man, you can even get paid for plagiarizing other smarter people? That's crazy. Posture towards non-black faculty and staff was barely concealed hostility. In July, Satterley sued the University of Maryland Eastern Shore and Anderson, saying black faculty and administrators are paid vastly higher than others of similar or better qualifications. Heidi Anderson has instituted a two-tier system of racial preferences, discriminating against white and Asian faculty who are given more and less desirable work but significantly lower pay. I'm shocked. The Heidi Anderson administration's posture towards non-black faculty and staff was barely concealed hostility. It was an established practice to pay non-blacks less than blacks, not include them in valuable opportunities, and only exploit their work for personal gain of the select few who were close to the university administration, the federal lawsuit said. Moses Cairo, a former Kenyan national, became the dean of the School of Agriculture and Natural Sciences at UMES in 2012. He exhibited a distinct preference for African nationals in hiring for positions within the school, the lawsuit said. Another Kenyan, an apparent former schoolmate of Cairo's, Grace Namwamba, was hired as the department chair and Satterley's boss, even though Namwamba had extremely poor work competencies and skills and appeared incapable of writing in English at the level required of a university professor, it said. We got the classic in-group preference here, and also not even caring if those in-group preferred candidates actually have the skills to do the job. Doesn't matter, hire them anyway. Satterley, the lowest paid faculty member in her department, was assigned double the work of African or African American faculty. In one instance, Dr. Satterley was instructed by Dr. Namwamba to create a master's degree program in 2 days. After Dr. Satterley worked without rest to complete the assignment, Dr. Namwamba took her work product and stole the credit, the suit said. Satterley said she earned the ire of Anderson and Namwamba after she called for a salary study that would publish faculty pay broken down by race, and by correcting sloppy work by Namwamba in an attempt to save the department from embarrassment. She was the only faculty member to be denied a request for a promotion that year, she said, with the denial letter misspelling her name as Dr. Scatterley. Unsurprising coming from the people who cannot spell ankle. She said she was disciplined by the school's DEI office called the Office of Institutional Equity. The office is led by Jason Casares, who was hired after resigning from his job at a different university amid allegations that he sexually assaulted a college administrator. Casares' claim was that Satterley had bullied her boss. He also accused her of insubordination, to which Satterley replied, "If a written communication from a department chair is riddled with grammatical errors and misspellings, I have an obligation to call that to her attention, and may do so without fear of reprisal, because ultimately we seek to teach students how to communicate." Oh, that's funny. This is like, I love seeing when professionals have to like use corporate language to insult one another. Not even Clown World anymore, it's Cenobite World pretty fucking much. She was placed on transitional terminal leave. The lawsuit said the Office of Institutional Equity has no authority to terminate the employment of a tenured professor. Ooh, yeah, tenured professors are super fucking hard to get rid of. They have no idea. And that insubordination is not grounds for any university office to terminate a tenured professor. The lawsuit also said that the University of Maryland Eastern Shore has declined sharply under Anderson's leadership, losing the prized R2 research designation. The university is required to submit a response to the lawsuit by October 10th. Anderson declined to comment for this story. After publication, she put out a public statement saying, "Recent allegations of plagiarism have been raised regarding my 1986 doctoral dissertation. Integrity, accountability, and trust are foundations of my leadership, and I take these concerns with the utmost seriousness." She lied as easily as she breathed. Holy shit. Consistent with the University System of Maryland policy, there will be an assessment of these allegations. I'm deeply grateful for the support of the UMES family during this period. Anderson's published research in the decades since defending her dissertation has been short and of low quality, often published in obscure journals. For one paper, she had students ask 89 people who was their primary source of prescription medication information. Most said they're doctors, so she concluded that pharmacists should consider providing more information.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
That seems like a really goofy conclusion from that. Megalum, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. And thank you, Bearclaw, for the 14 freaking months on Kick, dude. Thanks for giving us a place to glow without it going out of control. Thank you for glowing responsibly. In another, she claimed that an unnamed minority faculty member had students repeatedly subject her to racial slurs in class and over the phone, and that this research discovered that colleges should create a grievance process for student-faculty conflicts. This lady just a bitch. Anderson repeatedly attained high academic positions. I was the first African American to serve as president of the Accreditation Council on Pharmaceutical Education. You know, with finding out that that Harvard lady plagiarized, with finding out that this Maryland lady plagiarized, with everything that was fake about Jason Arde, reasonable people would come to the conclusion, holy shit, we need to do a double check on all credentials of all African and African American staff. Because once is a fluke, 2 can be coincidental, 3, it becomes a pattern. The National Accrediting Body. She testified to Congress in 2021, and the Chronicle of Higher Education also recognized UMES as having the second most diverse faculty. Allow me to say that because we launched this program during the COVID pandemic, our efforts were not as robust or as smooth as it otherwise might have been. She acknowledged to lawmakers in written remarks about her school's use of federal funds. One of the important issues we face as a nation and world are the challenges brought about by climate change. Oh, shut the fuck up. She told Congress that the university, which is both a historically black college and an agricultural college, would focus on creating safe spaces where farmers can meet monthly. In 2023, Anderson served as president of the American Association of State Colleges and Universities, making her the face of public universities. The face of all public universities. That's crazy. Literally frauded her way to these positions. Satterley, the professor who was forced out, said that Anderson's alleged pattern of forcing white professors to do the work while black faculty take credit mirrors the apparent deception that began her academic career. Heidi's PhD has been obtained by fraud and by her passing off the work of other scholars as her own work. How can a university tell its students to be honest if its president is herself dishonest? Very true. She told the Daily Wire. She called on Jay Perman, chancellor of the University System of Maryland, to fire Anderson. Michael Sandler, a spokesperson for the University System of Maryland, told the Daily Wire, "We are aware of the allegations raised against President Anderson and are reviewing them with our policies. We will determine the next steps once that process is complete." In September 2024, the Daily Wire revealed that a 5,000-word paper on rocket science by Daryl Pines, the president of Maryland's flagship campus at College Park, copied a 1,500-word stretch from a tutorial website by an Australian student. You have supposed accredited professors copying words from students, man. Come the fuck on. The Daily what? Daily Wire. The paper, by Pines and a co-author, did not mention or cite the student anywhere, and attempted to change his British spellings to American ones, potentially a telltale sign that Pines knew he had not written the material and was attempting to deceive readers. This is a big problem when people have a cultural value of deception. You cannot expect people who value the ability to deceive others, and if you get deceived, that's your fault, I actually did nothing wrong. You cannot have them in these kinds of positions. They need to be able to assimilate into Western values and value being truthful and honest above being able to deceive people. This is getting insane. I am so sick of the is that. Got his PhD but didn't get the job. In response, Pine wrote that I acknowledge recurrent language and said an investigation would begin. Perman's office said the review would be conducted jointly by the College Park campus and the statewide system, and the two parties will use an expert consultant at an external law firm to lead the review. The consultant will determine who will serve on the review panel. A month later, the Australian student, who said it was clearly plagiarism not worthy of an academic, said the panel hadn't contacted him. More than a year later, that panel has said nothing publicly, and Perman's office has declined to share any updates. It just feels like something weird is going on, Professor Nick Sabert told the Baltimore Banner in July. It doesn't feel like they're taking it very seriously. Well, that's because you're right, and they're not, and they won't. Story was updated with a thing from Anderson. All right, that, you know, since this was in, what, November, I said, of last year? October of last year. I wonder if there's been any kind of updates to this. I'll have to see if there's been any updates, maybe tomorrow, because I still have more tabs on the fucking R-Day guy, dude. It's like they're the Decepticons. The Decepticons, true. Perhaps the BBC could do an update on this remarkable story. And this guy's quote retweeting, diagnosed with autism disorder at the age of 3, Jason Arday learned to read and write at 18. On Monday, he'll start work at Cambridge University's youngest black professor. It was a real privilege to help tell his story at BBC News. And this is a post from March 2nd, 2023. Andy Ngo, you and your colleagues are so gullible. Stop this. Stop this. Stop giving them an out. They are not gullible. They are doing this on purpose. I'm so tired of, like, people who should know what's going on. Someone like Andy Ngo, who deals with commies and Antifa constantly, he should know better than to call these fucking people gullible. They know what they're doing when they prop up a fraud like this.
I always felt it was a privilege to have a period of 11 years where maybe I couldn't speak and I couldn't converse in a way that everyone else could, because it allowed me to see things in a different way.
Professor Jason Arday was diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder at the age of 3. He couldn't speak until he was 11 and read or write until he was 18. Throughout his early years, his parents continued to believe in him.
Look at the way he walks, man. Is this guy real? Is this an AI amalgamation? Are we all being fucking punked here, dude? Why does it look like this lamppost was fucking photoshopped in? What are we doing?
At 18, my mum had got to a point where there was only so much she could do, and she was brilliant, even though she had this belief that, you know, he'll do something okay, but she's just decided, I need someone else to believe in him as much as I.
That's crazy that you're gonna call your mom brilliant when you're also claiming that you were illiterate until 18. Let's be fucking real here. Your parents were fucking garbage if you were illiterate at 18.
I believe in him.
Therapists predicted he would need full-time assistance throughout his life. How wrong they were.
You okay?
How
it was
wrong
this man,
they were.
College tutor Sandro.
Wow, he suddenly became a super functioning person. Wow, it's magic. It's the magic soil of England.
To read and write at 18.
I'm just so happy for him. You know, I'm speechless, to be honest. But I never doubt a moment they would achieve where he is.
Sandro would spend hours of his free time teaching Jason.
There's one thing you said to me which I never forgot.
Someone needs to revoke this guy's teaching credentials. He does not deserve it.
And it was when I was 22, and I said to you I was thinking about doing a PhD. And you said to me, like, you know, it would be the greatest story in the world if the kid who didn't know how to read and write was managed to get a PhD. Like, and you said, like, I think, you know, we can take on the world, or you can take on the world, and you can win. And I never forgot that.
And now Jason is dazed.
That guy's like, yes, this is so good for my white guilt. Please keep praising my abilities to teach you, dear wonder child.
Away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his new boss at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do, but I feel really optimistic. I think
part of his research will look at new ways to make higher education more accessible for everyone.
You mean more accessible for people like him who are fraudulent liars and every aspect of their credentials is just made the fuck up?
What can we do to ensure that this isn't a market appointment in 5 years' time? How can this become the norm?
We've listened to the voices of our
virgin right-wing journalist. The system is broken and must be fixed. A Chad Foxwife streamer. The system is working exactly as intended and must be dismantled. Correct. Correct and true.
Black scholars and our black students. And some of it has not been easy to hear, to be honest. But we're able to face up to some of the structural issues that people face.
There will be those that think this is a tokenistic appointment. What are your thoughts on this?
He's got like this dumb fucking bitch smile on his face. Look at that, dude.
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you.
Oh, this is the one from the other article where they said she was positively cooing over her new pet. And that's pretty much what it is.
You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do.
The best in the world in the terms of the research that you do. Literally everything that he's done was either fake, plagiarized, not even actually written, or he was just claiming he was a co-writer on something that he wasn't even there for. Literally, how... I hate these people so much. We have so much work to do to fix all of this bullshit we've been subjected to.
An extraordinary journey, but for Jason, this is not an end. It's a beginning.
The reaction has been amazing, and I'm truly grateful to everyone.
Well, it would have been a beginning for him to have some sort of comeuppance and repercussions for all of the lies he told. Except now he's dead.
For their kind sentiment and kind words. We've got a lot of work to do.
Celestina Olulode, BBC News, Cambridge.
The fuck was that name? The Star Wars? What? Yeah, I don't see the BBC offering any kind of corrections at any point now, you know? Bro rolled a nat 20 in every conversation he ever had. Internet Zen Master, thank you. New ways to make education more accessible. How about, and hear me out, we keep it hard for people to access. Not everyone should be able to get into higher education. Hard agree. You need to have some sort of, like, qualifications in place to make sure people who want to be there, people who have the, like, ability to be there are the ones being put there. Well, like, it sucks if that's somewhere you want to be and you can't fucking do it. Nobody likes being told no. But you also have to kind of be like, yeah, you know, I kind of know where my limitations are. I know what I'm capable of, and getting a professorship at Cambridge, certainly not fucking one of them. Could you put co-streamed with Kirsche in your CV if you talk in chat? Jen Jacko, thank you. Merch idea, Kirsche hand-drawn and signed anti-commie bullshit degree. Oh my god. Patchouli, thank you. You were non-verbal until you're about 5 or 6 and still learned, largely by yourself, to read and write at 3. This dude wore your diagnosis like a skin suit. You know? I really hate seeing people use things as a, like, criticism deflection like that. Sheikh Plisken, thank you for the 14 months. Munya! Munya. Battleizer, thank you. Pretty sure you're on the spectrum, but at this point, you could not pay you to get texted. This is disgusting. You know, my diagnosis is not your culture. Internet Zen Master, thank you. Man clearly didn't ever get a haircut if he has dreads down past his bloody waist. That's if they're real. What if they're not real dreads? Observing Libertarian, thank you. DEI hiring and graduating of people barely literate in English has become so common. Western Washington University published Proper Grammar as a Social Construct, a paper claiming grammar is racist. And seeing handfuls of school districts over the years, like, removing any kind of standards for math or English proficiency. That should absolutely be a requirement for graduating. Claiming that, like, math is racist or English proficiency is racist is insanity. And it's crazy that so many have just gone along with it. Like, why? Why suffer this kind of thing? What if the dreads are pinned on? Noob Nut, thank you. There's a dice game in Lawrence. You win? Absolutely not. I had some funny tabs on the mayor of Lawrence, though. The mayor of Lawrence, Mass. Lawrence, Mass being a fucking gang town, by the way. It's like, that's a no-go zone if you're a white person. And, the mayor of Lawrence could not speak English. Like, he needed a translator to, like, have a conversation with someone in English. Cannot parse English. He was recently arrested for fraud, stealing, like, PPP loans and, like, COVID funds. I was like, wow, you're telling me the mayor of the gang town that can't speak English was also committing fraud? I'm so shocked! Who could have predicted this? You hate driving through the Hispanic bazaar streets in Lawrence? I hate that there's like a really nice antique place in Lawrence, because it's like, I'd love to go there more often. But damn, bro. Lawrence is fucked. Do not go there. Pneumonia. Sorry you're late. What did you miss? Oh boy. It's been a day. Ain't no way, brother. Pneumonia. What's this? What are my last few tabs on this guy here? At this point, you think everyone who is a Democrat has committed fraud in some way? Probably. This is Donna Luis. Jason Arde called the police on anyone who questioned him. This is the third piece in the ongoing saga of Jason Arde. Can read the first two there. Cambridge's young black professor has resigned. Simon & Schuster is still publishing his memoir next week for an alleged $1.4 million advance. The figure has circulated widely in reporting. The publisher has not confirmed it. That is where we are on as of August 7th, 2026. We already read about this. This is his Dear Colleagues letter about his resignation that we already said was completely AI generated. This is not the end of my work. It is simply the end of this chapter. I need time to heal. I need time to simply be myself again. And when that time comes, I will return. Chat, he's been a fraud in a lot of things, but I don't think he can recreate Jesus's resurrection. I don't think there's going to be in 3 days he comes back from the cave. If he managed to do that, that would be the most impressive fraud I've ever seen, to be fair. Umbra Asterim, thank you for the 62 fucking months. Thank you. You got my hoodie and the wall scroll in the mail. You have the hoodie on now and you love it. Hell yeah, bro. I'm glad you enjoy it. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. He's a fraud even in returning, though he promised it. I will return stronger, wiser, and with the same determination that has always defined my journey. There is still so much work to do, and I look forward to doing it alongside so many of you in the years ahead. For now, however, I ask only for understanding, compassion, and the space to begin again. With gratitude, Professor Jason Arde. There is no acknowledgement of any error, no acceptance of responsibility, and no engagement with the substance of the questions that had been raised. The resignation is framed entirely as the result of what other people have done to him, the eternal victim. Cambridge said it had received new information about Arde's academic qualifications and honorary appointments. According to the Times, the university opened the investigation after the paper presented it with new evidence that some of Arde's research was fabricated and contained impossible evidence. That is the point at which this stopped being only a story about an unchecked biography. A national newspaper handed a university evidence of fabrication and published research, and within hours, the professor had resigned. Cambridge also confirmed that the existing complaints of academic misconduct continue separately under its research misconduct procedures. Jesus College is running its own process. The resignation does not end either. The false claim to have published a book called Being Young, Black, and Male with Palgrave Macmillan, a project abandoned years earlier, formed part of the same public unraveling. How Cambridge hired him. I think this is all the stuff. Cambridge was under intense pressure on diversity when the Post was advertised in 2023. A 2019 race action plan had set a target of reaching at least the national benchmark in BAME professors, 9.6%, with actions planned to exceed the national benchmark. The job advert itself highlighted underrepresentation of women, Black, Asian, and minority ethnic candidates, and those with disabilities. Wow, and they found someone that checked all three. How crazy! The interview panel was chaired by Baroness Morgan of Houghton. Several members had publicly expressed strong support for DEI initiatives. A source with first-hand knowledge of the process told The Telegraph that the university appeared to be just going through the motions with other candidates because Arde was already the preferred choice. Ooh, they're just like Vishoho. Hilary Creeman, head of the Faculty of Education, told Arde on camera for the BBC, "We are so lucky to have you. You are the best in the world in terms of the research that you do." She also said the university had listened to the voices of our Black scholars and our Black students. That was that lady cooing in the video. John Preston, emeritus professor of sociology at the University of Essex, later observed that the appointment raised eyebrows at the time because his publication record appeared rather thin. Warnings that were ignored. This is the David Harris case that we've already read. When Harris contacted Arde directly, Arde accused him of valuing grammar above equity. That's a new line. Of course grammar should be valued above equity. The fuck you mean by this, fraudulent man? Evidence of extensive plagiarism in the PhD was also sent to Cambridge in 2023. The university's position was that only Liverpool John Moores could investigate. Both universities insisted nothing was wrong. For almost 2 weeks after the Telegraph began publishing detailed findings, Cambridge's public line was that Arday was the victim of a vile campaign to undermine his credibility. His supporters, Professor Sir Simon Baron-Cohen, director of Cambridge's Autism Research Centre, wrote on July 31st that plagiarism should of course always be investigated, but that he could not stand by while an autistic man on the ground continued to be kicked. He called it relentless bullying of a vulnerable autistic man and said it was time to stop. Again, people like Sir Simon Baron-Cohen here know exactly what they're doing. They're not retarded when they say this dumb shit. They say it because they hope enough people will feel shame when he taps into this emotional language and will just stop asking questions. He is entitled to that view. The remedy for a pile-on is not to abandon the questions. I believe there should be a proper, independent, published investigation. Cambridge has finally started one 3 years after it was told. It should be published. Will it bear scrutiny, though, when it is effectively marking its own homework? You know that they're going to investigate themselves and find nothing wrong. Others have gone further. Green Party leader Zach Polanski signed the Good Law Project open letter of solidarity and later told LBC that people of color can sometimes be held by higher standards. He described the coverage as a trial by media and said the affair was pretty sad, while still calling for a fair investigation. Several Labour MPs and prominent academics signed the same letter, framing the scrutiny as a politically motivated smear against a successful black academic. It's really ironic for him to say that people of color can sometimes be held by higher standards, when this entire debacle is because everyone holds them to vastly lower standards. They could be held by other standards, as in they enjoy privileges that people of other races do not get. Ew, Zach Polanski, yeah, this fucking crazy-ass guy. I hate them. Disingenuous lying fucks. The memoir and the proposal that it does not match it. Great and Unfortunate Things begins in Brazil with Arday installing water pumps for water aid. He writes, but there was another prophecy that has resonated throughout my life, one I didn't hear until I was 21 years old. It was 2006 and I was on a relief mission in Brazil working with an organization installing water pumps in poor communities. We traveled from place to place, spending 2 or 3 days in Rio de Janeiro's favelas, shanty towns that cling to the hillside stacked with tumble-down houses and shacks. It was the middle of the day, baking hot, and the sky was a brighter blue than someone who grew up in overcast South London could have ever imagined. We were in one of the favelas, teaching a group of children how to use the new pump so they could finally drink clean water. I didn't speak Portuguese, but I was paired with a local aid worker who spoke some English, a woman in her 30s with dark hair and eyes and a gentle, steady way about her. She translated my words, and together we demonstrated how the pump worked. Then she moved towards me and rested her hand on my arm before speaking again. I can tell you're destined to do great things, but I also believe you're destined for very sad and difficult things as well. It stopped me cold. Holy, this guy is just writing his own fantasies. I was in Brazil helping the poor children in the favelas get clean drinking water. And then this beautiful mystical woman laid her hand on me and got a shock. A prophecy, if you will. She saw my future. And it stopped me dead in my tracks. How could this woman know? What am I destined for? I am merely a man. What anime did this guy steal to make this? What? Any more than other people? After the trip was over, I never saw the woman again, but her word stayed with me, and you might say her prediction came true. WaterAid have been contacted by the Telegraph and referred them to their policy. Why we don't send volunteers abroad. The policy states that it is vital each community manage its own projects, and that out of respect for the people we work with, we don't encourage or facilitate self-funded visits either. We reached out to WaterAid for comment, and they said, this bitch making shit up. In short, WaterAid does not send volunteers abroad and never has done so in the way Arday described. His earlier speaker biographies and profiles that named WaterAid have since had the reference removed. In the memoir itself, he now refers only to, quote-unquote, an organization installing water pumps in Brazil without naming WaterAid. Daniel Engber at The Atlantic obtained the original 2024 book proposal. It contains episodes that do not appear in the finished book. A teenage car accident that left him in a locked-in coma for months, doctors advising his parents to withdraw life support as an act of mercy, and a full year relearning how to walk and talk. Wow! If this guy just ain't a little bundle of Christmas fucking miracles, bro! The memoir says only that he spent those months finishing secondary school and sitting exams. The proposal also mentions testicular cancer, which does not appear in the finished book. He thought the cancer was a step too far. He's like, you know, I can lie about helping the children in Brazil. I can lie about that, but testicular cancer, that's too far for me, man. Can't lie about that. The memoir itself describes Arde as having survived 2 brain tumors, a claim absent from the proposal. Was this guy a V-tweeter with how many medical things he fucking fabricates? Holy shit. The 2010 blog versus the later legend and what he told Andy Murray. In 2010, Arde kept a public blog of the 30 marathons and 35 days challenge. There is no mention of a hairline fracture, a leg swollen to twice its size, or completing the final 9 marathons while injured. Those details appeared years later. In November 2012, Andy Murray told the press that Arde had told him he was an epileptic who ran 30 marathons in 35 days. An epileptic? Are you fucking kidding me? He suffered a seizure and a hairline fracture on the 20th day and continued. The contemporary blog contains none of it. Fucking Baron Munchausen. He's trying to stack every debuff, and it worked! Nobody questioned him because they were like, yeah, this is the perfect DEI hire. Why would we question this? Who cares if it's real? This is what we want. I may be lying, scum, but even I won't fake cancer like Boogie2988. Holy shit. Imagine. One thing that does check out, Arde was a 2012 Olympic torchbearer. A PA/Associated Press photograph shows him carrying the flame on the Sutton to Merton leg on July 23rd, 2012. Another opportunity that was undoubtedly afforded to him due to his legend. Yeah, absolutely. Again, he's getting all of these prestigious things by lying. He has no credentials. He has no expertise. He has nothing. He is a fraud among frauds. He was never trained as a sociologist. Jason Arde has no degree, no master's, and no PhD in sociology. None.
You're getting a vigorous
0.
spanking because you've been a bad girl.
What? Fucking what? How? Thank you. I forgot I closed my BGM. How does he have literally no... He will never be a real academic. His entire formal academic training is in education and physical education. Guy was a gym teacher pretending to be a fucking scholar. What the fuck? Usually gym teachers only lie about touching the kids. This is wild. He has a bachelor's in education studies and physical education, a master's in education and pedagogy, a second master's in education, and a PhD in education specifically on peer mentoring among student teachers training to become physical education teachers. That is such a fucking niche thing, it might as well be a napkin from a McDonald's. What the fuck? Cambridge should never live this down. They absolutely should not. That is a doctorate in physical education teacher training. It is not sociology. It contains no sociological theory, no sociological methods, and no sustained engagement with the core literature of the discipline. Yet, within a few years, the same man was appointed associate professor in the Department of Sociology at Durham, put in front of students teaching modules called Sociology of Education and Societies in Transition, then made professor of the Sociology of Education at Glasgow, and then made professor of the sociology of education at Cambridge. This man is like the DEI final boss. And I only say that because we don't know exactly how many of this exact guy are currently in education administration. I would be willing to bet a whole fucking lot of them, bro. Especially if they keep coming out with, like, deans and leaders of departments with plagiarization. Like, there's no fucking way. The DEI chimera. At Cambridge, students in the Faculty of Education were paying close to £10,000 a year. Some of that money was buying teaching and supervision from a man whose highest qualification in the subject he was employed to profess was nothing. He had never studied sociology as an undergraduate, never taken a master's in it, and never written a doctoral thesis in it. The word sociology appeared only in the job title. This is what you're paying for. Literally, do not send your kids to college at this point. Institutions simply accepted the redescription. A physical education and education academic was relabeled as a sociologist, and students were charged elite university fees to be taught by him. Actually, his skin color was black, and therefore he is, by life experience, more qualified to be a sociologist than anyone else, you bigot. Those kids should sue the school. I mean, I fucking would. Institutions simply accepted the redescription. A physical education... I read that already, sorry. This is not an academic career progression. This is a category error that successive universities chose not to notice. The PhD supervision. Arde has said he received only one formal recorded supervision session in 2.5 years. The rest of the contact with his main supervisor was by phone and text. One supervisor left and was never replaced. He never met the third. Liverpool John Moores later accepted that the supervisory team had been depleted. When supervision is reduced to occasional remote messages, the main practical safeguards against plagiarism largely disappear. And again, this is by design. If you are DEI acolytes trying to enact cultural revolution, trying to make sure that you are indoctrinating the students at Cambridge or at Liverpool John Moores, why would you have a supervisory team? The supervisory team would only be there to out all of the fraudulent things you're letting pass on purpose. This is just by design. The 2015 doctorate examined peer mentoring among student teachers on a PGCE in physical education. The title itself carries a grammatical error from the source material it closely tracks. In the 2018 social sciences paper, multiple quotes attributed to Arde's own participants closely match quotes from an earlier BMJ open study by Anjum Mimon. After a correction, several quotes were trimmed or removed. Participant numbering is intentionally inconsistent. We've read some of the excerpts of that. He plagiarized a fuck ton from that Mimon person. The Telegraph has reported complaints from students supervised by Arde. One former master student said, apart from one meeting throughout my whole course, he made a number of excuses not to meet with me or provide any substantive feedback on my work. As a supervisor, he was terrible. Any feedback given was that the work was outstanding and supervision was not needed. The student received a lower grade than expected, appealed on the grounds of poor supervision, and the appeal was rejected. Why would you pay for this? Another student asked to change supervisor and was accused of racism, but was eventually allocated a new supervisor. An undergraduate complained that scheduled hour-long sessions routinely lasted only 20 minutes. So not only was everything about this guy fraudulent, but he actually had lodged student complaints about his behavior. And the college, instead of addressing it, just called the students racist. I'm so tired of that being the fucking callback to everything. You have a problem with someone? Well, they're black, so actually you don't have a problem unless you want to be racist. Like, what the fuck? Alongside the formal complaints about supervision, comments have circulated from people identifying as former students describing a pattern of lateness, sessions that consisted of Arde sitting on a desk and talking at length about race and celebrities, and a general absence of structured academic content. These accounts remain unverified by named individuals in mainstream reporting. They do, however, sit alongside his own on-the-record description of his teaching style. Quote, I don't talk about theories, I tend to talk more about life. Unquote. and raised the obvious question of what, precisely, students were paying Cambridge fees to learn from him. Literally insane. Also, there's a football section now. Are we gonna unravel an even further list of lies here? In the Talking Matters podcast, Arde said he spent a handful of years at Crystal Palace as a youth player and then went on to play semi-professional football. So let me get this right. This guy was in a car accident that rendered him with locked-in syndrome, which is basically you're in a coma, but you're aware of everything going on around you. And he had to take a year to learn how to, like, walk and write again. He was also nonverbal until 11, and he was also illiterate until 18. Who knows when that car accident happened? But somewhere in all of that, he also managed to play youth football at whatever the fuck Crystal Palace is, semi-professionally. How did no one question anything from this man? I understand why the fucking DEI acolytes at the universities didn't, but like the average people that he spoke to, why didn't they question this? I can't wait to find out he was also a race car driver. Crystal Palace say they hold no records from that period. No semi-professional club has ever been named. The Telegraph asked directly which academy and which side, and no answer has appeared. His memoir mentions neither. Wow, I'm so shocked. The only club that can be independently linked to him is Battersea Park Rangers. Jason Arde appears on the FA's full-time listings for their vet side, an over-35s recreational team in the Southern Amateur Veterans League. When they say veteran, do they mean veteran like we in America mean veteran? I don't know what this means in British slang. At this point, you question if this dude even existed. That's where I'm fucking at, man. Would you question an astronaut who's been to the moon 15 times? It's like, it's a little too fantastical, buddy. It's old people. This is Sunday morning veterans football, completely outside the National League system. It is not a step on the ladder to professional football. It is the opposite end of the spectrum. He was in Operation Desert Storm as well. Help. A 2023 profile carried a photograph of him accepting an award on the club's behalf in 2018. Under the caption, Jason almost became a professional footballer. The caption is doing a lot of work. That seems like a sarcastic title, but holy shit.
I sincerely hope others are starting the long march through the institutions right now. I'm a long way away from being able to do anything, but I walk forward and hope others walk with me through the various organizations we must reclaim.
Very, very good point. I'm glad you're trying to make a difference. Thank you, Master of Mundus. And once we can have all of these, like, communist gobbledygook people out of their positions of power, and we start putting average, normal fucking people there again, there should be, obviously, grace afforded to see if those normal, everyday people can bring back the prestige that these institutions used to have. You know? I think they mean soccer. Yeah, they're talking about soccer, because this is the UK. Playing for a veterans recreational side in your late 30s does not constitute almost becoming a professional. It is ordinary Sunday football for men who enjoy the game. He has claimed a professional academy and semi-professional career for years. He is never named either. When a national newspaper finally asked, he did not answer. What the fuck is a snooker? I don't know what a snooker is. He has said that he did even better at snooker than football. Practiced for 7 hours a day whilst he should have been at school. Won substantial sums and was on the verge of turning professional. Snooker's like pool? Oh, okay. Sounds like an insult. Yo, frickin' snooker. Q Tracker records one match, English Amateur Championship. Round 1, 10th of February 2002 against a Matthew Tugby. Lost 4-1. It is the only tournament and the only match on his record. There is no professional tour record. The epilepsy claim and the bracelet. Daniel Engber in The Atlantic reported that in his memoir, Arde alleged that as a teenager, he was beaten so severely by a group of boys at a bus stop that he developed epilepsy, for which he wears a bracelet. So he had a car crash that gave him locked-in syndrome. He had 2 brain tumors. He was unable to speak. He was nonverbal till 11. He was illiterate until 18. And now he was beaten by a group of boys and developed epilepsy. He's a real jack of all trades. This is insane. This guy was just addicted to lying. When the attackers were arrested, he told the judge he did not want them sent to prison. Years later, while briefly teaching at an unnamed London university, 2 of the same young men turned up as his students. According to the memoir, they had been so moved by his act of mercy that they had turned their lives around and were now coaching other at-risk youths. They hugged him, and one asked him to be a godfather to his child. This guy is so like, what do you even say to this? What do you even say to this level of scumfuckery lying? Look, what absolute cinema. It amazes you that people believe this. How? How did they believe it? Hermit status, thank you! Come on, Kirsche, didn't you hear he also stopped the plane from crashing into the Pentagon on 9/11? It's a miracle he survived, a national treasure. You know, I actually heard he stopped a terror attack on Big Ben. You know, they were planning the same exact kind of terror attack on Big Ben that they did on the Twin Towers, but this guy, he stopped it. That was all him. What is this, a Darman video? Battleizer, thank you. Lies more habitually than Boogie, what the hell? Next he's gonna claim to be the love child of the God Emperor and Yakub. Mildly OCD, thank you. What Tumblr-ass fantasy is all of this? This guy should have just gotten a fucking live journal, alright? Then he might still be alive. Engber notes that the book's fact-checker did not respond when asked whether this and several other dramatic stories had been verified. The 2024 book proposal also told the beating story with slightly different details. The attackers were 4 years older rather than the same age. This is MAGA country! That didn't exist back then. I don't care! A diagnosis that does not fit the criteria of its time. Arde has said repeatedly that he was diagnosed at the age of 3, around 1988, with a hybrid of global development delay and Asperger's syndrome. There are 2 immediate problems with that claim. First, Asperger's syndrome was not an official diagnostic category in 1988. It only entered the major classification systems in the early 1990s. The ICD-10 in 92-93 and the DSM-4 in 1994. Before that, it was a research concept, not a standard diagnosis a clinician in Britain would routinely hand to a 3-year-old's parents. Second, even after it became an official diagnosis, a defining requirement of Asperger's was the absence of any clinically significant general delay in language. The criteria required single words by age 2 and communicative phrases by age 3. Arde's own account is that he was nonverbal until 11 and communicated by sign language. There is no fucking way you're getting me to believe this guy knows sign language. That is the opposite of the language profile required for Asperger's. A child who could not speak until 11 could not, under the criteria that eventually existed, have been given an Asperger's diagnosis. And in 1988, the label was not yet available in the official manuals at all. Global developmental delay is a descriptive term for young children whose development is significantly behind in several areas. It is not a specific diagnosis that pairs with Asperger's in the neat hybrid form Arde has repeatedly described. The story, therefore, requires a diagnosis that was not formally available at the time, applied to a language profile that would later have been ruled the same diagnosis out. No independent clinical records have ever been produced to support it. The timeline that collapses under its own weight. Arde has said repeatedly and in print that he was nonverbal until 11 and could not read or write until he was 18. He also has said that he left school with only 2 GCSEs, physical education and textiles. How is that possible? GCSE Textiles requires a design folder with written research, annotations, and evaluations, plus a written exam. You cannot complete the coursework or sit the paper without being able to read and write. The same problem applies to the BTEC that supposedly followed. Entry normally requires GCSEs in English and maths, and the course itself is built on written reports and assignments. Completing either while functionally illiterate is not something that happens under ordinary rules. Yet the story requires exactly that sequence. with no independent record ever produced to show when literacy was actually achieved. He has also described spending 7 hours a day playing snooker instead of attending school. That may explain the 2 GCSEs, but it does not explain how someone with that level of school attendance and these results then progressed to a degree, 2 master's degrees, and a PhD. The leap from 2 GCSEs and patchy school attendance to a professional chair in sociology at Cambridge has never been independently verified or made to add up. It was simply repeated until it became the official story. That is not an origin story, it is a series of unsolved contradictions that were treated as too useful to examine. He left school with the 2 GCSEs, has described scoring 9% on his first college test at 20 for writing his name, and has said that by the time he started his master's, he was still reading at the level of a 3-year-old. Yet he completed a BTEC, a degree, 2 master's degrees, and a PhD. The sequence has never been reconciled with any independent record. Positions that institutions say do not exist or do not match. The University of Glasgow, he was never a visiting professor. Ohio State University, no record of employment. Claimed masters in psychodynamic counseling and practice from Birkbeck, and they state he has not studied there. Claimed published a book with Palgrave, never existed. That's fucking crazy, dude. He did it all at once. He could time travel. Fuck the records. How do you reconcile this timeline logically? You can't. There's just no fucking possibility. ITV Cultural Advisory Council, sessions for aspiring vice chancellors, Shaw Trust Disability Power 100 listed 4th. Named among the most influential people of 2023. That's crazy, man. Genius within Neurodiversity Achiever of the Year 2023, patron and trustee roles, honorary doctorates, speaking fees, and the alleged £1.4 million memoir deal. All of it rested on the same largely unverified origin story, the cost of not checking and the real victims. People keep asking whether we should feel sorry for him. No. This was not a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, it was a sustained pattern of exaggerated and fabricated claims about adversity, athletic feats, charity fundraising, academic positions, and research data, used to secure appointments, platforms, status, and money. It's the DEI Oppression Olympics, buddy. You looked up what the fuck snooker is? It's pool. Yeah, people in chat were saying it was pool. You're only sorry he's not around to experience further humiliation. Yeah, I'm upset that he took the coward's way out. I wish he was still alive, because he deserves some kind of repercussions for all of this. This is fucking insane. Better qualified people lost out. That's true. How many people had their lives and careers derailed because this fraudulent wacko was put in a position he didn't deserve? How many people have lost out on this because of all of the DEI hires around all of our countries? Julie Bindell has said she personally knows 2 women from disadvantaged backgrounds, both, in her views, far stronger candidates, who were passed over for jobs that went to our day. Well, they should have been the right mix match of identities. Students at Cambridge paid for expert supervision and, according to the Telegraph, received minimal contact, excuses, and the repeated assurance that their work was outstanding and needed no further guidance. Some appealed, some asked to change supervisor, one was accused of racism for doing so. That is not a victimless process. Every time ordinary questions were asked, the response was lawyers, police reports, or accusations of racism and harassment. 3 separate people who raised evidence-based concerns were reported to the police. None of those complaints were pursued. The resignation statement frames the entire episode as an unrelenting campaign of personal attack that became too much to bear. The scrutiny was not unprovoked. It was the inevitable result of years of extraordinary claims that did not survive examination, combined with a consistent strategy of treating anyone who examined them as the aggressor. He brought this upon himself. The institutions that elevated him without proper checks share that responsibility. The people who lost opportunities and the students who received inadequate supervision are the ones who paid the price. No, I do not feel sorry for him. No one should. He is a disgusting individual that should have nothing but ire. The bill that never arrived? Students paid nearly £10,000 a year to be taught by a man who had never studied the subject he was employed to profess. Better qualified candidates were passed over. Journalists who asked ordinary questions were reported to the police. We kind of already read that. Jason Arday built a career, a public profile, 6-figure memoir deal, and a Cambridge chair on claims that did not survive basic scrutiny. When the scrutiny arrived, he reached for every available defense. Racism, disability, mental health, Carter Ruck, those are the lawyers, the police, and still the claims collapsed. He has resigned, the investigations continue, the book is still scheduled. Liverpool John Moore says the PhD stands. Cambridge has opened an inquiry 3 years after it was first warned. None of that returns the posts, the fees, the years, or the credibility that was spent defending a legend no one properly examined. The scandal is not only what he claimed, it is how long so many people chose to believe it. Once again, you need to stop looking at absolutely everyone involved in this as someone who is gullible. A lot of the people, and especially the people, when you read their background on the council that chose to hire him for professorship, they did not choose to believe these things about him. They probably knew this is all bullshit, but he is the perfect person to hire and we need him. This article is written in good faith, having assessed the evidence available to the best of my knowledge, personal assessment of it, write about policing, justice, and the things institutions would rather we do not say. They do say in their bio up here, ex-detective, 21 years, job took my health. So, that was an I hate how you can write something like this well done. He's got 667 likes. That's fucking insane. Or she, I guess, sorry. That's absolutely fucking insane. X is like, yeah, we want you to write more, and we want you to post more original content. By the way, you're gonna be penalized for writing long original content. Holy fuck, I hate this website sometimes. Chat, everyone go like it. Yeah, there's, here's the article link if you desire to do that. Jesus Christ. Let me see if these other tabs are super short, because I don't remember what these last couple of ones are. Me. Okay, alright. Melissa Chen, not sure who this is, VP at Strategy Risks, board and CEO or co-founder of Ideas B2, says to understand just how irredeemably messed up academia is, compare the differences in how Cambridge treated Jason Arde and how Harvard treated Roland Fryer. One is a black sociologist, well, we know that's also bullshit at this point, unfortunately. The other is a black economist. At this point, we are all very well acquainted with Jason Arde's insane fabrications, plagiarism, and less than stellar research record. Yet, he became the youngest black professor in Cambridge's history at 37. Well, now that we know he's a fraud, that leaves room for someone else to become the youngest black professor in Cambridge's history. That gets struck from the record, does it not? Now look at the case of Roland Fryer. He produced rigorous, data-driven research, published extensively, and ran a major institute, education labs, at Harvard. He doggedly pursued the truth on one of the most charged questions in American public life. His landmark 2016 study titled An Empirical Analysis of Racial Differences in Police Use of Force examined millions of encounters and officer-involved shootings. It found that there were no racial differences in the raw data or after controlling for circumstances. In some data sets, notably Houston, blacks were actually less likely to be shot once the encounter was underway. As you know, this finding directly contradicted Black Lives Matter core orthodoxy that police systematically and disproportionately kill black men out of racial animus. It was not only in vogue at the time, it was literally religion. Roland Fryer and his data were guilty of blasphemy. Harvard launched investigations into allegations of verbal sexual harassment in a hostile work environment in his lab. The process produced a 2-year unpaid suspension, the permanent shutdown of ed labs, and severe restrictions on his ability to supervise or advise. All of this was investigated by a kangaroo court under Title IX. The recommendation for his alleged failings was sensitivity training. Yet a faculty panel escalated it into career-crippling punishment. Fryer has said that he was unfairly targeted because of the political inconveniences of his results, and he's fucking correct. It's just like I said earlier, these DEI acolytes, they do not want an intelligent black man. They do not want a black man that actually belongs at a prestigious institution. They want someone who is a liar and a fraud because they are easier to control. This guy also did research in a very contested area, and his findings were against the current religious orthodoxy. He needed to be made an example of. They do not encourage independent thought or actually doing real research. It is a, Ouroboros of fraudulent people hiring more fraudulent people and stacking more fake credentials on their name. The contrast between how the Academy treated these two men shows you how deep the moral rot is. It is. This is a screenshot of something that says, Amazon, once again, Arde is succeeding in the face of many obstacles, uplifted by the many angels in his life and given the opportunity to do great things. This was the true miracle of his career, that the system could be bent to meet his needs, and then it could be bent a little further, and bent until it fit the wild arc of a fairy tale. Oh my god. Yeah? The fucking, I made a mistake. Jason Arde isn't even a sociologist despite being hired as a sociologist professor. When you realize how horrific people are treated, regardless of their skin color, if they are dedicated to trying to do research, to trying to figure out the truth, pretty much everything all of these DEI acolytes is doing unravels very easily in front of you. Just hit you. The only thing Arde didn't claim was that he was a dashing secret agent like Dr. Tran. I'm sure that's fucking coming, man. I'm sure that's coming. I have a couple of more tabs on this, and then we had an update on, I guess people are starting to come out with responses on his death. So I will have to read those. Because I brought this up at the beginning, which is why we even went into Jason Arde. I had these tabs open for ages, wanting to go through this whole thing. But apparently now that he's been found dead this morning, that left me the opportunity. And maybe by tomorrow we'll have some more information on what happened, since we have statements coming out about his death. Maybe he faked his death too, who knows? Maybe this is just another elaborate lie. Mildly OCD, thank you. You saw an interview with Roland Fryer. He had 100 pages document, and his colleagues responded within 20 minutes of sending it out with, "This is bullshit. Fryer's story is a very important one to tell." Maybe for tomorrow's intro, before I get into gaming, I can also read something about Fryer, because I've never heard of Fryer before. This was the first time I've heard of him, and that's, again, seems to me a great injustice was dealt to that black man because he had inconvenient research. The Jason Arde stream. The article showed a video of a shark. Is he a shark now? Maybe. Observing Libertarian, thank you. Every person in the chain who passed his name along without checking legitimacy of claims, credentials, or degrees should be prosecuted for fraud. Every individual, because anyone could have halted the entire sequence. And I would say any of the credentialed professors who allowed him to be hired, they should all be fired. Like, you're given no second chances, especially based on the credentials that you have. Maybe for the fun of it, we could do an investigation into how many of their credentials are fake before they get fired, but they should absolutely be fucking fired. He's the youngest black shark ever. Mildly OCD, thank you. I remember reading that. Not just fired, also examine their work and see if they're also doing it. Yeah, absolutely, man. Because I would put money on the fact that some of them are probably lying too. Probably faking some of their statistics too. But I have a bunch of tabs that I still want to go over. I'll have to save those for Saturday morning because I'm already a million hours overtime. I'm already giga late and I need to pee. I'm fucking wiggling. I'm out of water. I'm the moment. Holy shit. Holy shit, today's a day, buddy. Goddamn. Huh. Very, very rare that I see Chica Fuji Lisa online at this time. Maybe she starts like right when I'm ending, but I'm gonna go raid into that lady. My fucking birthday buddy. Lisa's a very wholesome say-so streamer, so you guys know what that means. Do not bring up cursed shit or political shit in her chat. Do not bring politics where they don't belong. Be a normal man, Chad. I believe in you. I believe in you. Lisa does a lot of singy stuff, and I like her voice. She's got a very beautiful singing voice. Very beautiful singing voice. I don't know if she's gonna be singing today, but we're gonna go raid her. Gonna go raid into her. Julio Acius, thank you. Breaking news, headlines, the fired Cambridge professor is dead. Yeah, that was what started that tangent, like 3.5 hours ago. Yeah, he's dead now. Suspected suicide. I don't know if I believe it. We're gonna go raid into Lisa. thank you guys for hanging out, especially extra late since I was on that deep fucking dive train. Got a few more tabs for that in the morning. In the morning at 3 p.m. breakfast time. Thank you guys for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow. Don't Giga piss rage. She's a normal person. Don't do that. Do not do that. Again, we'd like to remind you, please do not do the risky biscuits. You do get banned here if you bring that stuff into people's chats that should not have it. Time to, yeah. Thank you guys. I like that one. If we were reading like Bagman, that'd be fine. Not Lee. Don't piss on Lisa. Normal raid. Thank you for being normal men, chat. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye.